It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush, I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud, come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose, close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning in too close, let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 swing. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend, and I don't wanna pretend
like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Non-believer, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and pity, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I am in pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now.
Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty.
Give it to me now.
I didn't know why we parted. I didn't know I went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud, come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose, close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close, let's see where it goes. Make a move, oh it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the player's items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
What this one we do, I'm a nigga that 拿下下一个第一。
Ready to go wild.
要比你们都闪耀。
Team mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go wild.
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的回归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
Welcome, ladies and gents, to another day here at the WRLA. My name is G10. Coming at you with me is Guion Gaming. There's going to be 2 APAC versus APAC matches today, so that leaderboard is going to get shaken up quite a bit. But we also have OMG versus Nova Esports, and I hope you guys are doing really well today. Have yourselves, a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, ready to, or maybe even some Coca-Cola, ready to watch us, cast and, observe these games.
I mean, both of us are really just excited for our set of games right now because we have Fennel versus Cerberus Esports coming up in our first match, OMG versus Nova Esports, and then INV Esports and Buriram United Esports. Again, a step for us, a chance for us to redeem ourselves, but no longer towards our Chinese teams for the meantime. It's going to be both APAC versus APAC matches in our first and third match, and we also have another clash of our Chinese teams. Nova Esports in particular had not really had not the best game, I would say, after losing against Thunder Talk just recently in a 0-2 fashion, and it kind of ended their 7-game or 7-series win streak. So hopefully they are better right now. They are going to be facing off OMG. Fennel as well. It has been trying to climb up the ladder too and trying to have a better position towards the top 4, because right now they're sitting at 5th spot, Cerberus Esports at 7th spot, and for our other APAC teams, INV Esports 5th spot as well, and Buriram United Esports close 2nd towards KT Roller Y.
Yeah, and with Buriram also having to prove themselves today, they can extend that lead over now Esports, who are their contemporaries there up in the APAC standings. But speaking of the standings, the Chinese teams it's only gonna shift a tiny bit, if ever, because Nova, even if they lose, they're not gonna drop a place. They have 9 wins, but OMG, they do need to win this if they want to be fighting for that playoff spot, because it's not looking too good for them, right? There's 4 wins and 8 losses. They are running out of chances in this league to really prove that they have what it takes to make it to the playoffs.
In general, they have to pull up at least 4 wins, right, to overthrow Thunder Talk and EDG, or get over them, be at least on par with JDG and Trace Esports. But again, they don't have a lot of chances anymore. I believe our total matches per team is going to be around 13 or to 14 matches here for the regular season. Our APAC standings as well has been shifting up, being spiced up as our other teams actually get a couple of wins, including Buriram United Esports, Dallas Esports, and Enigma Galaxy. Some has gotten their first wins already, like Team Flash lately, and Federal as well, but it's not really enough to be part of the top 4 right now. So again, it is another chance that they have for today's matches. Hopefully, they do get a good performance here in today's schedule, especially on our Cerberus Esports and Fennel matchup. Another PH definitely is something to look out for our Filipino fans. Also, Buriram United Esports is trying to climb up the ladder and try to contest KT Roller Y, sitting comfortably at the very top.
Yeah, but a lot of eyes are going to be on both Fennel and Cerberus Esports, because depending on who wins that, they can kind of contest for that playoff spot. So let's take a look at our very first game of the day. Fennel has been absolutely beasting lately. However, with their recent loss, they just, they showed some really good stuff, but it just didn't materialize for them, the match win. So they are still going to be looking for that second match win here in the league, because honestly, if they can get that second match, it becomes so much more possible for Fennel to make it into the playoffs, because really the APAC standings right now are not looking all too well because we have just been getting smashed by the Chinese conference teams.
I think one of the keys here of FNL is to have Trevor and team enabling champions like Vi and Wukong rather than killer champions like Kha'Zix and Lee Sin. And now to face off Cerberus Esports, which is coming off a 6-game lose streak after their 3-game series against EDG last Saturday. It's actually sitting pretty okay. Despite them being in a 6-game lose streak, they have been showing really good potential lately in their 3-game series and have been slowly becoming more potent and deadly. I think they're almost there at their final form. So now as we see the matchups, it's actually really important because, well, there actually is a patch update today. 4.2 is now up, but I'm not so sure if it's applied now in this tournament. So hold your horses, guys, because there's a lot of changes that is going to be coming our way for this tournament as well. But let's anticipate that it's not yet online now in this tournament. So still same win conditions in which Cerberus Esports does have first Herald priority in which they translate it into first towers. In terms of win rate, both are actually struggling on either side, but we can see Cerberus Esports might be having more confidence on red side despite them being the one needing to ban out the Camille and Aatrox. Looks like they have been performing better there.
Yeah, because while Cerberus, they have only won one match against Now Esports, they have at least gotten some really competitive games and brought us to game 3 more often than not in their run here in the WRL FL. On the other hand, they have just 2 wins to their belt. Thankfully, it did happen in the same match, so they were able to get one over OMG, which, you know, kind of a scary prospect considering it was a Chinese team. But now this APAC versus APAC match kind of will determine whether or not either of these teams can contest for that playoff spot, because Cerberus Esports, they have less wins than Nigma Galaxy, or they have more losses, sorry, than Nigma Galaxy. So even if they win here, they still will not be in playoffs contention at the moment. But Fennel, they have just the same amount of wins with Nigma Galaxy. So if Fennel win this match, they can possibly put Nigma Galaxy in danger of getting eliminated from the playoffs.
And it's gonna be up of our junglers, right? Because Trevor, we talked about his aggressive playstyle at times, but more so suitable, I would think, on Team Enabling champions like Vi and the Wukong. His Vi performance was so good during their match against OMG. Even got the MVP at one time. But let's check our host first.
以及屏幕前的召唤师们，大家下午好，欢迎大家来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是曼曼。今天是常规赛第8周的第3个比赛日，即将为我们带来精彩对决的2支队伍均是来自 APAC 赛区。究竟是马尼拉 FL 战队能够重振旗鼓，一举拿下比赛的胜利，还是西贡 CES 能够在这段时间的休息当中找准状态，给我们带来眼前一亮的表现？让我们拭目以待。 Today is the 3rd match day of the 8th week of the regular season, with both teams from our APAC division. It remains to be seen whether Team FL Manila will be able to bounce back and win the game in one fell swoop, or whether CES Saigon will be able to find its form during this period of rest and bring us a surprising performance. Now, here we go.
I'll give you a hint, or you can replace the substitute up. After all, there is an excuse for losing.
Thua nhiều quá nên các bạn đã quên cái việc kiếm cớ rồi đúng không? Vậy hôm nay các bạn đã kiếm được cớ hơn chưa?
Oh man! So
it's all about excuses today.
Yeah, that's the theme for today. Excuses and excuses. Or who is going to be making the excuse, or who is going to be coming up with a better solution this time around? Will it be Cerberus Esports or Fennel? Oh man, I'm excited for this. Trash talk
a lot riding on the line. Yeah, exactly. I love that we actually get subtitles here for the APAC teams because, you know, we can't comment on their trash talk, unlike with the Chinese teams. Hopefully, we do get something in the future that gives us some more information on how they trash talk, especially when we get into the playoffs themselves. But yeah, whoever loses this now has 0 excuses as to what went wrong. So a lot really kind of riding on the line of for their pride, other than the just the standings, but there's so much more on the line. Just their own their own pride as a team and their own claim to fame here.
Oh man, I think This is a good way to actually start up the tournament, the first series as well. Just going straight on with an insult on the enemy team, on your matchup, and that will definitely spice things up. But we are going to be having our fight first side first. Again, this is a mini event in which each team has a player as a representative to go and face the other team's representative in a 1v1 in the map of Aram. And there are a couple of champions that they can use, but they have bannings there as well. And whoever wins, either by 2 kills, a tower push, or a sudden death kill, will be having their team have priority for the side selection, in which you can choose to be on blue side or red side. I think that is much better rather than the coin flip usual approach that we do have, because in here everything is on the line, everything is a factor. We're not only gonna be going for chances this time around. You have to make sure you get every bit of win, including this mini event.
Yeah, because honestly, it does give you a pretty good advantage coming into the picks and bans, just being able to dictate where you want your opponent to be coming from, because we have seen mostly on the red side the bans are kind of dictated already, while the blue side has more freedom on the bans, but conversely does not get the first 2 champion priority picks. They just have 1. So remains to be seen whether or not. Okay, a Vayne versus Jace. Oh man.
What's up with...
we haven't seen things going well for the Vayne lately.
What's up with our PH teams loving the Vayne?
I feel like it's just a calling card of Philippine teams, right? You know?
Or generally Fennel. Because Acro played Vayne during their match against Kuzi, right? It did turn out to be a loss, but it was an interesting one. It is a challenge, I would say. And us players, especially on the APAC side, loves a good challenge. And Jace is going to be a big challenge for sure here on Danny, because, well, we all know how the burst can come through using the Jace with a Shock Blast, with the Sky, and yeah, generally the Vayne should have a bit of a hard time, but if you're able to kite away, then there's a good chance.
True. But you gotta keep in mind that Jace has decent bursts with To the Skies, and then the hammer knockback as well. And even with the tumble and condemn keeping Danny safe, he can still get shot by the accelerated shock blast after the fact. So there are quite a lot of ways this can go, but one thing's for certain: if Danny wants to win this matchup, he has to play incredibly safe and try to get a lot of damage onto that Chase in the early levels here in the 1v1, because we are going to be on Howling Abyss. It's the first to 2 kills or first tower, and honestly, because it's Wild Rift, the game goes so much faster, and man, there is such a small window of advantage for the Vayne over the Jace.
Oh yeah, but I don't know, man. There's something about us Filipino players that love the Vayne. We even have seen Hyde pick up this Vayne against JDG San. And even though the JDG won, Sunny won through tower push, we did still enjoy it, right? And that's something that we just adore. Hopefully, Danny can pull up something in this time around, because we do just love ADCs in general. Even in our tournaments before, in our PPGL Icon series, right? We have demonstrated how good we can be with our standard ADCs. Vayne, in which is one of our favorite champions as well. One of the most complicated champions or ADCs to be used, because you have not really the best range, but you have one of the best kiting abilities, especially with your final R, with your condemn, and no tank can just sustain himself and reduce the damage of the Vayne. It's gonna be the silver bolts just bashing through all those armor.
Yeah, the thing about Vayne is that she takes a little bit to deal the damage if she doesn't have at least 2 items. You need to get that Blade of the Ruin King and maybe a crit item, depending on what Danny wants to be going for. But with Jace, like, the burst is just there from pretty much the first item, so Danny has to be super careful, has to abuse that range advantage that he may have here versus Taku. But you can already see the Shock Blast coming through, getting the first hit onto Danny, and the follow-up auto attack doing quite a bit. Taku already with a little bit of a health lead.
Well, it is, I mean, well, the Jace does have, you know, the bonus damage or stat reduction when he gets his first strike with his passive there on the range mode as well. So you can just switch things up either way and then try to poke out Dan as much as possible. When it goes melee form as well, you can easily close the distance, put him back as well with Hammer Fist. So Danny just has to keep his distance. Maybe if he can time his Condemn perfectly, then he can just block the into the sky just like that. You can tumble away and damage is there for the follow-up.
Yeah, there is at least a little bit of damage that Danny can pull through, but ooh, yeah, with the tumble auto attack coming through, Taku is in a little bit of a tight spot. And this is exactly what I said Danny should be doing, you know, using that early game advantage where you've got the tumble, just guaranteed damage rather than the shock blast that is a skill shot here. And looking like he's already kind of dunking on Taku, forcing him to go in tower range just to be protected. So this means that Danny does get some free time on this tower if Taku can't clear this wave really well. So Taku has to go back now. Danny pretty much a free lane now.
Oh yeah, Danny doing a really good job. Doesn't have that much mana though, so he has to be very, very careful. And well, Taku just getting kited away. Exhaust gonna be used.
Ooh, that's gonna be an attempt by Danny. The Ignite will take him down. But yeah, Exhaust Ignite coming through. The Healing Fawn for Danny will be there. It does put him in such a significant lane state versus Taku. The Accelerated Shock Blast will land, but it doesn't do as much damage as maybe he thought. Hammer Form looking for an opportunity to go to the skies, and he does. And the flash from Danny as well, and Condemn almost takes Taku down, but no Ignite to finish him off. Just a little bit of damage off, but Taku survives. So does Danny, and they reset this map. Oh, Accelerated Shock Blast attempt. Danny gets away scot-free.
Looks like it's gonna be okay for both of them. And based on our observations on the patch, looks like it's still not patch 4.2. Because in the patch, if you have read it already, range minion actually has 525 range compared to the 300 one we initially had, and the cannon actually has lesser range in the patch 4.2. So given that the range minions are still, you know, in front, and we're still on the previous patch for 4.1. Unfortunately, I was definitely looking forward to the newer patch, but don't worry, because we will be going there eventually, maybe next week.
Yeah. I mean, it does take a while for, you know, teams to adjust and to be able to practice on the new patches. While an ongoing league is going, is a little bit difficult for them. So yeah, Taku now gonna go to the skies, knocks Danny back. That's a lot of burst damage, but he doesn't get out of the range of the heal font. So Danny now has to be super careful while he's under tower. He has to start clearing these minions really quickly because Taku can just go for another attempt here if he wants. Oh my god, the Accelerated Shock Blast, and yes, Taku may be greedy for the first kill here. Either that or just some plates on the tower. He's so healthy and Danny is so low. I wouldn't surprise me if he tried to go for something now, but Danny just is able to back away safely. Taku though is going to get some free time on this turret. Maybe, no, he's just going to go back. And yeah, these guys just second guessing their back timings. Danny trying to get as much value as he can before going back.
Yeah, that has to be a lot more careful now, especially that he is taking a lot of damage here from Taku, especially with the pokes, with the shock blast, with the armor penetration right now, with the almost ghost blade. It's helping him so much burst through the squishy HP here of Danny. But with the Blade of the Ruin King, with the steel caps, he should be able to at least kite away on this Jace, especially with the additional movement speed on the passive there of the Blade of the Ruin King. Also with the additional HP from the Ruby Crystal. Can work.
Oh, Taku goes into the skies. There's the exhaust and the Night Hunter being popped by Vayne, or well, Danny. But it, oh my god, these accelerated shot blasts are just landing left and right. Taku once again to the skies, misses the damage. There it is, the Night Hunter coming in. Danny flashing through, and the knockback. Will it save Taku? No, it won't. Well, it will. The flash will save him. So Danny now with no ultimate makes him a lot less effective in that 1v1.
And now it has to be more careful. Doesn't have the Phage yet. I think Trinity Force or Black Cleaver is eminent here for Danny. Or at least just the Phage for the additional movement speed. We don't have the updated Phantom Dancer just yet, so that's quite unfortunate.
The silver bolts and tumble doing a lot of damage onto Taku, giving Danny a significant advantage in this lane. However, the health font will make sure that Taku is at least able to trade back with him. He goes to the skies, gets a little bit of damage, but Danny... Oh man, accelerated shock blast. Taku may be looking for a attempt here, but Danny's the one who goes in silver bolt and the exhaust, but no ignite. So one more auto attack would have done it, but he didn't commit hard enough. Taku now looking for a snipe attempt, but Danny smart enough, knowing that that's what Taku wants, gets away.
Oh,
Taku almost dying to the minions. 1 HP.
It was smiling along the way. He miscalculated a little bit, but fortunately was able to back away. Now Zeal gonna be completed. Looks like it's still gonna be a Phantom Dancer buy here for Danny. Does have the shield still with the old passive of the Phantom Dancer, so that can be a bit of an outplay potential here for Danny, at least on the initial interaction against the Jace. And if you're able to kite away, then that's gonna be good. A while ago was able to kite some or dodge some of the hammer strikes here of Taku, and again, good use of the condemn as well, maximizing the silver bolts, able to dodge the shock blast as well.
Oh, he's going in now. Danny's popped the Night Hunter. Taku now looking to disengage there, but Danny, ouch, so much damage getting taken, being taken by Danny. When he does get in the range of there, but there's he to the skies. He knocks him back, but there's the exhaust ignite coming through. Danny gets the first kill, and that's 1 for Fennel, and he steals his health pot as well.
Now that's just fascinating, right? We see now our first good kill, 1v1 kill, not including the towers, on a Vayne. And that's just fascinating to see. Really good kiting ability here by Danny, able to fully utilize the tumble and also dodge away some of the damage here of Taku. And now, good respect coming in from Taku as well, able to pick up the Executioner's Calling. But the Phantom Dancer has been completed, and that's additional shield. That is additional mobility as well, provided by this item. Danny does have some sort of leverage.
Yeah, but he has to start dodging these accelerated shock blasts. Taku now trading back against Danny, but it's clear that the Vayne is the one who has the advantage here. So what can Taku do now? He has to look for maybe an accelerated shock blast opening, but it's so difficult. He is going to be trying to go in. Maybe Danny has to pop the barrier there. Try to burn him down, looking for a to the skies opening or an accelerated shock blast. But no, Danny's just not having it. He's the one who's going to engage onto Taku. Now once again, there's the exhaust and the silver bolts will take it. Danny will get the 2-0. Fennel will get side priority, and Rebenga is really happy about that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I am even happy because we now see a first Vayne win in this tournament. And Danny made it work. Really good kiting ability, negating all the damage here of Taku as well with a shock blast and everything. Just fully utilized on the Vayne. Perfect use of the exhaust as well, and the tumble and the condemn. The very end was definitely a sight to see. And now Fennel having first pick priority, in which Cerberus Esports actually has been winning a lot of red side, even against KBG, even against other Chinese teams. We're able to win game number 2 at times, so I think that is something that they want to deny out of Cerberus Esports. Fennel will be taking red side as well. Really good, really smart decision here.
Yeah, I can't say that it's a higher percentage side for them because they have lost 4 games there, but you know, that's just because they have spent more games on the red side. They've only won 2 games in total. So Fennel really have a lot to prove here, and they do need every single advantage they can get. They want to get that bot lane sorted out as quick as possible because that's a trend that we've been seeing whenever teams pick the red side. They want to pick up either the Gragas Ziggs, the Gragas Varus, or the Nautilus Varus, Nautilus Ziggs, something like that, and really put the onus on the other team to respond to what they're picking. So it does mean that they have to ban 2 particular champions, the Camille and the Aatrox, but if they're able to deal with that, then their game plan should be much easier coming into the picks and ban space.
Yeah. The ban on the Aatrox and the Camille is very imminent, but I mean, I just want to talk about the patch 4.2 for a bit. Is that okay? Because I'm just excited about it, and
because it'll happen eventually.
There's something that I'm speculating right now. Camille has been very, very respected for quite a long time already. And one of the reasons why Camille is just a formidable champion into the battle lanes, because one, you have so much really good pokes coming in whenever you have the tactical sweep. You have really good engage as well, or gap close, or gap you can create space with your hook shot, and you can just target someone with a Hextech Ultimatum. But one of the most irritating part on the Camille is actually the tactical defenses or the adaptive defenses, in which you're just so better at dueling, especially against B-League champions. But with the recent update on Renekton, that might actually be different now in terms of interaction, especially because of the Ruthless Predator. If you have Fury, or if you enable it with your Fury, then you can clear, absolutely like delete shields. That's how dangerous it is. Even if like a Shen ultis onto the Camille, nothing will happen. As long as you have Fury and then you use Ruthless Predator, it gets denied, it gets cleared, it gets nothing cleared out.
Exactly.
Like smoke.
Like smoke being dissipated here. But what will be dissipating are Shen and Camille, just the two champions we were talking about. They will be the first round of bans here, but Cerberus, they really don't like ninjas. So Shen, Akali, not going to be coming out. Maybe a ban onto the Zed. Acker does like it, but no. They're going to focus a little bit on Danny. He has been kind of a thorn in some team's side with his Varus. So maybe a Ziggs angle here for Fennel, because they do have that 2 champion priority. But let's see what they ban here in the third slot. Senna going to be banned out for Genza.
So that leaves the Gragas available here for Akeno, right? That should be the first pick, unless they do want to go on the Jade route, in which Fennel can just respond with either the Lucian or the Corki later on, unless Cerberus Esports will be banning it out in the second banning phase. But Nautilus is available. They can go for Renekton as well if ever do want to go on that route, possibly the Ziggs as well, and then take the Ribbon shortly after. And the Nautilus does provide a lot more aggressive potential, especially in the Baron lane, so that is already available here for Fennel. Actually, they can even go for Ribbon and the Renekton. Have the Renekton into the Baron lane and then have the Ribbon into the jungle or into the mid lane to battle against this Jace matchup of Cerberus Esports. Because again, if you can just easily close the distance, then you have the shield and you have, you know, the skill sets to just fully utilize the champion. You can basically go against anyone in any lane.
Yeah. I wonder actually if they're going to be putting that Fiora in the top lane or in the jungle, but yeah, Fiora and Galio being picked up here for Cerberus Esports. Them not picking up the Nautilus shows that they do have something in store that is Galio specific. Well, with no Shen, I can only imagine what it's going to be, because they still have to pick their Dragon Laner and possibly the jungler. Riven here being picked up for Fennel. That is another flex pick that they can pretty much put anywhere. So it's a very safe pick to end this first banning phase with.
Yeah, it is a little bit odd. Cerberus Esports going with the Gala instead of the Gragas is interesting. Are they going for the Gwen out here? Because again, the Mist does have really good synergy with the hero's entrance, and if you can protect the Gwen and prevent the enemies from bursting it out, then that's a good way to enable him into a team fight. Let his passive stack up and then go for the snip and shredding down the members here of Fennel Adversity. But we are going to be going towards our second ban phase. Kha'Zix, Zoe taken away. Maybe a respect on the Renekton would be necessary here for Cerberus Esports. Fennel can also remove, you know, other champions here of Cerberus Esports, particularly in the jungle role, since they do have a lot of crowd control building on this red side team right now. Olaf is just necessary to be taken away.
Oh yeah, and with the Kha'Zix being banned out as well, Cerberus are kind of focusing on that jungle role, taking it away from Trevor, but they also don't want Acker to be on that Lucian. So maybe a Corki angle. A Corki has been something that, you know, Filipino teams have been experimenting with lately, especially yesterday, I believe it was, with forget that match. It was it Invade? No, it was Enigma Galaxy and JDG. Was it? No, that wasn't it. I'll get back to you guys, but yeah, Corki has been something that now has picked up twice. There you go, Mitsura with the Corki. It didn't pan out too well for them, but yeah, maybe Acker is gonna have some better results with this Corki this time. Orianna though being hovered here, maybe locked in, yeah, for BMM. Or wait, no, not for BMM, for Genza most probably.
Yeah, for Genza. And that is actually good. They have a lot of crowd control already. They have a lot of frontline power as well. And now with the Xin Zhao, that is the Crescent Guard ready and available here for Cerberus Esports as well. But again, Corki is a really good scaling champion that Fennel actually has. We talked about Wukong, we talked about Vi, one of which is going to be picked up here by Trevor. And this is a good sign. This is something that I am just wanting to see. Trevor, you're really deadly with the Wukong, and now you're gonna be the sword here of Fennel, the main frontline, the main enabler of the team. I'm just excited to see this form right now, Fennel against Cerberus Esports.
This is disgusting actually on the side of Cerberus Esports. Look at that ball and Galio delivery system. The Xin Xiao goes for the he doesn't go for the crescent guard immediately, right? He goes in, challenges somebody with the ball, and assuming there's like 1-2 other people next to the person that he's challenging, immediate command shockwave. And then while the shockwave's there, as soon as he goes in, Galio, hero's entrance, while the shockwave is going, while they're CC'd, it gives enough time for him to land into the middle of Fennel. So absolutely disgusting setup for the team fights in the mid to late game here, especially if the Orianna starts roaming with the Xin Xiao. So I'm feeling pretty scared for Fennel, if I'm being honest, because if they can't control this raging team fight beast that is Cerberus Esports, then it's gotta be curtains for them.
Something is very eminent here on the side of Fennel. They have a lot of frontline, they have a lot of kiting ability, and they have decent amount of scaling as well. I think they are sitting pretty good here for this game number 1. Cerberus Esports though, they have an interesting composition. Again, team fight is very potent on them as well. Just like what you said, Shockwave, the crowd control, the hero's entrance, the crescent guard as well. Everyone is going to be looking for picks here. This is a frontline heavy composition with good amount of supplementary as well with the Orianna and the Galio. So that's something that Fennel has to be really careful about. But if we look at the matchups, right, Riven and Fiora, Corki and Jace, and then Ziggs Nautilus versus Orianna and Galio, everything is better on the side of Fennel. And I think that is an angle that they are going to be taking right now, because Riven wins against Fiora, especially with Ignite. Corki wins against Jace, especially at level 2 and level 3. And Trevor is the main hero, again, that we have talked about. He's going to be the one to have the responsibility of enabling the rest of Fennel, especially when he reaches level 5. Fortunately, he hasn't been spotted. I think he has been spotted already, but it's nothing to be concerned about here for Fennel, since we have seen Y1 of 12 start on its red, so naturally they will be meeting at around 3 minutes on top side.
Yep, they should know exactly those timings. Akena when Arisen now in a race to get to the top lane, to the Baron lane. Taku's there as well to maybe meet Arisen, but yeah, these supports just gotta find their way over to their Baron laners, put a little bit of pressure, respond to each other, because that's kind of how these teams like to do this meta. BNM missing that accelerated shock blast, but still going for the to the skies. Acker feeling that just a tiny bit, but definitely that matchup, the Corki's got a huge advantage for just being safe against that Jace, but later on might not be the same case. Y1 has been spotted out here, so Trevor's gonna know where he's gonna be going next.
Again, that is information. Fennel, they just want to play it out safe in the early game and wait for an opportunity to actually strike. It's hard to strike when there is Akeno here, helping things out, because again, the crowd control coming in from the Gal is just massive. Good job here by Genza, dealing a lot of damage here onto Danny, at least in the laning phase, but nothing to be scared about. For the meantime, Danny just is clearing up the waves, waiting for level 5, in which the whole composition of Fennel can actually have a better team fighting capability against Cerberus Esports, because the damage is there, the wind slash is there. The Ziggs Riven combination has always fascinated me, and I always look forward to that kind of combination to have the best kind of deadly output, especially when you pick up something like a Garen as well. But in this case, Corki does make more sense, especially when there's a Jace.
And I think we could just like not look at bot lane for a long time. These two are just two incredibly safe mages that really won't interact with each other until the entire team gets there. So yeah, we're just gonna pay attention more towards the mid and top lane and where the junglers are gonna be going through and where their routes are, because ganking either a Corki or Orianna is incredibly hard. So I don't think either one of those junglers is going to have that as their goal, because it's just wave clear central here, you can see. Now though, Arisen and Chaz gonna get just pushed into tower here, but they will be going for the first back timing. They're correct on both sides, but so far, yeah, it's a standard slower early game. Cerberus Esports a little bit richer than Fennel, just a tiny bit. But it does show that Fennel is not as rigid with their CSing, I guess, than Cerberus Esports.
Well, nothing to be concerned about for the meantime. Y1 gonna be having an opportunity to take one camp away from Trevor. And I think the first fight is still gonna be happening at around 5 minutes when the objective actually spawn up.
Probably.
Both compositions are designed that way.
Hold that thought, because the first fight is happening right now. Akano may have been caught here. The Justice Punch onto 2. Death Charge there as well. Trevor tries to go in, but Akano just disengages really beautifully with Taku and Stride. Wind Slash not gonna take him down, so Fennel with the first attempt. It was a good attempt, but nothing came out of it, unfortunately. BMM now onto Acker here in the bot lane. He has gone to the skies. Acker down to about 30. There's the exhaust coming in, preventing BMM from going through more. Acker gets the heal on the Honey Fruit. Y1 though, looking to make a dive out of this, perhaps. As, yeah, the Xin Chao has found his way in. He's level 7. What can Acker do here? He doesn't have the package. He's just going to get dove and taken out. Y1 with the first kill. Successful gank in the bot lane. Is not looking to engage too hard here. Now, keep in mind, I don't think that he has the depth charge. It should be coming out in just a bit, but then he does have that Mega Inferno Bomb. The objectives have spawned out now. Y1 on the Rift Herald.
Whoa!
And the rest. Wow, actually, Danny just immediately bursts down the Orianna. I guess the shield wasn't available, but now this fight is going to be towards the Rift Herald side, and Trevor is just in the Dragon Pit, but there's a Crescent Guard, and the steal onto the Rift Herald by Danny. Absolutely beautiful. But CES, they are taking revenge. They've gotten 2 kills already, but both big objectives are going to be for Fennel Esports.
Yeah, I mean that is where the exchange here for Fennel University, because they have taken the Rift Herald fight. BMM.
Yeah, BMM. He's in a lot of danger. Trevor with the Cyclone just knocking him up, and Acker securing that kill for himself. Now, Fennel, they are looking a lot more aggressive, but Cerberus Esports should probably be taking this second to the last play down in the top lane before Chaz and Arisen can really respond. So, lots of stuff happening, but at least Cerberus Esports, they know how to make things happen around the map.
I love the placement here of Fennel Diversity, because they contested into the top lane, good steal by Danny as well onto the Herald. And even though they lost 2 people, they had 1 kill into the bottom lane on BMM at the very end, right? But they got in 2 objectives, one of which is an RH as well, stolen by Danny, and an Infernal Dragon. So now they have better chance in securing the first tower as well into the mid lane, which is huge here, because Cerberus Esports, that's the one thing they wanted to deny. And incoming patch 4.2 as well, first Herald is going to be so important, because we're not going to be having second Heralds anymore. And the damage of Herald is going to increase as well. Look at that kill on to the Orianna. Again, Danny's just popping off. And as the game goes by, especially in patch 4.2, tower HPs are also going to be reduced by 500. So I think this Ziggs composition is just going to be more potent now.
Yeah, but the saving of the Ziggs, he just gets ganked there. Y1 trying to go for it, but Akeno's the one who secures the kill. And maybe looking for more here. Arisen was really not able to do much to protect his buddy. Failure of the Nautilus, unfortunately. But now maybe Chaz can respond here. Taku is 1 level ahead of him, and Akeno's going to be there too. Look, the map rotations here from Cerberus Esports really on point, and just denying Fennel any opportunity to get revenge for that kill in the mid lane.
Really good aggression coming in from Cerberus Esports. At least they're able to pick up a couple of kills along the way, despite losing all objectives in the early parts of the game. They're able to pick up the slack, able to get a couple of resources as well. 1,000 gold lead at 7.5 minutes is a good sign, especially with Genza, you know. He has been, not really performing the best in this particular game, but able to at least enable the rest of Cerberus Esports.
Oh, Y1 once again with a good gank attempt here onto Arisen. He does not finish off the kill. There's Mega Inferno Bomb, but he should be able to get away scot-free with a shield from the Orianna. Again, speeding him up to safety, but you see how proactive this man is. Finally, FL, though, they are going to respond with a turret in the mid lane, get the first turret of the game, before Taku is able to finish their turret off in the top lane. But so far, all things considered, is pretty even. Maybe they're looking for a gag onto BMM with Trevor in the mix. He's got to go in, going for the Cyclone, but there's a hero's entrance to keep them away. And Trevor's clone just tanking that, and he should be out of there pretty safe. Akano's still looking to chase.
Y1 doesn't have a good angle to collapse onto them. So maybe through Akeno.
Oh, Danny though. He does get knocked up, but he's able to get away with the satchel charge. Now Y1 in the jungle. He's going to aggress onto our Risen. That Nautilus is going to take a lot of damage, but is able to get away safely, scot-free with the Blast Cone. However, that does mean that the turret in the mid lane has no defenses. Cerberus Esports going to take that pretty easily, and they've almost shaved off the outer layer of defenses here for Fennel Esports.
Really good adaptation here coming from Cerberus Esports, able to take the tower into the mid lane. Top side was been taken by Taco as well, and with the rotations they're able to deny some of the resources against Fennel as well. And now we're seeing a net profit to them over time, 1,500 gold lead. I think this is enough for them to actually contest RH now. Ryzen might be in trouble, but is okay for the meantime. Fennel just looking to group up to get some priority here in the top side river. They have to be very careful. Kendo is here. Genza as well has a shockwave. And we talked about this composition of Cerberus Esports really deadly when they are grouped up. And Fennel, they have to be very careful. They are going to be contesting Trevor's in the front line.
Yeah, but Trevor, maybe the tip of the spear here, but it's the Nautilus who goes in. There's a depth charge, and the steal onto the Rift Herald once again. They get another kill, and even though Cerberus Esports are grouped up, their health bars are melting. However, they're melting them back. A kill for Danny onto Y1 will signal the end of this. They get a 1 kill at the very least, Cerberus Esports, but it's so far really good fight for Fennel. They got 2 kills and the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and it all is because of the prowess of Trevor. Again, he's just so good at enabling the team, and Horizon as well. Really good follow-up to help the rest of Fennel get the burst damage. And I actually thought that it's going to be Danny who picks up the RH for the team, but it's Trevor. It's a really good job here by this Wukong. Again, he's just top-notch with his performance. And having to get 2 kills along the way in exchange for just 1 is definitely worth it. And now they can group up for bot side. They have priority, no steal.
Yeah, and they've already gotten the dragon. Every single objective so far this game has gone Fennel's way. Cerberus Esports not gonna risk a fight right there where they know that Fennel really wanted to get one. So just back away, seal the red buff. That's completely fine for Fennel, but why? I was so confused by Acker just launching that Q into literally nowhere. There's this version of the game does not have alcoves, my guy. But Y1 is there looking to make a dive. It's gonna be a 4v3 if ever they do this, and they will. They aggress onto Trevor. Akano's there as well, but Fennel just back away, give the tower up rather than giving up their lives.
Oh man, Fennel, they're just doing really well right now in this game. 2 dragon stacks, also the RH taking both objectives again by Fennel, and now Danny sitting at the better top here on the gold chart, despite Cerberus Esports able to take a lot of objectives a while ago, is a good sign for Fennel. Right now, they are going to be able to take the tower into the top lane. All out their turrets almost taken out here by Fennel, only needing to push bot side, and think it's not going to be a problem anymore since, again, we talked about their composition. This is a composition that scales heavily well into the late game, especially for Acker with a Corki. And we haven't really seen that much burst coming in from Cerberus Esports, not much damage coming in from Genza as well, and that's going to be concerning here for Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, because, oh my god, a flash onto Y1. Trevor's the one who engages, and he forces the flash also, but that means that Y1 can't get away now. There's the hero's entrance maybe coming in, but the Riven is the one who takes him out. Now they're on to Genza. Will the Shockwave come out, or will Kano be able to protect with the top? Trevor still going in, still looking to aggress, but what a pick onto the Xin Xiao. Now they're going to get Shelly to charge down into this middle lane, take down this tower with the satchel charge. And Fennel, they've opened the map up significantly, even though BMM is up there in their bot lane taking a revenge 2nd tier tower.
Oh man, Fennel, this is the form that we have been looking forward to see here on the side of Fennel University, and now they're showing really good promise. Despite them being down gold, doesn't even matter, because again, this is a scaling composition specifically designed to do better into the late game. And look at how confident they are starting to be against Cerberus Esports. Stack could not deal enough damage onto them simply because of the amount of crowd control and burst damage that Fennel University actually possessed. And now, with this game transitioning so better for Fennel, it's hard for them to even enable their side lane pushing, because even Chaz is more fed against the Fiora here of Taku. Divine Thunder picked up no Hull Breaker, but with the Black Cleaver, you are going to be able to negate a lot of defenses coming on from this Fiora.
Yeah, and that's kind of what what is better about this Riven pick in the itemization is that Chaz, he can have two options. You know, Hull Breaker, kind of try to split push. Sure, not as effective as a Hull Breaker, but it's still better in the long term and in team fights where Chaz is just able to shred through the armor of Akeno and maybe Y1 here if he does decide to go the tanky route. But all things considered, it is going to be just more damage on these squishy targets as well. The map is dark. Cerberus Esports should be very aware that this could be, an angle for Fennel to take to get onto them.
You have to still be careful. Even if you have this kind of lead, just one big mistake can turn the tides around, and this has happened a lot of times in our APAC teams. That's why we have been asking for more discipline, more trigger-friendly approach in this particular game, not giving any inch or any window of opportunity for the enemy team to actually take over the game and turn the tides around. Genza is starting to deal some damage as well, in which Trevor is starting to feel it as well. Top side is well secured here by Cerberus Esports. They are grouping up, want to take the Baron as well, but we still have our third dragon in which Fennel can just again take it. 100% objective taking right now by Fennel. All RH, all dragons taken by Trevor, and even one steal by Danny a while ago.
Yeah, and this kind of objective control is honestly great to see for the side of Fennel, because that just means that they are kind of feeling themselves. They're not willing to give these objectives away willingly to Cerberus Esports. I said willing twice, yes, but they just like to contest, and I think that is something that they really need to be mindful of coming into these later phases of the game, because if they do try to contest, if they do try to engage with a team fight, they have to choose the right target, or else the ball delivery, the hero's entrance coming in as well can just turn the team fight around if they're all clumped up. So Fennel have to be super mindful of their positioning. But yeah, this dragon gonna be started up by CES. Fennel now looking to get a good position, but yes, Taku is split pushing. Will Fennel commit to this hard, or just send the Riven up there to the top to deal with Taku? Looks like the second option.
Really good macro here by Cerberus Esports. Ryzen.
Arisen tried to go from the side, and he gets immediately bursted down. He has to go into stasis to try to win the package, to try to keep him alive. The Comet will not kill him, but Acker is down low as well. And Cerberus Esports, they're so very healthy. And the flash engage from Y1 takes down the mid laner Acker. Already in the grave. Arisen, maybe a follow. No, it is a 1-for-1 through the map, and that does mean that Chaz can get his way back into this with a big flank. But will he risk it with the rest of Fennel? Not really that healthy. Arisen is there. So is Trevor. He flashes in for the triple cyclone, and he gets it all. But the health bars are still starting to get up. There's the hero's entrance, absolutely getting nobody. Starting to get bodied. Cerberus Esports are losing members left and right. Genza now on the back foot. So is Akeno, and the target selection, as you said, is on point here. Genza will not be able to get away from the Riven rampaging, and that is a 4-for-1 trade for Fennel Esports.
It started a little messy there on the side of Fennel, especially with Arisen getting bursted out early into that matchup, but they were able to get a 1-for-1 trade, and after that, Chaz winning against Taku is just so good. Really good target selection as well on the members are here of Fennel, able to take down BMM early into the fight, and then the hero's entrance was a little bit too late. They focused on Y1 next, in which all the dragon priority has been denied already for Cerberus Esports. Genza being low means that this fight is over as well. So now 3 dragon stacks, even a Baron contested here by Fennel. Every objective has been taken by this team.
And their 4 kills up as well, which, if I'm being honest, is a good thing. But look at the gold lead. It's just barely in Fennel's hands right now. And that is a testament to how well Cerberus Esports has been playing this macro game, has been doing their lane control. They still have their, outer tier turret in the bot lane. So Fennel, with the buffed up Baron, means they can look for something. But Arisen finds a deft charge and a dredge line onto the Fiora. He's got to get bursted down quickly, and the Wind Slash will take Taku down. And Akeno was not able to save him, even with their added resistances from the hero's entrance. They get another tower in the top lane, and Fennel, they can just start the siege here.
Now they're gonna just go for the end, go for the close. Second for the bomb, gonna be used. Genza taking a lot, too much damage. And now they're able to quickly destroy that tower into the top lane. Mid lane is gonna be next. Even the bot lane is very vulnerable. They're actually not going to be connecting. Will they go
Oh,
for the
Genza!
end? Oh my god!
Incredibly low, but there's a Cyclone coming in! And will they re-engage? Akeno tries. Y1's incredibly low. Genza maybe looking for a shockwave. He's tried it, but he can't find it. And the Nexus will be the target. The rest of the team fight is not going to happen. But the first game is going to be going to Fennel Esports.
This is what we have been talking about. The full form of Fennel. Trevor being a team enabler here on the side of Fennel is just so good. We have seen the best form right now of Fennel. I mean, I cannot express this enough. All objectives taken. All RH
every single
stolen.
one.
Even Danny stole a single dragon a while ago when taking it against Cerberus Esports. They were able to take both RH, all 3 dragons, and even the Baron. No matter how much Cerberus Esports had in terms of gold lead, because we were getting a couple of towers and getting a couple of kills along the way, and also the resource stealings were quite efficient on their side, but still it didn't matter. We saw a lot of discipline on the side of Fennel. At most, they just committed one small mistake. Arising going too deep and checking the area since they had no vision in the bottom side river. But everything was okay because Chaz won the 1v1 duel against Taku and had a really good flank position. And then we saw really good synergy, really good target selection as well by Fennel, able to take down BMM quite early, and then Y1, and then after that, Dragon is for free, Genza is too low, and then after that, they transition into the Baron, and then game is just over. So clean, so concise, so decisive. This is the Fennel we know.
Yes, it is. Finally, we see some confidence flooding into this team. Danny with 31,000 damage, doing the most on the team, but so much confidence and just daring to go for those steals, go for those team fights and contest every objective. And definitely Fennel, that has to be a feather in their cap, and to get a win just like that over Cerberus Esports, where Cerberus Esports was at first kind of getting the upper hand in the early to mid game, but you know, after Fennel just taking objective after objective after objective, it became so much harder for Cerberus Esports to look for an angle to get back into the game other than the team fight. And when the team fighting was, you know, not great, they just fell apart.
So now we know, or now they know, the best form of Fennel. Trevor being an enabler, going with Vi, going with Wukong. I think it's going to be respected here by Cerberus Esports in the next game. Chad as well, just really potent with aggressive champions, given his aggressive nature. Even the jungle before, he always picks up aggressive champions. He's known for the Chazix and the Lee Sin as well. That's his performance, that's his play style. So now with the ribbon, it's just so good here for Fennel in general. And also Danny just really popping off with the Ziggs performance. Arisen as well, always there to help out Trevor and able the rest of the team. Akar just being stable. I think this is the best form, similar to Buriram United Esports. This kind of playstyle is very reminiscent of Buriram United Esports in the way they are able to get a win against other teams. And I think this is necessary for Fennel to have this kind of adjustment, and is looking to be their best form yet. And Cerberus Esports being the one on the back end, I think is needing to, you know, pick up the slack, because this was a one-sided dominating game in which Trevor has orchestrated for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was super one-sided because, again, Cerberus Esports, they were kind of leading in the early to mid phases of the game, but because Trevor was so proficient and active and tried to really out-jungle his competitor, he was able to, you know, secure these objectives that they really needed to win the game, and he's going to get the MVP because of that.
I mean, it's a scaling composition, so Fennel did take their time. They had the core key, they had the Ziggs, they have the ribbon. Everything should be laid out as the game goes by, but they got everything. I think that is the most important thing in Cerberus Esports. They need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what they need to do next.
Yeah, but let's see, can Fennel close this out in 2 games? We'll be right back after this break. I'm Jitin, coming at you. With me is Gayang, and raise your hands for the APAC match. We'll be back after the break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we already got calls for 2-0 here for both me and Giang, for, of course, our boys in Fennel. But yeah, the story of the tape is right now, match point for Fennel. If they take this win, they can contest for that playoff spot against Enigma Galaxy. So the question now becomes, will Cerberus Esports prevent them from getting this clean sweep and bring us to game number 3?
Oh yeah, because that game was very clean. That game is as clean as it gets here for Fennel. It wasn't really a a one-sided beatdown in which the Fennel had a lot of kills early into the game, but were able to take all the objectives, and now they are going to be getting blue side priority this time around, able to take some of the champions here of Cerberus Esports, and Cerberus Esports has to be the one to ban out the Camille and the Aatrox, possibly the Senna as well, because Fennel, they do love the Senna lineups here, especially for Horizon, and then the Galio, and then the Shen as well. Something that is highly preferred, especially in the APAC region.
Very, very true. Something that, is very popular to us, and maybe not to the Chinese region, but we'll see if it does come out. The bans coming through, though. Of course, the standard bans for the red side, Camille, Aatrox, and something else. Maybe they want to focus on Danny again with another Kha'Zix ban, but wait, sorry, my bad. It's Cerberus on the red side this time. So Fennel, they're taking the Kha'Zix away from Y1, maybe another ban onto Trevor, but no, the Nautilus actually coming through the ban list, and that does open up the Senna for
I like
he's just cycling through the 80s.
Yeah, Varus for sure is gonna be the first pick here. I think this is already well established. Varus trumps Senna no matter what. Yeah, even if you have a lot of shield, you can just pick up an anti-shield item. You can just build the Serpent's Fan, and yeah, everything is over. But you have the Chain of Corruption, you have the Piercing Arrow, you have a lot of damage with this Varus pick, and you can chain it with something like a Gragas, a Nautilus, a Galio, or an Alistair. Doesn't even matter. as long as you have that layer of CC, then the team that has the virus is gonna pop off. Gragas, Akali picked up by Cerberus Esports. Really good, especially for now BMM. I think he wants to shine this time around.
Now that actually is kind of scary for Fennel, because BMM, even if Cerberus Esports is kind of behind in the early mid game, it doesn't matter when it comes to the late game, because Akali is one of the strongest scaling assassins that we have, and God, it just becomes so scary when it's BMM that you're up against here on the Akali, especially when you're trying to split push, because Fiora is going to be picked up here again for Shaz most likely. Oh, the split push should be... Oh, wait, sorry. The Fiora was picked up by Cerberus last time. This time it's the opposite champion is going to be picked up for both top laners. So yeah, the split push going to be online for Chaz later on. But this Akali is going to be a very scary champion to split push into, is the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah, man, I'm looking at what champions that Cerberus Esports and Fennel can actually take against each other. Lee Sin gonna be taken out. I think it's not really the option here of Fennel, because Trevor loves to buy, loves the Wukong. And I can go with other team fight enabling champions as well. I think is much better here for Trevor in general. And Cerberus Esports will be having one more ban. I think this is going to be okay now for Fennel. Sen are going to be taken away, but I think Cerberus Esports are going to be banking with the Ziggs instead, given that they have picked up the ribbon already. Fennel does have the opportunity to take it away in the very end. That leaves the Karma and the Zoe here for Cerberus Esports. Genza, though, is equally potent on both champions. In the What If League Asia Esports Championship, he was able to deal 40,000 damage, about 40,000 damage, higher than 2,000 damage per minute on the Zoe. That's how good he is. And there has been a tone down on the Zoe, but still, you know, he's just so good with that champion.
Yeah, well, Zoe may not be as effective as she used to be. She is still incredibly obnoxious, and she will be left up here. The junglers being banned out and having their champion pool shrink here. It's going to be the Wukong pick, however, for Y1, which... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So, that does mean that this... Though. Yeah, so they do have flex options here. BMM could go on the Corki, but I think it's much better for Y1 to be on that Wukong and not give that chance for Trevor to get it, though the Corki will be picked up for Acker.
That's the gambit they have been looking out for, at least the trade-off. They go for the Corki because Fennel's going to be picking up the Corki if that gets left out open. But Cerberus Esports wants to focus in denying this Wukong against Trevor, because again, he's just so good at teamfight enabling when he gets his hands on the Vi or the Wukong. So now that's taken away. Still has one more option though, Xin Zhao.
Yeah,
and which it has so much synergy. Again, my favorite champions right now in the meta are the following: Varus, Gragas, and Xin Zhao. And if you put them together, or at least two of them together, that's so deadly already. And Fennel does have two.
Yeah, and again, with the Galio, this Xin Zhao gets very, very scary, because when he engages on one person, he can, get the knock up into the Crescent Blade, while the Galio is immediately channeling his hero's entrance. So there could be, one person in your lane, suddenly two, suddenly three, just from Trevor having the mind games on, the awareness of his surroundings, of the state of the map here. But I mean, Cerberus Esports, they're not ones to back away from a fight. They're not ones to take a 2-0 lying down. They are one of the teams who pretty consistently get to game number 3 here, whether it's for good or bad. So, mostly been bad. They have just won one single match, but that could change today if they bring us to game number 3.
They have taken game number 3, or one game number 2s on red side again, against EDG, Keep Best Gaming, Rare Atom, and even Naos Esports. And even Caterolls or Y were able to win it on game number 2. That's how good they are on red side. And Fennel, they have to give the utmost respect towards their matchup right now. This composition that Cerberus Esports has is actually really deadly on teamfight. Really good scaling as well, especially with BMM on the Akali. no backline member is going to be safe against the Akali unless you're able to successfully suppress him.
Exactly, and that is going to be the challenge here for Acker. Can he successfully suppress that Akali? A big question for Cerberus Esports to answer, or well, Fennel to answer. But we will be starting off pretty standard. Yeah, no lane swaps or anything of the sort happening here. Both bot lanes just staying there for just about half a minute, and then making their way into the rest of the map, into the mid lane and into the top lane, while Danny and Genza just left here to kind of free farm for quite a while.
This should give a little bit of a priority or an advantage here on Fennel, especially in the mid lane, given the rage advantage that Akar has possessed in against BMM. Ryzen though taking a bit of damage there onto Akeno as they pass towards mid lane. And given the matchup as well in top lane, this should be better on Taku, but Chaz actually doing a really good job again when he gets his hands on aggressive champions and really deadly champions. He is going to be able to sustain his lane for days. Danny though, exhaust.
Oh, there was an attempt there, but the barrier came out, so did the exhaust. Summoner trade for summoner trade, but Gen's just going to be able to heal up back from that. Danny doesn't have the same honey fruit available on his side of the lane, so this does mean Genza has a little bit more of a lane advantage there. But BMM actually leaving his lane to go ward, maybe get something going onto Acker, but Akeno gotta arrive late. Doesn't really matter to Taku, who's been playing it safe, but yeah, just very standard rotations coming in. We may not see any action.
Now we see instability into the top lane. Akeno and Taku on both the Gragas and the Ribbon does have more of a crowd control and burst damage capability against Ryzen and Chaz, but we do see the repulse available here for the Fiora of Chaz, so it's gonna be up to execution. But anything can happen here. This is why I always roam towards top side, because that is where the kill threat is the highest, especially in the APC meta, because nothing happens here in the bottom lane unless, you know, Danny closes the distance against Genza and just tries to go kite him out.
Oh, Akeno now getting taken a pretty low. Trevor, good attempt. May not be as proactive as Y1 in the jungle, because Y1 in the last game with his own Xin Zhao did so much macro work, just applied so much pressure by being pretty much everywhere all at once. But this could be a big gank. Yes, it is a flash body slam, not a body slam, but a justice punch to confirm the CS. It's Chaz who gets that kill. They should be able to get some good damage on this tower. Taku not really willing to risk the same thing happening to him. The ultimates are there as well, and Taku now he's got the stun onto Arisen. Maybe a little bit more damage. The wind splash not gonna come out and kill him, but does a lot of damage. He's still able to get out scot-free though. So the first blood going over Fennel Esports.
Play things as well. Really good response coming in from Fennel, even in the bottom lane, as Danny almost got ganked there by BMM, but able to buy enough time, able to hide inside its tower or under its tower. Cerberus Esports not really minding that much though, since this is a scaling composition that they have. As long as they do get the proper teamfight pick-offs later on, they should be fine. And as long as the goal lead doesn't balloon too much against Fennel, should be okay here for Cerberus Esports.
Oh yeah, it really should be. At least a little bit better for Cerberus Esports, as long as they don't give anything else. However, with BMM just starting to get on the road to scaling, once these objectives do pop up, he should be available to try to get a big flank off on Fennel. So keeping track of that Akali through the map and through the team fight is going to be a challenge, but a challenge that Fennel has to take head on. Now Luden's Echo going to be picked up there, and that could be the start of the damage coming through for the Ziggs.
Fennel just taking things slow. They know that they have decent amount of scaling as well. Corki, Fiora does scale up pretty well into the late game. Even the Varus deals massive damage into the late game when it does have a lot of items already. And Cerberus Esports not going to be minding that for the meantime. Again, this is an equal grounds composition by both teams, and first fight definitely does happen on first objective. We can safely anticipate that Cerberus Esports might actually want to get first Herald in this particular game. We have the stats to back him up as well and equate towards a first tower into the mid lane. But they have to be very careful. Chain of Corruption again is available for Danny.
Yeah, and this piercing arrow already doing a lot of damage just from this level from just the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. Everybody's got their first items now except for the Riven. But should be able to get there, but Akeno's the one who gets engaged on. He gets CC chained up. There's a stasis. At least he's got that, but the Chains of Corruption will catch Y1. The Monkey trying to get away. He will be safe, but Cerberus Esports cannot be that careless.
You are going to be sitting for a bit. A lot of resources has been used here by Fennel just to try and get that kill on to Akeno and Y1. They're able to disengage, no casualties at all here for Cerberus Esports. Means they have leverage on to the next fight. This time around with a cooldown for Fennel.
Yeah, BMM trying to go for an assassination attempt. Acker just rebuffing it pretty cleanly. Even with the Shroud there, he was able to find BMM through the skill shots, because you can still hit that Akali. But it does seem like Cerberus, they want to go for the Dragon first instead of the Rift Herald. Danny, Trevor, Acker, Arisen, they're going to be able to contest, and there's a Justice. Hero's Entrance coming through as soon as he went in, but the re-engage there from BMM may be the nail in the coffin here for Fennel as they are trapped in a bad situation. It's the support that goes down first. No more Galleon. Chaz has made his way into the fight, and that is one kill for one. And the Chains of Corruption on to throw the members of Cerberus Esports. Fennel do not take that bait. They just disengage after the godly Chains of Corruption there from Danny.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade at the very least. Resets coming through from both sides.
Chaz is going to go engage onto Taku once again. This Riven may not be a match for the both the Dragon and the Fiora, but the rest of Cerberus Esports coming to back him up because they know that Trevor is not anywhere in the area. They should be able to secure it pretty cleanly, and they do. But Arisen trying to get something more done. He may be risking his life there. Chaz already out of the fight. Arisen just looking to get an angle out of there. Goes for the stasis, and Trevor trying to keep his homie safe. He does escort Arisen out of that dragon pit, but wow, what a fight already. Cerberus Esports looking for more. They're trying to get onto that Rift Herald too.
A little bit of a questionable move there coming in from Trevor, because he wanted to get this red buff first before committing onto the Dragon. That led to Cerberus Esports getting it without any contest. Now, top side objective is contest capable here for Cerberus Esports. Yeah. They can easily just pile onto them. They have vision already with the Scuttle Crab that they have taken a while ago. Trevor going to be starting it up. Akeno is in the area. Tackle as well. It's ready. Fennel.
Oh, but Akeno may have been in a little bit of danger. Y1 and Taku up in the top lane side. Chaz is going to be there. MIB hits two. Trevor is the one who secures it, and he's going to be completely fine. The Crescent Guard keeps him alive. Arisen, though, maybe paying for it with his life. He's got those summoners, and it's Genza who takes him down. One kill for the Rift Herald here, but Fennel really need that Rift Herald to start scaling up here.
One for a kill after that RH is actually better here for Cerberus Esports. Let's check out the replay how it actually happened, because they had a really good burst here, at least onto Y1. The Mega for the mob didn't really deal a whole lot of damage. Good patience there by Trevor, waiting for the smite of Y1 before he uses smite on his own. Ryzen, though, just being the sacrificial member on the side of Fennel will be okay for them. BMM is focusing here into the bottom lane. Genza is here as well, but the RH spawn into the mid lane should provide them some damage there.
Yeah, Chaz now threatening something up there in the bot lane. Unfortunately, the mid lane tower won't go down. Yeah, 25 HP left. Danny may want to just stroll into range and take it out, but Genza could protect it. Yeah, he's just gonna go and take the turret down. First turret of the game goes to Fennel Esports.
It's like, meh, I'll just take it for the team. No one is there to you know, stop me either way. Had vision into the area a while ago on top side, so he knows that Akeno is not there. He knows that Y1 isn't there. At most, it's just Genza. Really good take there, at least for Danny to secure this 1,000 gold lead and tower into the mid lane. Good job as well, getting the steal onto the blue bluff. Denied here onto Y1.
Yeah, big, well, not that huge of a denial in Wild Rift as it is in the League PC, but every single thing counts here in this game. The gold lead already starting to build up on the side of Fennel, 1,300 or so now. But definitely if they start to control the lanes a little bit more, Fennel can extend this lead. I think that Trevor, though, has to be a little bit more proactive when it comes to looking for these guys, looking for these opportunities to get ahead, because Y1 was definitely all over the map from the last game. Arisen now looking for maybe a dive onto Taku, but he just wind slashes to take the minions away. Trevor now could look for an attempt here. Arisen, there it is, a flash and Chains of Corruption. He has no stasis, and that's going to be an easy kill. Maybe not the person they wanted to get the kill, but at least they've gotten the Riven off of the map. They should be able to put a lot of pressure onto that bot lane turret as well, if not take it outright.
Mid lane though, gonna be traded out by Cerberus Esports, so at least they're able to equalize the amount of gold that they have taken here.
Ooh. BMM now the target of the rest of Cerberus Esports, and it will be a successful kill there. Assassination from BMM. The hero's entrance did not help, but Arisen now the one in trouble. Gonna get jumped on by Y1 and Genza. The rest of the team is there, and he just lives, but barely. The tower doesn't though. Chaz and Danny looking to chase maybe, or just chase them away. Unfortunately, I kind of just stayed there a bit too long.
And Fennel is gonna be okay there at the very least. Let's check out that leap and how it actually happened here into the top lane, because it was a full investment here by Cerberus Esports. Good body damage to try and take Acker down. Again, when BMM gets enabled, he is just popping off always for Cerberus Esports. Rise is staying too long under the tower as well. It's not really the best side you want to actually have here for Fennel. So now Cerberus Esports able to pick up the stack, able to recover the gold lead that was 2,000 a while ago, and look at it now, back to 800. Able to still get a couple of resources across the map and equalize the gold on Fennel is a good sign for Cerberus Esports. As long as they're able to get objectives as well, towers, dragons, then that is a big threat to Fennel's composition.
Absolutely, and this dragon gonna be spawning in now the same time as Rip Herald. Fell the first ones on the gourd, or in position here. Genza taking a little bit of damage. Trevor, he is unafraid. He is fearless here in the face of Y1 and Akano, but Arisen may need to be a little bit more careful. He's put himself out of position, and he will get absolutely shredded down. Unfortunately, the package was not able to save him, so it's going to be a 4v5 going into this team fight. And the Rift Herald as well was taken just pretty quickly by Cerberus Esports, while the rest of the teams were kind of dancing around this dragon. Well, no, sorry, it wasn't taken. Was it? It was. My bad.
Really good macro play here by Cerberus Esports now. 5 versus 4 here in the Dragon Pit. Chaz really having a really good flank position. Shade of Corrupt still on cooldown. Trevor will actually go in. Now the Galley has to respawn.
Y1 who went in with a Cyclone. He did get the knockoffs, but they were denied. The MIB on the 3 will do so much damage, but I don't think Trevor can really contest this. He can't get the steal. He can't get close enough, even though it was just burning down. Chaz now in the fight. He's using a sword, swinging it around, and Arisen's there as well. They get 1 kill, another kill for Fennel, and 2 kills for Dragon. That is very worth. Will they chase? Not really. They won't greed too much, except for the blue buff. Taku maybe in a little bit of a spicy position, just trying to back away in his bush. So Fennel now have the onus here to try to push down another tower in the top lane.
Can they actually take the Baron is the question though. 3 members still alive here on Cerberus Esports. I think they're just going to be having consolation prize for the tower into the top lane to at least get some leverage in terms of gold once again. But that fight was definitely okay for Fennel. But objectives taken again by Cerberus Esports is the bad sign here for Fennel. RH taken by BMM a while ago. Dragon taken, the second dragon taken here by Cerberus Esports, especially because they had better position, better numbers in that point in time. Now, they can just use it into the mid lane again, or maybe in the bottom lane, since Chaz is there, at least to get some leverage. Good takedown. By Danny. No denial.
Yep. And that does mean that Cerberus Esports spent a lot of time just trying to mess around in Fennel's jungle, giving Chaz the chance to push down this bot lane and try to get some more lane control for themselves. Maybe really setting up for the next fight, because if I'm being honest, Trevor has, while he was the MVP in the last game, he is a little bit lackluster in being proactive right now, though he can kind of change that here if he starts to roam along with Arisen. That's exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be going maybe onto Y1, get the taunt onto the monkey. His clone is already gone. Akano's there to defend him though. So Fennel is looking for more opportunities here in Cerberus' own jungle.
Cerberus Esports able to disengage though. Look at the gold difference here in this gold chart. Danny, Chaz, and Trevor leaving the back here for Fennel, but still being zoned out. Good flash.
Could have been very dangerous, but there's explosive cast to stun him up. Not going to actually confirm a kill. Y1 with a Cyclone trying to get back onto Acker, but this Corki is incredibly safe. There's MIB though, and Arisen just barely lives. He doesn't live through the Wind/Show. Trevor now the source of contention, the target here. That's 2 kills already for Cerberus Esports. With the jungler gone, they're gonna go straight into the Baron.
Oh, good team fight here by Cerberus Esports. Fana losing a lot of members means this Baron is a very vulnerable, very open for the taking here with Cerberus Esports, but they have a better plan in mind. They're waiting, patiently waiting with a death brush. It looks like they are going to be cancelling the Baron takedown. Piercing Arrow not going to be finding anyone as Dana gets spotted out. I think there is no front line here for Fennel. They have to be very careful and checking. Fortunately, no one is actually there on the side of Cerberus Esports. They are very happy with the team fight win that they actually had, closing the goal gap. Again, BMM.
Trying to go for an assassination here. Now onto Agar. He tried to go onto Danny. He has to get into the Shroud, get away from there scot-free. But he risked it for the biscuit. Now that means Taku gets some free time here. Get a free tower in the bot lane. Bring this gold lead pretty much back to even. This could be anyone's game now. We are just dead even in terms of gold, in terms of kills, in terms of towers.
All the leverage that Fennel actually had early into the game, into the mid game, with their good macro play, good timing, is now denied. Cerberus Esports wants to have an equal ground here against them, and now BMM is starting to be very, very scary. Fennel, they need a different approach in this game right now. They need a different plan in mind, because backline is so vulnerable right now for BMM. Akeno really good at isolating the members here of Fennel as well, and Y1 doing a really good job with the Cyclone, negating all of the follow-ups from Fennel in every team fight.
It's just so difficult for Fennel to actually get in there and get a good hero's entrance, right? Because they're not the ones who engage half the time. It's actually either both teams are kind of positioning around an objective, or Trevor is the one who gets engagement, because Trevor needs to be the one who's actually looking for aggressive positioning here and trying to really put himself into the face of one, maybe two members here of Cerberus Esports, especially with a Crescent Guard to keep him safe from range. He can go in on a beefy target and then have Arisen come in with the Justice Punch to and the Hero's Entrance to secure the CC chain to try to take somebody down. But with all that being said, I mean, it's all up in the air depending on who has a more fortunate team fight here.
Again, Cerberus Esports, he had history already. Keep us Gaming, EDG, all the other really strong teams able to push it to a game number 3, win game number 2, and now they have perfect opportunity to do so. And Fennel has to be really careful again, contesting here on the Mountain Dragon. The last dragon of this particular game has to be denied here for Cerberus Esports. Can they actually do it?
Double taunt onto Y1, and a Keno. That does mean Y1 goes in a little bit, but no hard commitment here. BMM from the backside. Chaz is very aware of this, but they are going to be going in, and already somebody's melted. It's Y1 who's taken out of the fight, but he's still alive. BMM though with the successful assassination onto Danny. That source of damage is going to be gone, but they still got accurate. However, on the back foot though, he is 1 HP, 0 HP now. Gets taken out by the Riven. Chaz running for his life. Arisen there as well, but Cerberus Esports now find themselves in the lead, and with a free Drake.
Oh, this is bad news for Fennel. Chaz, oh my god, taken down there. Fortunately, he had the post to block the damage from Genza, but that means Dragon taken. Third Dragon. This is very reminiscent of game number 1, but this time, Cerberus Esports is the one leading the game. And Fennel has no way but to just react and let it be in this particular game. All the gold lead now denied. The first time we are seeing Cerberus Esports also leading the gold chart. Let's check out that replay again, because Y1 had a really good initiation despite the chain of corruption. It's not really effective if BMM is just there to threaten the fight. And gets the kill onto Danny, gets the kill onto Arise, and along the way, no way for Cerberus Esports to be denied in their entry against Fennel. Despite the efforts of Trevor holding the fort, it's simply not enough.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Fennel, but that does mean that Cerberus, they have fought from the brink, and they've just been getting these really good team fights because of BMM, the supreme backline annihilator. If he gets that kind of access onto Danny, onto Acker, he could just basically one-shot them from full. That's what the Akali does, and the way that BMM is building already is incredibly scary to see, especially since these two do not have really any defensive items other than just the Zhonya's Hourglass, the stasis effect, to respond to them getting jumped on. But yeah, with Elder Drake spawning up in 10 seconds, it's Cerberus who have the positive position here. Trevor trying to come from the bot lane there with the rest of Fennel. Maybe get a good position, an equal position. Battle lines being drawn here. BMM though in the bot lane, maybe a target here for a pick off by Arisen and Acker, but he can just as well engage on them. Trevor now the one being engaged on by the rest of Cerberus Esports and the Cyclones there as well, but he's pretty tanky. There's a Hero's Entrance coming through, getting 3, but Arisen is now in the midst of everything, and they're still chasing down the vulnerable members of Fennel Esports. BMM, again, the backline axis is supreme, and they've already taken down one carry. They take out the second one. It's now just Chaz and Arisen against the world. Can they get away from this? 3-for-1, 4-for-1. Arisen now going to be the sacrificial lamb here to keep his his top laner alive, sorry. But Chaz not able to influence the outcome of that fight.
Now, only Chaz remaining alive here in this game. Fennel, long death timers again, 56 seconds. It's the death timer and 18 minutes. So that's 20 seconds ago. Can Chaz actually pull this off?
Oh, he can't because he's going to get CC chained to heck and back right under the tower. There's a Mega Inferno bomb. It's actually the Wind Slash that finishes him off. And once again, Cerberus Esports bring us to game number 3.
Fascinating performance. Cerberus Esports, again, they're the team that denies 2-0s. Always pushing it to a game number 3. They've done it against the best teams in the CN Confidence, and they've done it again here, this time against Fennel. And it's so hard to deal with them whenever they are on red side. It's just so clean. All the dragons taken, all objectives. They were taking their time as well, patiently waiting for the best opportunity to take on Fennel. BMM with the Akali is just supreme as well. Full confidence that he can just go through the members of Fennel and just work around, denying all the opportunity of Fennel in the front line, despite the efforts there of Trevor serving in front, holding the fort, being that wall against the other members of Cerberus Esports simply wasn't enough.
Yeah, and man, that was a little bit of a painful game there for Cerberus Esports, but that's what you get when you don't ban out the Akali. BMM with just the best flanks, the backline axis so on point here on the Akali. He was just able to take out the key members of Fennel and Danny and Acker before they're really able to do all too much. They were always on the back foot, and Trevor wasn't the one who was initiating these fights, but it was a good attempt, a Hail Mary there from Fennel to try to get the pick onto BMM first before he can actually go in the fight, but they were just a little bit late on you know, supporting each other there. The Hero's Entrance came in pretty late, so it was an unfortunate team fight timing for Fennel, and they were just a little bit too spread out. Cerberus Esports was more clubbed together, and with that, yeah, all 3 dragons were taken by Cerberus Esports. Fennel only got the first Herald, and again, the supreme backline access from BMM was something to behold.
Oh yeah, Cerberus Esports, it's gonna take a lot more than just aggression to take them down. It's not gonna take a lot more than just having the Varus and having the Xin Zhao take them down. And in this game, we have seen a flawless execution coming in from Cerberus Esports, despite Fennel getting early objectives, early towers into the mid lane, into the bottom lane, into the top lane. Doesn't even matter as long as they can hold the fort. Here for Cerberus Esports, buy enough time for BMM to scale up, buy enough time for Gensa to have his damage better and have better positions along the way in the team fights, get the dragons going for them. It's not gonna matter. Nothing's gonna matter. Game number 3 now is a chance for Cerberus Esports to pull up a reverse sweep, and they've done this one before already. They had the history in getting a reverse sweep already against Naos Esports in the longest game we have seen in this tournament in the history of Wild Rift as well. 31 minutes and 45 seconds in game number 2, and then it is a one-sided beatdown in game number 3 of 14 minutes. It's going to be possible as well, and Fennel has to be ready.
That's right, and while everything is going to be reset, it's basically going to be the best of 1 here in game number 3. There are still many things that can go wrong for either team, so I guess we'll have to see BMM, of course, being the one who gets the MVP. Though he didn't get the most kills, he did, I think, have the most impact.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was just so swifty in all of the fights, able to take on the back line. Danny was so threatened every time teamfight has been initiated. Acker as well could not get the damage done onto the Akali simply because of his prowess hiding into the shroud and maximizing his DPS as well. So now This time, it's Fennel going back into the drawing board, strategizing once again how to deal with BMM, how to deal with Genzin, how to take on Cerberus Esports if ever they get the opportunity to be on red side once again.
Exactly, and well, we promise you some really banger matches today, and this is no exception, but we will be back for game number 3 here, where Cerberus Esports and Fennel got a showdown for the final time today. I hope you guys are excited for that, because me and Gyang are going to be coming back after this short break.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and the last game of match number 1, Fennel versus Cerberus Esports. Who's going to come out on top in game number 3? Let's go straight to bans and picks. Now, Fennel on the red side.
Oh man. Okay, game number 2, it was really scary for Fennel, especially with Cerberus Esports having better performance in red side. But this time around, it's gonna be back to game number 1 setup. Same bans, same first pick. Jay's gonna be picked up here for BMM. Fennel gonna be picking up the Nautilus as well again for Horizon, maybe a Varus as well, gonna be, banned away by Cerberus Esports. Yep. So Ziggs comp, maybe a Ribbon and third pick for Chaz unless Cerberus Esports deny it.
Yeah, well, Cerberus Esports, they are going to be picking up the Jace first. The Wukong as well has been really effective for them. So Y1's going to be on there. I think Trevor may need to get a little bit of a priority pick here in their second round, but the Renekton coming out here for Taku. There are counters who are Renekton, but Fennel can just gotta play with maybe a Riven, maybe the Fiora is still open here. It could out-duel a Renekton in the top lane, but of course the bot lane being secured for Fennel. Once again, a Nautilus and a Ziggs. Alright, as I said, Trevor gets a little bit of priority in the picks, and he will be picking up the Olaf.
Well, Olaf, I am excited about this. Because again, Cerberus Esports, I think what they're doing right now is investing a lot on Baron lane and jungle as well. Or at least on the solo laners and their jungle. Because they have to deny the Wukong away from Trevor. Now you have the opportunity to ban away the Vi and even the Xin Zhao away from Trevor as well. So I think you can mitigate him. But now, Olaf is a big adaptation that Fennel is actually having right now on their side. So that negates most of the crowd control present here on Cerberus Esports. And they can just focus on engaging now towards Cerberus Esports. Mega Inferno Bomb is enough to do the damage anyway here when you have the Ziggs. So now we can just maybe pick up a Riven once again here for Chaz. And his performance with this champion is extremely well. In game number 1, even got a solo kill and onto Taku in a pinnacle fight for the contestant of the Dragon. So now, it being open should be taken away.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. It's gonna not get banned out. It's open. Definitely a good option for Chaz, but they are going to pick up Acker's champion first. Looking at the Lucian in the mid lane, that does kind of give away the kind of composition that Fennel's going to be going for. Of course, Cerberus can respond with a Corki, maybe, well, no other assassins are actually on the table, both Akali and Zed God. So yeah, it should just be Corki here for BMM. Ranged matchup in the mid lane. It's kind of weird because, you know, we're usually used to seeing, at least historically, these champions in the bot lane, but I guess it's ADCs in the mid lane, mages in the bot. That is the angle here because, well, it does look like it's going to be a Jace bot lane then.
I mean, it has been the case already for quite a while now. ADCs in the mid lane.
I wanted to see that.
Sometimes Corki does go well into the Dragon lane, so maybe that's the path here for Genza, since most of the mages has been removed a lot anyways. But interesting draft. The Alistar as well gonna be picked up here for Akeno.
The Alistar pickup here, honestly, kind of forced. No Gragas and Galio. Galio has just not been the greatest pick here for either team. In the last 2 games, the team with the Galio lost, so it is what it is. It is a little bit unfortunate, but sometimes that hero's entrance can come a little bit too late. The team, upon seeing the field on the ground, just back away immediately. But the Alistar being a little bit more of a proactive playmaker here than the Galio, I believe.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of counters actually by both sides. The Ziggs, of course, is very potent here for Danny, but Cerberus Esports took out the Corki and put it onto Genza, since it is a really good counter towards the Chase as well, and they're lacking magic damage too, so it is a good patch up. Alistar is relatively strong and engaging, similar to the Gragas, and you can go with the isolation plays as well. So Cerberus Esports is banking a lot here in this particular game. Baron lane would be better as well for them, and Chaz has a bigger responsibility to maintain his ground there into the top lane, especially against a Renekton, especially against an Alistar. And he is relatively aggressive, even with this Garen. There is a game that we even saw him flashing in to just get a single kill, which he did, but it can be reckless at times, so hopefully he will be patching that up. Olaf should provide a lot of frontline ability here for Fennel, especially negating most of the crowd control here of Cerberus Esports. But I think since there's no Gragas on Cerberus Esports side, no one can actually isolate the members here of Fennel.
I mean, even without the explosive cast, there are ways to isolate members here for Cerberus Esports. They can, you know, knock him away with the Jace, or they can just go for the Alistar headbutt pulverize thing. Though Akeno getting a little bit froggy here, giving Danny a little bit of a love tap. Genza as well, forcing him to back away early, and, you know, being a little bit late on that path up to the mid lane means that Arisen is going to have a little bit of time to mess with the jungle pathing and the jungle monsters here for Cerberus Esports.
Good damage. Chaz gonna be in trouble.
Oh, Chaz almost gonna get taken down, but both flashes have been used and the auto attack comes through. Taco is the one who gets the first kill of the game. That's not something that bodes well for Cerberus Esports because that was a completely solo kill. Genza now maybe looking to do the same here in the bot lane.
Not really that much respect given there by Chaz into the Renekton. Again, Renekton is one of the strongest duelers into the top lane early into the game. And it can deal a lot of damage as well, even against a tank. Especially that it's a Gad and doesn't really have a lot of items, right? You only have your silence, you only have your justice as well. So you don't really have that much durability at the early part of the game. So Takov made sure he get his berth early into the game.
Yeah, now a little bit of a weird rotation here with Acker making his way into the top lane instead of looking for that first back timing like BMM did. But it will kind of prevent Cerberus Esports from going hard in any sort of meaningful way in the top lane. So I guess it works out in a macro sense, but it does mean that Fennel, they kind of fall behind in terms of tempo here coming into the, earlier phases of the, or later phases of the early game and the early phases of the mid game, which are weird things to say, but it makes sense to say it. So Acker and BMM now in the mid lane.
BMM holding his ground as well here against Acker. Should be fine. Able to dodge some of the piercing light there of Acker as well. And this is the problem when you actually have Illusion. You really need to step up into the early game. And if you don't, then the Jace is actually going to be having better.
Oh, speaking of better, it's Chaz who's actually gotten a worse trade there. Dominus has been popped immediately. And Cerberus Esports taking advantage of the level gap that Chaz has because he was killed for first blood. He desperately wants to get to level 5 so he can fight, but so far Fennel have to be incredibly defensive here. There's the engage, and yes, Arisen is going to take a lot of damage, so is Taku, and now Chaz maybe can fight, maybe he can get something going here because he just hit level 5. Acker's gonna be there in the Accelerate Shock Blast, tickling Chaz and Arisen, but not getting any kills here. Cerberus Esports so proactive now in their engages.
It was actually a really good engage coming from Horizon, but Chaz wasn't able to follow through the best possible time to get a kill onto Tackle. Had it been
Acker
used.
There's the culling, and BMM uses the minions as a shield, just barely scraping by out of the range of the culling. Now Chaz and Taku gonna take his place or their places in the mid lane. Akano trying to go for a cheeky headbutt pulverize there. Chaz using his flash to get away from that situation.
1,000 gold lead now by Cerberus Esports as Fennel is just trying to hold their ground, at least in the early parts of the game. Not much sign of progress yet here of Fennel. Most they're just trying to maintain their safe farming. Even in the bottom lane, Dan is having a bit of a hard time against Genza. Mid lane, Acker not really getting a whole lot of damage here onto BMM, and even top lane we see the struggle now of Fennel. Cerberus Esports able to continue getting the momentum coming from game number 2, and now they're having more proactive plays. Danny has a bigger responsibility to deal a lot of damage here onto the team fight, especially with Horizon setup. Getting that hook done onto Okeno, but still okay. Trevor doesn't have any crowd control this time around. We talk about his potency on the jungle, needing to be a champion with a lot of crowd control. And in this game, we haven't really seen him with any ganks just yet, but it's gonna happen. Team fight's gonna happen in 12 seconds. Those objectives are gonna be spawning up. Fennel might be wanting to get this Ocean Drake and scale the Dragons up in this particular game.
Yeah, and looking at the positioning, it is going to be Fennel who get onto this Dragon first. Cerberus a little bit late on the response there, a little bit late getting there, and that means they are going to get engaged on already. Y1's out of the fight. He is going to get dunked on by Mega Inferno Bomb, and that's the kill of this fight first, and now everything is going to be coming to a head as Chaz has to flash out. Oh my god, they do get the kill onto Trevor though, so that means that this Dragon is going to be going the way of Cerberus Esports. It's a 1-for-1 trade with CES coming out on top. Just a good attempt there by Fennel. Great proactivity, but they weren't able to close out the rest of the fight.
Olaf isn't really the tankiest champion here in the jungle, and we saw how squishy it can be, especially with the not with the updated version of the Olaf right now. So Genza doing a really good job dealing out damage, able to go back in the bottom lane. Can I get the steal? No.
No steal, but Y1, I don't think he has a flash. He's gonna get out of there easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The Rift Herald is open for the taking, so FL, they may want to just go for that now and try to recoup their losses in that fight and that dragon by going for the next big objective here and maybe trying to go for a first turret gold kill, but they are just going to engage onto Akeno now. He has to flash out. They're not going to chase too hard as Taku is there as well, but that does mean that Akeno cannot really contest this Rift Herald now. Y1 and Genza are there. Oh lord, he's going to get onto Danny and Taku's going to jump on him too, but there's a flash for the Ziggs. It doesn't matter. There's a flash for Renekton as well, and Danny just barely gets away. He's diving under tower, but he won't live 1-for-1 so far. Now Taku and Chaz fighting it out, and in the back of it all, Trevor going to get absolutely bodied there by Genza. Fennel now lost 2 members, 2 very big members, and Chaz the third one to go down. The culling will not be very effective here as Acker was a little bit late to the fight, so that means that Cerberus Esports have gotten all the fights and all the big objectives in the early game.
Oh man, it's a disastrous result now for Fennel. Everyone falling down, nothing has taken here by Fennel as well. 3,000 goldie by Cerberus Esports after getting the dragon, getting the RH, getting a couple of kills as well in that mid lane fight. And now BMM is getting this tower in the bot lane. RH in the mid lane as well. It's an absolute catastrophe here for Fennel. So much gold injected here to the members of Cerberus Esports. And even before the fight, we're seeing a one-sided beatdown here by Fennel. And now it's a more disastrous situation here for them.
4,000 gold lead, 7 minutes in the game. Cerberus Esports can definitely extend this lead, but let's check out how the fight actually went.
Oh man, Danny is just so unfortunate in that situation. He tried to escape, he tried to go with a Mega Inferno Bomb here to take on the Addison, but not really the best idea. And because of that, they lack damage. Trevor tried to go and contest the RH, but we all know what happened, especially with the numbers advantage here of Cerberus Esports. And then BMM just wreak havoc there onto Chaz, able to take him down.
There's another fight going on as Arisen gets caught. He tried to go for maybe a proactive ward there and just got absolutely bodied by Akeno, blasted into non-existence by BMM. Well, that's not BMM, my bad. BMM is the Jace. So hold on, speaking of BMM, he is going to get jumped on by 2 people as Chaz is going to get the kill here. The Comet is going to finish him off. Akeno's there too. Maybe look for something more on Trevor, but there's the package coming through. Genza now the one to deal the damage. Trevor's gone. He's too squishy to actually live. Chaz may be next. The missiles will be raining down a barrage of damage here. Acker is the one who's going to be forced to defend that because Chaz really cannot stay any longer. Cerberus Esports with so much map control now with Taku pushing down the bottom lane.
Oh man, 4.5 thousand, 1-for-1 trade into the top lane after a 2-versus-1 there on to BMM, and then now again Fennel just going deeper and deeper into the slump of the game, unable to climb in this slump that they have. It's such a difficult scenario right now. After just throwing out the calling again, unable to hit them onto Genza. It's just so sad to see right now. All the outer turrets has been destroyed by Cerberus Esports except for top lane, but it's inevitable. They're just going to be going there onto the top lane and then try to push it without any resistance here from Fennel.
Oh man, it is looking really dire here for Fennel. A couple of really crucial mistakes were made, and yeah, unfortunately they weren't as clean in their team fighting as as they could be. So Cerberus really taking advantage of that and just running away with this lead already, making it 5,000. Fennel, they were so close to greatness already in game number 2. They had the lead, but now it's just coming away from them. Akeno swiftly dodging out that dredge line. Trevor off on the wings, but he may be a little bit too far to respond if BMM and Akeno decide to go in now. Although he is the one who's going to be facing Taku and Genza and the rest of Cerberus Esports as the fight does break out. Trevor already has to run away. He's the first target, but the next target is going to be Arisen. Chaz is in the base of it all, almost getting a kill onto Genza with the Demacian Justice, but so far nobody has fallen yet here in this fight. Well, no, sorry, one person has fallen. It's actually a Cerberus Esports loss in that fight, unfortunately, other than the tower that they did take.
But that's still an objective that Cerberus Esports has taken. Now, with all outer 30, will have access towards the blue side and red side jungle heroes of Fennel. And now they're sprinting their way towards this bot side river, in which they have taken a Scuttle Crab earlier. Now Horizon has a big responsibility to land that dredge line on the crucial target here of Cerberus Esports. Can they do so? Chaz gonna get in trouble. BMM has a good flank.
Yeah, they're the first ones in, but who's in there? Akeno's in there like swimmer. He's on to Chaz now, and Acker's already taken out of the fight with the Jace. BMM just doing so much damage, taking them away from the Dragon Pit. Fennel now have to retreat, but at least they didn't lose anybody from their side. Cerberus Esports are just so scary. It's hard to engage onto them when Akeno and Taku are just so meaty in the front line.
Oh man, Cerberus Esports taking full control of this game. There's nothing that Trevor can actually do right now. Oh no.
Oh no, he has to Ragnarok just to get away, but he's still gonna get flashed on. Genza gets that kill, and Arisen maybe now looking for more. There's Mega Inferno Bomb, but it just barely tickles Genza. BMM's there as well, and look at the damage onto Arisen. They do get a catch, they do get a kill onto the Porky. Genza already falling. There's a calling onto Akeno, he flashes out of it, but a 1-for-1 there I think was still really good for Cerberus Esports, because look at where Taku is. He's pushing the top lane turret.
And nobody's there to contest him as well. Easy takedown on the tower again here for Cerberus Esports as they took the second dragon as well. Chaz too late into the fight because he was there in the bottom lane trying to help out Fennel in getting that kill onto Genza. Trevor popping out that Ragnarok early is still so squishy, and Genza just flashing in. Yeah, he died later on, but this is just another fun time that Cerberus Esports is having right now in this game, because they know they are just ahead so much. They're better at scaling as well. And at most, it's just one kill that Fennel has gotten. Not much anymore, and they invested 4 people on it as well.
This is so painful to watch if you are a Fennel Esports fan, but Cerberus Esports definitely looking incredibly competent right now. Very, very confident as well in their play. They're just going in pretty much whenever they can. Akeno on the Alistar being a brick wall that they have to get through, and there he is going in again. Well, there he did get dredge line, and that is a 3-man knockup and into the Mega Inferno Bomb. The Justice will take Y1 out of the game, out of this fight, but with just 1 kill there, Cerberus Esports still are the ones who have control of the jungle, even with a man disadvantage.
Oh man, it's just so tough right now for Fennel. There's nothing that they can do as of the moment. They have been trying all this game long, but the only result we see is the dominance here of Cerberus Esports, no matter how hard they try. And now, BMM split pushing into the bottom lane. Taco as well is unstoppable into the top lane, able to escape just in the nick of time, despite the rotation there of Fennel. It's just so sad now to see. 14 minutes in, we're starting to see 7,000 gold lead. It's just ballooning as the game goes by.
The Olaf, not the best pick here, but looking at this now, Arisen goes for the depth charge onto Genza. Akeno's in the midst of it though, so he's just going to keep Genza from getting engaged on Fennel. It's so hard for them to find an angle into a fight, to find pick, because Cerberus Esports are playing so compact, so well together. Akeno always there to keep his buddies safe. And again, I guess kind of have to highlight that Trevor has not been super impactful as a jungler. He's just a little bit too squishy to really have that much impact, because he can't really get into these fights without getting blown up before.
Oh man, how do you come back from this? I mean, in terms of scaling, it's much better here for Cerberus Esports. At most, it's only the Lucian that scales up a little bit towards the late game, but compared that to a Corki, it's negligible. It's more towards the side here of Genza. And now, the only way for Fennel to actually win a fight is if they get a pick up onto Genza prior to the fight, without much investment on their utilities, without the depth charge being invested, because they have to use it on BMM or Y1 as well, just to get a chance on taking them down. But it's so impossible to do so, because Akeno is just so good at denying those pick-offs, able to just body block everything and suppress the members here of Fennel. Now collapsing into the bottom side river. Fennel is just looking for a pick, looking to shove them away, but Cerberus Esports is just calm and collected.
Lord almighty, Cerberus Esports are looking so scary. Akeno just a brick wall of beef. But the death rush will get exposed, but Akeno immediately jumped on. He can still try to turn this around because, yeah, he is not the best target and he's got his tanky mode on. Taku goes for the dominance and he gets in there, but Y1 was the primary target here. He goes down immediately, but the health bars are starting to melt here. Chaz on the run, Chaz going down. Now Arisen maybe next on the chopping block. BMM on the chase. He's got to go to the skies onto 3. Arisen goes down to Genza and Acker has to run away. Trevor maybe getting caught there. Ragnarok's out. That's 2 for 0. Sorry, 2 for 1 because Y1 was taken out in the beginning of the fight, but Cerberus Esports still up positive trade and the Drake there.
And the first target, Akeno, very much alive. This is why you don't gang on the Alistar if you know that the follow-up is going to be there from the other side, because Fennel has invested too much there just trying to get a kill. The dredge line, even the depth charts, even all those damage coming in from Fennel, and that point in time in which we will see a replay of it is already disaster for Fennel. Because they tried to burst this Alistar out. Just one pop in the ulti and it's going to be fine. And look at how hesitant Fennel has been after that, because they invested too much just to get a kill onto the Wukong, onto Akeno as well. That BMM had a really good flank, zoning them, putting more hesitation despite the engage there by Horizon. Nobody's actually there to follow up anymore. And that's where the confidence rise up here for Cerberus Esports, because they know they can just pile onto them. They know they lack damage now, and they know that they can just pin them down. That turned into a win, that turned into an Ocean Dragon takedown as well. And now, last objectives present. The Baron and Nasher is available. Elder Dragon as well in the next 2.5 minutes. And look at the goal difference over time. It's just a slow burn, a slow chokehold here onto Fennel, in which they could not escape that hold.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes made by Fennel led up to this point, but they are at least trying to be a little bit more proactive here. Chaz trying to keep them away from this hurt by just eliminating the minions, trying to keep it alive for as long as they can, because they know that this game has to be stalled out if they want to have any chance of getting a team fight win. They have to scale up. They have to get equal on items, and for that to happen, they just have to ride this wave out. But that's so difficult when your jungler, even building almost full tank here, is just getting blown up at the start of every single fight and can't really contest. Now Chaz, he's not going to be able to defend that turret from BMM either.
Not at all. This Jace is better. Yeah, no Garen damage here at all against BMM's Jace. Also, both of them has hull breakers, so nothing to be concerned about here on Cerberus Esports side. And now they're getting this with Scuttler Crab, at least to set up vision again here on the top side river, which has been consistent for them all throughout the game. 11,000 goal lead, all the scaling objectives taken here by Cerberus Esports Fennel. Again, the window of opportunity is still there, but it's slowly closing as the game goes by.
Slowly but surely, Fennel are running out of time to make this comeback happen, and Cerberus Esports there just crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and doing everything they can to take this game. And even though they have to do it very slowly, all things considered, they are just absolutely still beasting it against Fennel. I can't see a world where Fennel actually win this without Cerberus Esports making the hugest of mistakes.
And it takes one big mistake, not even a slight mistake, one big mistake. I am talking about an ace for Fennel to just get back into the game. That's how big the goal lead is right now for Cerberus Esports. How big the scaling has been online for Cerberus Esports. Nobody can touch Genza. Nobody can touch BMM even at this point. Even on melee form, everyone just backs away whenever it goes with his into the sky. And when it does so, everyone on Fennel goes into the ground. That's how things has been, especially with the setup here of Akeno.
Oh, there's a engage though, as Y1 is the first one to get targeted, but look at Arisen and Trevor. They're very, very low already. Chaz can't even get into this fight. They have gotten a kill onto the Nautilus, and that just signals that Cerberus Esports are the ones who just take everything from Fennel. Fennel cannot contest this. They can't even fight this. Anybody here trying to get the dragon? Look, the Cerberus Esports peel off of the dragon, get onto the jungler. Chaz looking to make a hero play, trying to steal it. Won't actually get the steal, won't actually get a kill, but that was the Hail Mary. Trevor's gone as well. He's not had the best performance on that Olaf, and he just serves as 300 gold here for Cerberus Esports as they get 3 kills, the Elder Drake, and they should be trying to end the game now.
Yeah, Chaz tried to go with a Hail Mary there with the Mass Injustice. Maybe the AoE would get close towards the Elder Dragon, managed to steal it with the damage as well, but unable to do it. The chances of getting that is just too slim. And now with the Elder Dragon, with the 14,000, 15,000 gold lead of Cerberus Esports, they want to get just this one more objective. The Baron Nashor, nothing that Fennel can actually do at this point. Make it for the bomb, not enough.
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. That's just so tragic to see on the side of Cerberus Esports. Or sorry, for Fennel Esports, because Cerberus are just... They're not risking going for the win if they know it's not secured. So they're taking all the big objectives, everything that they can to try to secure this for themselves. So I honestly don't know if Fennel can even win a 5 versus 5 team fight under the tower, even a 4 versus 5 with Taku decides to split push.
At this point, it's a GG go next. 60,000 gold lead, Elder Dragon, Baron Nashor, it's everything on the line now for Cerberus Esports. Every win condition is with them right now. It takes a Hail Mary play. Can Fennel hold the fort?
It's going to be a difficult one to hold here because they have to throw everything out, all their ultimates, just to clear these waves, and they're not even going to be able to clear it out all too well. 2 inhibitor towers already disappearing, and the engage from Aketo already sealing the face here of Fennel Esports. They've gotten the health bars low. Arisen trying to make something happen, but he's just going to burn down. The next ban to go down is just the Nexus. Now 2-1 for Cerberus Esports, and they get their second win. Unfortunately, Fennel yet to contest for that playoff spot.
We have seen a supreme discipline this time around by Cerberus Esports, and congratulations to Cerberus Esports because now they have gotten their second win, and it is a reverse sweep once again. The last time they have gotten a win was against Naus Esports with the longest game ever as well here in Wild Rift, 31 minutes and 45 seconds, and then reverse sweep in game number 2, and this time around it is against Fennel. Definitely Cerberus Esports has been improving over time, having a better form, having a better grip in this game, and better attitude as well in this series, demonstrated with the discipline that they had against Fennel. And it's just so sad to see Fennel having a really strong game number 1, and then game number 2 they lost their grip. Game number 3 it's just Cerberus Esports all the way.
Yeah, all the momentum was coming towards Cerberus Esports going into game number 3, and man, it's just so tragic to see Fennel get so close to greatness and then get denied there. Look at all the objectives they tried to contest. I do appreciate that Trevor was trying to get in the fight all the time. But honestly, he did have more impact, funnily enough, than Y1. Y1 barely saw any action, if I'm being honest. He only had 4,000 damage dealt at the end of this very long game, but it was still incredibly difficult for Trevor to actually make an impact because of all of the just projectiles coming his way. Really not able to access the backline in any meaningful capacity, not able to use this Ragnarok to get into the Dragon Pits or the Baron Pits. So it is what it is. If you get blown up, you can't really use your Ragnarok. So I guess it's back to the drawing board for Fennel, but they are rapidly running out of chances here.
Because Cerberus Esports specifically designed their bans and their picks against Trevor. They took out both the they did not leave any option for Trevor to pick up the Vi, because the composition of Cerberus Esports was so difficult to deal with, especially with the added stars, easily to push off the Vi if ever he does pick it up. And since Y1 did get the Wukong, it's one of the champions that Trevor is really just good at, and it was demonstrated in game number 1 as well, having the MVP. And this composition is just shows so much aggression on the side of Cerberus Esports. They picked up Wukong, Renekton, and even the Jace as their first 3 pick. That's how confident they are that Genza is just going to be able to adapt in the circumstances in which his core key performance was massive as well. And now to look at Fennel, it's more of them just trying to adjust with what's remaining as their option and didn't really turn out well. Trevor was completely outmatched here by Y1. Akar as well wasn't really felt all throughout the game against BMM. And even Danny, despite his efforts in dealing damage into a team fight, wasn't really enough because no one's actually there to clean things up. And Genza getting the MVP, really well adapted into the picks here and into the composition of Cerberus Esports and able to just free hit all the way in all the fights.
Absolutely, and you saw the damage graph. That Corki did an absolutely insane amount of damage, and with Cerberus Esports getting that W, I mean, they do have 2 wins now, which puts them above everybody else in the lower half of the APAC brackets, but they will not be in playoffs contention just yet because they have less or they have more losses, sorry, than Nigma Galaxy, who is, you know, on the cusp there of playoffs content, or of the playoffs cut off. So they need to get either one more win to get Nigma Galaxy out of there, or maybe have Nigma Galaxy lose another match before Cerberus Esports can actually dream of contending for the playoffs.
I mean, Cerberus Esports, they will have a match against Nigma Galaxy next week, so I think that's one way to settle the score there, in which Cerberus Esports is trying to climb up the ladder and trying to reach the top 4, but they will have a battle against FPX as well. It's going to be a tough one for them, but this is the momentum boost that they have been needing for quite a while now, because they have executed a lot of game number 3s, extended a lot of series, even against the likes of Edward Gaming, even the likes of Rare Atom and Keep Best Gaming, and even KT Roller Y. So I think they're slowly coming towards their final form. It is a little bit late into the regular season, but I think there's still a chance for Cerberus Esports. For Fennel, I mean, this game is a little bit down towards them. I think they have been shaken up. They have been cracked again here by a really strong team, and they need to go back to the drawing board to figure out what went wrong and what they need to do to patch things up.
Yeah, it is quite a big problem for Fennel Esports, because they do need to really dial in the reason why they're losing these fights, why they're losing these games and these matches. Because if I'm being honest, they have had some great performances even in the matches that they have lost. Just like this one, they were able to win game 1 and almost had a handle in game number 2 if Cerberus Esports just didn't have that you know, that game 3 buff that they do have for most of the league. So it is what it is, but again, chances are dwindling here for all of our teams in the WRLA, and every single match now is going to count towards whether or not you can make it into the playoffs.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, in this particular pack, I mean, I think we will have some more games that will be happening without the patch 4.2 just yet. So I think this is the final chance that we are going to be seeing a lot of teams just trying to see what's working right now. And again, another change is going to be happening. So it's up to the teams who can adjust faster, who can make most out of the new changes faster and fully utilize it, is going to be key to getting the leverage. Again, we have our interview for Cerberus Esports. Congratulations to them.
欢迎来到赛后采访。那么首先也是恭喜我们的西贡 CES 战队拿下了本场比赛的胜利。那么接下来呢，让我们跟 CES 的 BMM 选手连线一下。So first, can you just give a short introduction to all the audiences up here?
Ok, lời đầu tiên thì em hãy giới thiệu mình với khán giả đi.
Hello, xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là BMM ạ.
Hello
Okay.
everyone, I'm BMM. I'm playing for Cerberus Esports as a mid laner.
OK， 好的。那么这是我们这个第2局的比赛，相当的精彩。你阿卡丽的发挥特别的亮眼，不只是在团战当中的表现很精彩，包括你的个人操作也是特别的 eye catching。然后接下来有一个问题，就是在最后一波团战，你不仅没有被抓到，因为他们当时在强开你，反而你拖延了时间，让你的队友跟上来，然后紧接着你直接去追着那个库奇，然后你一定要把 C 位给切掉。请问一下，你当时的决策是什么？ So congratulations to you, and I thought your Akali is really excellent and eye-catching. So I have a question about the last team fight. The Manila FL chose to dive you, but not only you haven't get caught, but you delayed the time so that your teammates could keep up, and then you chased the Corchi. So what kind of reason that made your mind so contribute to Major Mind?
Thì đầu tiên thì chúc mừng team mình đã có một cái chiến thắng, và đó là một cái chiến thắng rất là mãn nhãn và rất là đẹp mắt á. Thì họ muốn hỏi về cái tình huống trong tình huống cuối cùng lúc kết thúc trận đấu á, thì bên đội FL á, họ muốn bắt lẻ em để mà họ có một pha giao tranh thắng lợi á. Nhưng mà mình đã không những mình chạy thoát được mà mình câu giờ để cho team mình tới và đánh bật ngược trở ra, sau đó dẫn đến một cái chiến thắng á. Thì họ muốn hiểu là cái chiến thuật của team mình lúc đó như thế nào, và cái cách em đã kêu gọi với mọi người trong team nó như thế nào.
Thì tại thời điểm đấy thì team mình và cũng như mình đã có tầm nhìn của team bạn ở trong khu vực đấy. Mình cũng đoán được phần nào là họ sẽ định đánh mình, và team mình ngay bên cạnh mình sẽ không sợ tình huống đó xảy ra và mình đánh bật ngược lại.
So in that specific situation, because we have the early advantage, so we converted to vision. So we have all the vision in the jungle, so we kind of predict what they're aiming to do. So once they are trying to caught me out, I immediately tell the team to prepare to back up and like fight them back and win the game.
好的，他也是说到，其实在最后一局的时候，那个时候他们有前期的优势，然后那个时候呢，他们的打野选手也是有视野的，所以他当时非常果断的，就是去把那个库奇追到，然后叫着队友一起来去追赶他们。然后第二个问题呢，也是想要问到你们在这段时间的休息当中做了哪些的调整和准备。So the second question is about in your rest in the period of your rest time. So what kind of maybe adjustments or the preparation you've done?
Câu hỏi thứ hai họ muốn hỏi là thường giữa những cái trận đấu, ví dụ trận đấu hôm nay thì trong cái giờ nghỉ á, thì mọi người làm cái gì, chuẩn bị cái gì trong khoảng thời gian đó để mà mình giành được chiến thắng sau cùng.
Thì trong giờ nghỉ thường là team mình sẽ bàn chiến thuật bắn bích này, rồi bàn cách vận hành một trận đấu như nào để cho lối đánh của team phù hợp. Và
So em nói nốt.
Và cũng có phần nào động viên nhau để đánh một kết quả tốt hơn.
So usually during the between games, so first we're gonna discuss about the ban pick. Do we need any adjustment to the upcoming games for ban pick? And with the preparation, like how we're gonna execute that team comp. And then finally, like if we already lose game number 1, so we're gonna encourage each other, so they can have a better mental before the next game.
好的，他也是说到，其实，在每局比赛之前，他们都会针对对面的队伍去做出一些 BP 的调整。然后他们比如说输了第一局比赛，那么他们也会及时的去讨论一下，然后进行一个复盘，然后让接下来的比赛能够更漂亮的拿下来。那么最后一个问题呢，是想问到，已经进入了常规赛的后半段，那你对你自己或者说对队伍是有非常足够的信心吗 ？So the last question is, now we're in the second half regular season, so do you confident about yourself or do you confident about your whole team?
Thì hiện tại với cái câu hỏi thứ ba là trong cái nửa sau của cái giải đấu rồi á, thì em cảm giác em có tự tin về cái khả năng, cái tiềm năng của đội tuyển của em so với những đội tuyển khác trong khu vực hay không, và mình nghĩ là cái tiềm năng của mình đang đứng ở đâu trong khu vực.
Ý là nói khu vực Đông Nam Á hả?
Đúng rồi. Nhìn chung giải đấu luôn, mình có thể nói trong nhìn chung giải đấu.
Thì theo em thấy thì trong giải đấu này thì với mấy đội Trung Quốc họ thật sự rất mạnh, nhưng mà với team em thì vẫn có khả năng đánh bại họ. Chỉ cần cố gắng thêm một chút nữa, tại vì team em vẫn còn chưa được kiểu là hoàn chỉnh. Trong thời gian vừa qua còn thay đổi nhiều bên trong team.
So like we for Chinese team, we're feeling that they are like super strong team, but like throughout the practices, scrims, and throughout the real matches, we have a feeling that we can close the gap and we can really beat Chinese team. But like sometimes during the whole season, we did not have a complete lineup, so we're trying to get more person, like building more tactics that's suitable with the team. And then I always think that if we keep trying more, and then at one moment we'll be able to like go toe to toe with Chinese team.
OK， 好的，他也是说到，其实对于中国这个赛区的选手来说，战队来说，其实他们解决起来还是比较有困难的，因为他们觉得中国赛区的战队都非常的强劲，他们也是说他们需要提升自己的技能，然后他们也相信有一天他们终究是能够在这个赛季当中战胜很多战队的。然后今天的采访已经到此结束，那么感谢你接受我的采访 ，Thanks for your interview and 然后接下来让我们进入休息时间。
I just love that spirit. I love the mindset that Cerberus Esports actually had, especially with BMM saying that, well, it's not yet their full form. There is some sort of negative experience that they're having right now without Meliodas, but they're experimenting, always going back to the drawing board every single game, identifying what is working, what is not working, what is a necessary adjustment. I think that is the correct mindset to have in all of the games. It is necessary for a team to always look for ways to improve their composition, improve their playstyle, in that it's better in the output. Yeah. And I think that's just beautiful to see here for Cerberus Esports.
Absolutely. And you know, the mindset really is going to be very important for Cerberus Esports, especially if they want to make that playoffs run happen. So hopefully, you know, it does go well for them. It looks like they have a really good head on their shoulders and they're feeling really good about their chances. But what I'm feeling really good about is our next match, which will be coming up after this little bit of a short break. So me and Guiyan will see you later for OMG versus Nova.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, Welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to match number 2 of the day here at the WRL Asia. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Guiyang. And we have our only Chinese game today with Nova and OMG taking the stage here against each other. But later on, we shall be having another APAC match. So hope you guys are staying tuned for that as well.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting game because we have OMG versus Nova Esports. OMG is sitting at the 11th spot right now with a 4-8 scoreline. Nova Esports on 4th spot comfortably with a 9-3 scoreline. OMG coming off of win against INV Esports last Wednesday to break their 2-game lose streak, including the one they had against Fennel last Thursday. They can be experimental at times, but SMK can be better right now with stable champs like Jace and Garen instead of Assassin champs. And Nova Esports, oddly enough, is coming off a loss against Thundertalk last Wednesday that stopped their 7-game win streak. it was oddly a bad performance after they got baited out to pick up the Aatrox twice in the city. So like, we know they can be better, and they should be better in this time around, and just try to redeem their loss coming from that match against ThunderTalk.
Yeah, because ThunderTalk, with that win, they did propel themselves in front of EDG. Just took that spot back again yesterday, but Nova's still an incredibly difficult team to go up against, especially if you're a team such as OMG, who haven't really had the best time against some of these other Chinese teams that have not really given Nova a hard time. I mean, for Nova, they've even won against the best team in the league so far, KBG, on the very first day of competition. So OMG are not, at the same level. Most of the teams that Nova won against, OMG actually lost against too. So it's going to be an uphill battle here, definitely, for OMG, because so far they've only lost against, they've only won against so far APAC teams and ThunderTalk. Conversely, ThunderTalk did beat Nova, so it can go either way if Nova perform like they did against ThunderTalk.
I think that was just a fluke on the side of Nova Esports. Yeah. I mean, this is a team that has supreme discipline, supreme aggression, and just an overall domination. And looking at the stats right now against OMG, they are very, very different in terms, or much ahead in all the stats right now. Dragon, Herald, Towers, win on blue side, and win rate on red side as well. So that shows so much promise right now in the potential of Nova Esports having a landslide victory against OMG. But we're trying to look at the good signs as well by OMG, because this is a team that just broke their lose streak, or their 2-game lose streak last Wednesday against Innovate Esports, in which one of which they can actually have this proper game against Nova Esports is through the support line. Because I mean, we are going to be going there later on, but Monster has been enabling the team so much lately, especially for Wildcat to perform much better, right? And I think that's one way to deal with Nova Esports. Try to enable Wildcat and try to enable SMK as well, as he loves to have those stable champions into the mid lane. But now, as we do see it being compared to Yami, I mean, Yami's just a god, right? He even picked up Blitzcrank 3 times right now, 100%.
And he's the only one who's won. He's the only one who's won with a Blitzcrank. I mean, it's been picked up a couple times after that, but no one else has had the same success as Yami. So that could be a pocket pick, something to maybe keep OMG on their toes, and maybe for them to keep in mind. Definitely not gonna, draw a ban, but they should be very, very aware that Yami is somebody who likes to play fast and loose.
It's like the Yami Sugero on Black Clover, the dark person that has, just innate pressure with his mere presence and wreaking havoc on the field of Wild Rift, and it's just so difficult to take down Nova Esports. I think they're just gonna be going with their serious mode right now against OMG. Hopefully, Monster is ready to counter that, because he is just really good lately, even with his Nautilus pick. He was known to be an incredible Gragas user, but right now he has been experimenting with a lot of Nautilus lately, even getting MVP at times. And now they are going to be introduced by our new
大家晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是麦麦。那么今天的第2场比赛将由 OMG 战队和 Nova 战队为我们带来。现在已经进入了常规赛的后半段，究竟是 OMG 战队能够放手一搏赢得比赛，还是我们的 Nova 战队稳定输出，奠定他们的季后赛的基础？那么接下来让我们拭目以待。Next up will be Team OMG and Team Nova for our second game of the day. Now that we are in the second half of the regular season, it will be whether Team OMG will give it a go and break through itself, or Team Nova will stabilize the output and win the game. Let's wait and see.
上周周 FMVP 辅助直接虐穿你们辅助。
你们输了 TT， 而我们赢了 TT， 我只能说今天鹿死谁手还真不好说。
I think I get what they said. I think I got what one said. I think he was saying that, okay, you lost to ThunderTalk beat you. We can take on ThunderTalk and we will beat you like ThunderTalk did.
That's a lot of words in just a very small space that they had to actually say their trash talk. So, you know, far be it from us to predict what they said, but I feel like you're right. I feel like you're right here.
Yeah,
no, Nova.
He said like Thunder Talk like 4 times in that part, and they did win against Thunder Talk. Had the reverse sweep on them, so in retrospect,
首先
right?
有请双方
in
单
the
入
cycle
选
of
手登
things,
场。In the solo
OMG
lane,
should have
OMG
leverage
Whitecat,
a
Nova
little bit in
一则
terms of theoretical approach, but in actuality,
Yeah.
Nova Esports is again still like remaining in the top 1.
接下来
I
让我们有
mean,
请双方打野
it's
选手登
still
场。
a
In the
very
jungle lane,
difficult fight
OMG
here, no
应援
matter what,
Nova
for
long.
OMG, because sure, they won against Thunder Talk, but they have been underperforming lately against all the other Chinese teams. And I love this though, Will Smith presenting his wife name, but this time in between Indian and Long. Yeah, he's like, here's my opponent. Here he is.
Here's my idol.
Idol,
one of the best junglers right now in the tournament. Long.
有请双方射手登场。In the zone
The only
lane,
one who
OMG
can pull off the
Nova
Nasus
remain.
jungle.
And it worked. It worked.
And it
Nova
worked.
just they can pull out some very weird things and still have it be
最后有请双方辅助登场。
absolutely
In the
effective, which is
support,
I think
OMG
kind of their
Monster
superpower
Nova
in this league. So it's hard to predict them. It's hard to ban against them, especially when they have such weird picks, such as that Nasus jungle and the Blitzcrank in the support position. So
两支战队现在已
a lot
经
of
集结完毕，
a
让
lot
我
of
们
things to
即
think
刻
about
进
here.
入
Just
较
a
量
peace sign there
下
for
部。
Yami.
All the
Yeah,
players
no,
are
no,
getting
no.
ready.
That
Let's
wasn't
start
a peace
into the
sign.
world.
A peace sign. He's saying that he will use Blitzcrank twice in this series.
No. That was a sign. He was like, he's predicting the score. He's saying 2-0.
Oh, that's 2-0 with 2 Blitzcrank.
Yeah. 2-0-2 Blitzcrank. I don't think it's going to be banned out definitely. So it's definitely an avenue here for Nova Esports. However, first we do have to get into our fight for side between these two guys, 1-on-1 and Nian. So it is going to be a 1v1 in the Howling Abyss. First to 2, winner determines which team will get side selection priority for the entire match. So a very impactful 1v1 here.
Nova Esports likes rotating their representative for the fight for side. We have seen Nian, we have seen Yitze, we have seen Long, I think once already. Remake as well has participated in the fight for side, Yami even. So it is like comfort here. It doesn't matter much on the side of Nova Esports compared to right now OMG. 1-on-1 is gonna be participating, and it looks like 1-on-1 is the one doing better right now in terms of stability, because at times, right, they have switched him up towards 15, which is relatively good on Ziggs, relatively good on Varus or Senna, but not really as effective as 1-on-1. So he's back now, back on the fight for side as well, and looking to maybe secure a Fiora.
And the Gragas for Nian. Why is Gragas so popular in these fights for sides? I guess because he does have a lot of damage, pretty decently far range poke, as well as the safety of just being able to sustain up in the lane. He can build AP, he can build tank.
Nobody likes buy.
Nobody wants buy, but he can also build Divine Sunderer, which we saw yesterday in the 1v1 Gragas competition in our second match.
I want to see a buy. I mean, a melee matchup, Vi and any other champion, and just see, smashing of faces with the biggest punch ever here on Vi. Well, I guess it's really risky to pick it, but I just want to see different champions in general being used here in the fight for side. But again, it is quite understandable. You want to fully utilize your win rate and the fight for side as well, so you can pick on blue side, or you can either way. OMG can have the chance to pick blue side in this game. Nova Esports, I think, doesn't care whether they go on blue side or red side, given their huge adaptability within the meta itself, and just have full comfort in all of the champions to be used.
Yeah. lots of comfort here on Nova's side, because honestly, with a champion pool as wide as their players have, it's it's very difficult for them to actually be pressured in the pick ban situation. So whether or not they win this fight for a side, they can still pull out a really decent pick and ban phase. However, it's much more important for OMG to actually win this out, because they need every single advantage they can get against Nova Esports.
1-1 should have the leverage here in this fight, right? Because Fiora versus Gragas does win better in a sense, but wow, okay. The Electric does deal some damage here onto 1-1.
Quite a lot, if I'm being honest, and just from basically a love tap combo there from Neon, 1-1 already taken about 30% health in damage, and you can see how safe this Gragas poking is, as well as the body slamming to just pressure 1-1 as well. So it's gonna be an uphill battle here for 1-1 to actually contest Neon in these fights. And you can see even with the riposte, Neon can just put the barrel under it, wait until it pops, and then...
Oh my!
Oh lord, it's so difficult for 1-1 to stay in this early game fight, already down to 1 bar of health.
See, this is why Nova Esports is just so strong, right? Individually, they're already good. They have full mastery, and they can just fully utilize any sort of champion that gets handed over to them by their coach and say that, use this champion. And okay, I'll fully utilize this champion and make sure this works. Neon on the Gragas just making things work here against 1-1 in the fight for side. Able to pick up the Oblivion Orb as well to negate some of the healing here of this Fiora.
Yeah, because the healing is going to be a bit of a problem there for Neon to deal with if he can't shut it down. But he can very effectively shut this Fiora down just by kind of existing and poking him out, because 1-1, even with the lunges, is not really as effective when healing as Neon is with just drinking, taking a swig. And look at those auto attacks as well. Neon having a lot better of a time trading and poking out 1-1, and I guess this is why they pick Gragas in the fight for his side. He's just so oppressive to lane against if he's not worried about getting ganked or having to roam or anything.
And it's very much problematic right now for 1-1. Has been going back to the base twice in a row now just to heal himself back up. He has the component for Divine Sunder ready and available, at least for additional sustain, but I don't think it's going to be helping him that much in terms of the pokes coming in from Neon, because again, he has been keeping his distance very effectively. Every then, good timing as well.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Just those barrels are just poking 1-1 out, and Neon with the swigs, man, he's just sustaining up all of this damage, and it's so oppressive once again to just have this Gragas be at level 5, have the explosive cask ready as well. So if 1-1's not careful, he can just get absolutely bodied if Neon throws his explosive cask out, and he's already Slam Flash into explosive cask for first blood here for Neon.
I knew it was going in, but not that way. Through the explosive cast, I mean, he charged this second, the Drunken Rage, right? And then through the explosive cast and simultaneously body slam flash. Zero counterplay. Either you... I mean, you can't just repost it, but again, it's just so good in terms of execution. Not much time to react anymore now. Luden's picked up him going for the Void Staff even later on in this 1v1. And 1-1 still yet to complete his Divine Sunder. He's just so down right now in terms of gold. 1-3 is the difference here by Neon.
Yeah, and man, 1-1 trying to get aggressive. Look at all of that damage, but he's able to trade back the Grand Challenge. Not going to get popped, and Neon is very lucky that 1-1 didn't actually go for more there, because he could have definitely tried to get a proc off on the Grand Challenge, go for more vitals, more healing here. But unfortunately, it's just going to be 1-1 having to back away.
Oh man, this is so bad right now. Finally, Divine Sunder picked up a Sheen as well. I wonder what is going to be building with that item, but an Execution Scholar picked up as well. Not really a whole lot of defense item picked up by 1-1, and we do see Nova Esports just circling down here onto Neon, very comfortably watching him. He knows, or they know, that he can just win.
Yeah, because damn, that repost going on cooldown now means that Neon can just go for that explosive cast, go for next the body slam. Look at all of that damage coming in onto one-on-one. He can absolutely do nothing but just take that damage and have Neon push this lane out incredibly quickly, incredibly easily as well. With his just AoE damage, he can just start working on this tower here. Grand Challenge has been issued here, one-on-one trying to get more, but the patience here from Neon is supreme.
Oh,
there's the Ignite taking him down for the second kill. Neon winning this quick 2-0 fight for side.
And now Nova Esports can pick blue side. Though it's Nova Esports, right? So they can, I think they'll also have equal amount of confidence to be on the red side here. To just check the full form of OMG. And the demonstration there by Neon, 2-0 clean victory kills there against one-on-one with a Gragas. And most of the time we do see a Fiora being the one to have leverage in that 1v1, especially against a mage matchup, right? And a one-up champion that has crowd control, because you can just use the repulse, you can just poke out, you can use the grand challenge. But no, Neon was able to just outmatch him, outkite him, and just outplay him in this fight for side.
Oh yeah, and it was a great attempt, at least from one-on-one, not letting Neon just run away with it. He still tried to fight, but unfortunately the repost timing was not on his side, and again, the supreme patience of Neon is just a sight to behold here, and that's kind of what you need against a Fiora. You need to wait out that riposte timing so that you can actually get your damage in. And when you riposte the spear, you are a sitting duck. You can't really do anything. So yeah, unlucky rubber ducky here for OMG, but that does mean that Nova can get priority on blue side.
Blue side priority is the key here for OMG, and having it denied by Nova Esports is not really a good sign, I would say, because Nova Esports, their win rate there is relatively high. They have 13 out of 16 games won in blue side, and the only reason why they lost, they had a couple of losses there, was one, their series in against Thunder Talk, a series against J Team, and a series against Weibo Gaming. Just that.
Yeah, that's it. That is it.
Against
Honestly,
EDG, rather.
Yeah, EDG. So, with all that being said, Nova Esports still the team that the only team here that has their own skin line in the game, because they are the Icons World Champions from last year. It's honestly going to be an intimidating sight here for OMG, because they are on the red side, forced to ban out two very high impact champions in the Camille and the Aatrox. So that really pinches their last ban. They have to really target somebody that they really respect, because the rest of Nova just have some very deep and creative champion pools to draw from. So interestingly enough, it's the Yone second ban. I 100% believe they're going to ban the Aatrox next, because if you leave the Aatrox open against Nova Esports, what are you doing? What are you doing, OMG?
Wow, okay. You have to ban out the Yone from long. He's just an absolute god with a 7-0 on it still, I believe. And, well, didn't use it during their match against Thunder Talk as well. So it still has an unscratched record on it. Aatrox should be taken away. Unless OMG wants to try a Thunder Talk onto Nova Esports, right? And I think they will.
Yeah. They might. Yeah, they're going to leave it open, but that does put the onus onto Nova. Whether or not they're going to, whether or not they're going to first pick that Aatrox, whether or not they're going to commit to using that. But no, they are going to go for the Gragas first. It's more important for them to get Yami on a champion that he's incredibly comfortable with. Not going to be the Blitzcrank for us, unfortunately, but I mean, the Gragas has just been one of the most common champions here in the WRLA. That does mean that the Aatrox will be going to the side of OMG.
Yeah, I mean, you leave this open. OMG saw what happened to Nova Esports, right? Are you not really going to be picking up the Varus early on into the game and then the Nautilus? I think that's the better pick. OMG will go with the Aatrox. Let's pick the Varus. because this one is just the meta champion right now. Nautilus is going to be coming their way, so that means Varus and Gragas open for Nova Esports? No way.
Yeah, it is going to be the Nautilus pick. It's going to... I honestly am very skeptical here of OMG's Aatrox because with the Gragas already being picked up here, Nova Esports can just pick up more crowd control for their jungler, for their top laner, and as I said, more crowd control is going to be Wukong facing off against the Aatrox probably in the jungle here, because that is one of the ways to get Aatrox to not be as effective, is to just chain CZ him and isolate him away from the team. That's what Yami and Long are going to try to be doing.
Ziggs, Wukong shows team fight, shows crowd control, shows AoE damage here for Nova Esports. I'm loving this. This is the flavor of Nova Esports. OMG, they have to be ready. Good job in picking up the Garen early on, because now they have the opportunity to at least maybe get the Riven as well. Have the Garen into the mid lane for SMK, which shows stability, which shows his better performance as well. And have the Riven towards Whitecat, in which he is just so good with a champion too. And naturally, Nova Esports is going to be taking away the Varus, possibly deny the Riven as well from OMG, since they know that it's going to be picked up here by Whitecat, unless they're willing to gamble it.
Is it going to be the gamble here for Nova Esports? They have banned out the Varus, focusing once again on 1-on-1, but no Zed going to be coming out for SMK. The Ninjas have been banned out here for Nova Esports. What is OMG going to pick up next? The Karma. A decent pickup, but that puts a lot of faith
Karma
into
first?
the Aatrox.
I think it's better if they deny the Riven right now.
Yeah.
Deny to
maybe,
Nova Esports.
No.
This is gonna be picked up by for Yita. Whoa! Never mind. I mean, again, this is this is again Nova Esports. No, they're not gonna be locking that in. They're gonna be picking up the Cork and then lock in the Yasuo on their last pick. I'm calling it.
No way. No.
Oh no, they're saying,
no way, they're gonna go for it.
You tell me what to do? Are you seriously telling me what to do? I'm gonna be locking it right now, says Nova Esports.
He doesn't care about what you're saying, my guy. He's like, all right, let's go for it. Yasuo it is. We have a Gragas, we have a Wukong. That's all we need. And that with that pickup, the Renekton as well going to be going into the top lane against the Riven. Woo! This is looking like a spicy fight here by Nova Esports. Lord almighty, will it be a spicy one? Because there's so many ways to enable this Yasuo's last breath here.
Oh man, I'm hyped for this game. I love this. Nova Esports even getting 77 support rating here in this particular game against OMG is just, absolutely mind-blowing to see. OMG though does have a good draft. I would say that right from the bat. And looks like SMK is gonna be the Whitecat with the Garen. Oh man, I'm not liking this because Whitecat is so good with highly mechanically able champions like the Riven, and having him to be put with a Garen instead will be like putting Faker on a Garen into the mid lane. Like putting Anran in a Galio mid as well, or something like that, or a Garen in the mid lane. We saw how that went.
Yep. And with all that going on here, I honestly do not know how to feel about this game now, Lord. With the Yasuo in the mid lane, it's all up to Nova now, really. OMG just have to respond. OMG just have to respond to what Nova is going to be bringing, because Nova is going to be super proactive here. 100%. They're going to be super proactive, trying to get this Yasuo kills, trying to get trying to feed him, some decent kills. And you can hear the audience in the back cheering for these teams here. Nova seems to be the name that they are mentioning now.
Oh yeah, I'm just happy to see those cheers. It's it shows support. It just sounds good to hear. Nova Esports this time around, I think, is just gonna be having a generally fun day, I would say. A ward placed by OMG is immediately spotted out by Nova Esports. Just gonna be additional gold in XP for long. And we even have seen some sort of interest there by SMK in taking that ward down, but I don't think it's a good idea.
Yeah. I don't know if that was the best thing that they could have done, but it's completely fine here, I think. How do you think this this mid game is gonna go? Because definitely in the early game, they're Chinese teams. They're not prone to overcommitting. They're not prone to looking for aggressive stuff. Except for Nian just getting the first blood there. I wish we saw that, but he made me eat my words as I was saying them.
We are going to be seeing a replay for sure. And our prod is just happy to be able to see that and wants us to see it as well. Now, OMG, oh my. Having the Garen taken out early into the game means disaster for them. Now we do see a replay. From full HP, Nian at level 2 was able to take down the Garen. That's just a knocker. 1v1 as well against Wildcat of all people. It's just fascinating to see. So it was drawn out of both here and there by Nian and Wildcat. Wildcat got baited into fully committing, gone too deep, and then Nian just went full in with the exhaust invested as well, fully utilizing his Steel Tempest with that knockoff.
Yeah, and OMG now really have to be on point with dodging those tornadoes from the Steel Tempest, because God, Nian so proficient, and he has appeared 100 total times in his pro career as a Wild Rift man, and I love to see that 100% win rate on the Yasuo. 4 wins, 0 losses, 7.1 KDA. An absolute monster on the Wind Warrior here, on the Wind Samurai. In Yan now looking to try to contest here. He pops his World Ender, but Nian flashes out. He's completely fine, and he gets away scot-free.
OMG should try to slow this game down this time around. They've given leverage right now to Nova Esports, especially for Neon, with that first blood. And scaling-wise, this is going to be very, very scary as well, because, yeah, you do have the Karma, yeah, you do have the Wind Slash from the Riven, but everything can just be blocked away by one Wind Wall. Long ganking in the bottom lane means that 1-1 should be playing this extra safe. Good discipline, because he saw that Remake was oddly freezing the wave, and was very, very sketchy.
Yeah, it was incredibly sketchy, but it's completely, it's completely fine for now. It's completely fine for now. Emphasis on the for now, because mistakes like that, yeah, positioning that is sloppy will be punished here, and it will with the immediate wins. Sorry, not wins. Last breath there. Monster had to flash out, had to Spider-Man away, but you can see how quick Nova are to jump on any opportunity. Yami just casually threw out that explosive cask.
Fortunately, OMG was able to back away without any casualties, so again, the damage isn't really there yet for the Yasuo of Neon, and as well as the members of Nova Esports. Blade of the Ruin King has been picked up. No crit items just yet, but we're starting to see the proactivity of Nova Esports, or at least the drive that they want to secure some kills along the way. Neon will be picking up, I believe, a Yomu's Ghostblade as he recalls. Yeah, so that is additional damage here for this Aatrox, but can be concerning in the damage reduction, because he doesn't have anything and has to really get those resets with the World Ender just to stay alive.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to have those World Ender resets and to really, get those get that healing done for yourself when you're just getting CC'd to heck and back. So this is going to be a difficult situation for OMG if they can't hold Neon down. And just from what it looks like now, it's very difficult for them to try to shut him down. He's being very, very mobile. But now the objectives have spawned up, and it looks like OMG are the first ones to the Dragon. They will be contested by Nova, though.
It's going to be very scary. I think OMG does have a really good chance tonight, while Neon doesn't really have that much damage yet, but you have to be very careful. Wildcat is taking some damage.
Oh yeah, and they've already got the engage onto the support. There's a 2-man last breath, but they do take a lot of damage while securing that kill. SMK now the one on the back foot, incredibly low. Has to run away from Remake. The bouncing grenade zoning him out and giving Nova Esports a priority on that dragon.
Oh man, 2 kills plus a dragon for free here on Nova Esports to the bad side for OMG. Usually we see just an exchange of objectives picking up the RH, but in this case, as we check on the replay, Whitecat got initially engaged here by yes, so there's no frontline anymore for OMG. Late on in Yan's World Ender, memes is immediately bursted out as well as Nova Esports just collapsed onto the last remaining members here of OMG.
Yeah, and now they have found another engage possibly here. OMG being very proactive, trying to get that Rift Herald going for them, but just Nova, their presence alone forces OMG to reconsider this. SMK and Whitecat now on the backside. They're trying to go for a flank. They're trying to come in at the same time, and it will be a steal here for OMG. At least they get one thing, but they are falling. Their lives are melting right now to Nova Esports, and that is 2 kills for just the Rift Herald. Sorry, 3 kills for the Rift Herald for Nova Esports.
Oh man, it's a disaster. Yeah, Inyan got the RH, but at what cost? They're gonna dive.
What a disaster. They're still diving. They're still going on to Inyan. And I didn't see that because my screen froze up for a little bit. But they are just... they're just extending their lead. What a dominant start here for Nova Esports. They have no fear whatsoever. They get the first tower. Now SMK may be looking to get some revenge onto Yitsan Remake, but Monster misses the dredge line. Yami would have gone in there if he hit, but you can see how unfazed Nova Esports is. They are so ready for this.
Oh yeah, let's check out the replay because yeah, Inyan got the RH, a really good steal I would say, coming from the end as they engage on to Monster. But again, it's so hard to deal with the members of Nova Esports when there's that wind wall that get most of that projectile and the resets coming through, especially for Neon to just set things up for him. The damage is just massive coming from Nova Esports right now. 7-0 is just obnoxious to see. No kills just yet for OMG, and yeah, they got the RH, but at what cost? More casualties, and now Nova Esports even pressuring a push into the bottom lane, pressuring a push into the mid lane. Yeah, you are going to be able to stay alive, maybe under your tower, but you're just so down right now in terms of gold. 5,000, 8 minutes is just obnoxious to see on a scaling lineup of Nova Esports.
Yeah, this is absolute insanity, and now they're gonna go for a dive once again onto Whitecat. Yami's there, just provides a little bit of damage. He didn't really commit to that fight, but you can see how they're not afraid to dive at all. Zero fear here for the members of Nova Esports. They do not care if OMG is looking strong. They don't care about anything other than the kills. Ian, he hits it and he goes for the last breath. Long jumps on it as well. The Cyclone. SMK trying to fight a losing 1v2, but lose he will. And Ian, he's so strong. The Yasuo is just hyper scaled up from basically minute 1 here after that that one solo kill he got.
Yeah, from that first blood and out, Nova Esports is going to be pushing down mid lane. No more RH from OMG means that they have no more tools to actually work around and pressure any type of lane. And look at all the lanes right now being pressured by Nova Esports. They bashed top lane already, and bottom lane is being pushed here by Yitz, and nothing that White can actually do at this point in time. And mid lane as well being pushed by their Ziggs. Oh man, it's just an absolute disaster right now. I don't see a way in for this. Normally this is a GG go next. And I think
it usually is. It usually is. What? I don't know what else to say here, dude. It's so weird to see a Yasuo just absolutely dominate with OMG. Really not able to do anything about it. His Neon is just running rampant.
Oh man. Good discipline as well. Had it him using the last breath, might have been a chance for OMG to catch him off guard, especially with that dredge line coming in from Monster. Didn't cast it. Now they're just patiently waiting for the next objective to spawn up. Monster still is lingering down into the bottom lane. They don't know that Yami is there, but if he recalls, and that's again chance, but they didn't take it right now. Going for a reset on both sides means there is going to be another fight here in the bottom side river. But I'm just nervous here for OMG, more than concerned than Nova Esports. I think they just have to trade.
I think they do. I think they just have to give it. Oh, Nova is so strong. 6,100 goal lead already at 10 minutes in the game. OMG is... They are just getting body left, right, and center here. And then another explosive catch onto Whitecat with the last breath. Mega Inferno Bomb doing some damage, but they're taking every single opportunity to try to get a play. Monster maybe getting a little bit of revenge there as he gets a dredge line onto Yami, not onto Yitse though. As Yitse are forced to back away here. Maybe OMG have a positive positioning here for this dragon fight, but it's so hard to tell with Nova just willing to take every single fight. They know that the last breath is not available, but the exhaust has been pumped there onto the ribbon. The rest of Nova, though, fighting a 4v5 here. They may be losing this one as Alon gets away. Remake, Yami, and Nian were not anywhere near their fallen teammate there, so OMG can actually fight this Drake. Maybe with SMK on the other side. We were ultis, but yes, the health bars are there. Last breath once again by Nova onto one-on-one. He's got the targeting, and they have gotten the Aatrox, they've gotten the Karma to SMK. Now, the one who is next. No, it's actually the Nautilus who's next. Whitecat now the last man standing, the last man alive here, and Nian will just take him away from this fight, away from this engagement, and even with a man disadvantage, Nova Esports are out for blood, getting 4 kills to 0, or for 1.
And even got the dragon as well, got the tower as well into the mid lane. Everything just being taken here by Nova Esports and nothing that OMG can do. Let's check out the replay out because the entry from the end is just perfect. Getting damage down onto 1-1, chase him down also to take him away. And that point in time, everything was game over for OMG. And look at that flash dash there. Just flashy moves from Neon. Not scared at all onto anyone from OMG. And even though Whitecat survived, everyone else didn't. And they lost the Dragon 2, they lost their Tower 2, and just slowly losing this game as well.
Yeah, the grip on this game was honestly already gone from OMG from pretty much the first minutes, but they may have gotten a catch here onto Yami. Will they, as he does explosive cast? However, Nian was not able to follow up with the last breath. The World Ender is there for the Yasuo. He won't really risk it. He just blast cones away, trying to save himself from this engage, and he barely lives, but he lives still. OMG not able to secure that kill onto the Yasuo. They will still try to move towards this Baron, try to bait the members of Nova Esports into going there.
How did he survive? Everyone was chasing him down. Everything was invested onto him, but is still able to blast going out, able to still dash away for utilizing his shield restoration, and even, you know, stack up his Steel Tempest just to get that knock up onto the one cutting his path, and able to back away as well. Oh man, this guy's just so clean. Neon, one of the best Yasuo users right now in this game.
Absolutely the best Yasuo user in the entire league, I would say, even, because honestly, he has been insane. This performance from Nian has been just dismantling OMG from the very first wave, basically. From the first minutes of the game, he's already taken the reins, and Nova Esports, they are just they're actually just passengers in this car that's driven by Nian, and OMG, they're the ones getting dragged along behind, tied to a rope.
And this is a one thick and long rope being tied here onto the members of OMG right now. It's so hard to get away, get out of this chokehold that Nova Esports is stripping them as of this game right now. 14 minutes, 10,000 gold lead, 2 dragon stacks, everything just being everything for Nova Esports, and now they're just going stealthy here, trying to bait them into this Baron.
Adding a little bit, as you said, stealthy, but I would say a little bit more covert here, trying to give OMG the impression that they're trying to do Baron, but really trying to make them overcommit to a fight.
I don't think they can commit anytime right now, because they're just so far behind. It's so hard to deal with them as of the moment here. Nova Esports has a lot of ways to just counter them, and just one cask of Yami triggers the last breath of Neon as well. A pretty old combo that we have seen a lot before in the initial seasons of Wild Rift, and now OMG without anyone to actually tank. Not even Whitecat is able to tank in damage here of Neon, especially whenever he does cast that last breath. Has the armor penetration and ooh, okay, I think he got spotted out.
Oh yes, he is. They tried to go for the death rush, but Neon very aware. The reaction time on him is just too fast, too good. Now OMG on the back foot. They have blown their one card that they had behind them. There's the explosive cast, but no last breath from Neon. They are still going to get a catch onto Monster because he dredge lined in. The desperation play coming in from OMG with the Garen in the middle of it all, but Yitze is already in the bottom lane. Neon will die here. He'll get taken down, bonked by the sword, but that doesn't matter because all they have to do is stop the ports. Yitze now on the Nexus. He's going to Dominus in, and he's going to try to end the game while the rest of OMG is still fighting there in the top lane. And yeah, they will stop the Nexus from being taken, but that is so much value for Nova Esports.
And now they're gonna just push bot side river, get towards this third dragon. And nothing that OMG can actually do right now. They're sprinting away and trying to contest it, to have vision in this bot side river. Again, Nova Esports is just waiting for the Yasuo, waiting for Neon to come back straight up. 2 seconds, 1 second here for the Nautilus, so this should give numbers advantage here for OMG. At least try to take this objective down. But again, Yitze in the bottom lane, again, just pushing, applying pressure. They can also go for a steal. Long is here.
They don't get no steal, but they may be able to get the kills as Anyan has to run away. A sliver of health on him. SMK is there as well. He will be spotted out by Yami, but maybe that was a little bit of technical difficulty there as SMK was not able to move, but the last breath will take away another life here. Yitze takes another kill for himself, and Nova, they are now on the warpath towards the Nexus, and the Nexus is the thing that will be the next target other than, you know, these staunch defenders here. Anyan, the last man standing for OMG, he will be standing, but the Nexus will not, as Nova Esports take the first game of the series.
Well, there's no way to describe it other than a one-sided beatdown. And Nova Esports, it is kind of like expected already coming in from them. They want to show. They want to prove OMG wrong in their initial statement a while ago in the Trash Talk session. In this way, they just cemented a dominating a dominating victory as well. Everything taken, all the fights won there, and also Neon just having fun with his Yasuo performance. We haven't really seen the Blitzcrank performance of Yami, but that Gragas performance was top tier as well.
Oh yeah, well, he was having fun, but he was also just absolutely dominating, man. I mean, in theory, a Yasuo, it's very easy to shut that down, right? You pick a champion that goes either even or is really strong in lane against the Yasuo, and you just try to take him out from the very get-go. But it was Neon who was, stepping on the gas. Basically, from minute 1, he got a solo kill onto Whitecat, and then that just snowballed. Look at how the lead grew from 5 minutes when they got that team fight in the Dragon lane. It just steadily grew and grew and grew and grew. And OMG were left kind of scratching their heads. How do we stop this? And they just weren't able to come up with a solution until the very end. Even though they got the Aatrox in the jungle, it didn't really matter.
Again, OMG, I thought they were trying to use a template of Thunder Talk when they got the win against Nova Esports, but they're the one who got baited using the Aatrox. And they're the one who got smashed on this game. 3 kills to 16 of Nova Esports is just, plain simple beatdown here by Nova Esports, and on their way to get this 2-0 sweep as well. OMG, they're gonna be back on the drawing board once again. I think they got too overconfident just getting that Aatrox, but it's so difficult to make it work. It's a scaling champion, a massive scaling champion. If you're not gonna be able to help him out in the early game, or not be able to accelerate the game through other lanes, and that's just disaster for you. Because at most, they were just able to shield him, with the Karma. But what can they do on team fights when the CCs are just there for Nova Esports, when Neon is just right on top of them? Nothing.
Yeah, there's really not much they can do in that situation. So, oh man, OMG, they have to be super aware that that can happen at any time, that they can just get absolutely bodied from a small league, because Nova is really good at translating tiny leagues into bigger and bigger leagues, just snowballing it out. And you just saw Neon be the catalyst of that, and I'm fairly certain he's going to be the MVP here, because I mean, who else was the driver in that situation for Nova Esports?
Oh man, well, we can't expect Neon to be the MVP, right? Yeah. He's the MVP, of course. Early first blood, early kill, and just absolute domination with his Yasuo. Still undefeated, I believe 5-0 now.
5-0, yeah.
Yeah, just, man.
Wow. The Yasuo Lord, the Yasuo Master here. Neon, it's just so hyped to see him absolutely dominate a game with a champion that has historically been so hit or miss. But this was a very hyped game. Hopefully we can see some more of it.
I'm expecting a 2-0 here, but hopefully OMG is gonna be able to design a composition that they can fully utilize for game number 2.
Yeah, and with all that being said, game number 2 should be coming your way soon. We will just be taking a little bit of a break, ladies and gents, but don't worry, because me and Gian will be right back for, the second game of the match.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1. With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you were watching that last game because it was a doozy. Nian with his Yasuo absolutely shreked up OMG, so we'll see if Nova can pull it off again for game number 2. I'm G10 coming at you with me is Gayang, and yeah, match point now for Nova.
I hope OMG is ready. I hope they have a plan in mind. I hope they don't get baited as well, picking up the Aatrox this time around, because Nova Esports, I think they were ready for the Aatrox this time around, and at least to not pick it up and design a composition perfect to take it down. And it was demonstrated in game number 1. Nian is just an absolute monster as well with the Yasuo. 5-0 now on his performance, and even cemented another MVP in his name. And the rest of Nova Esports is just so good in general. Nothing that OMG can actually do in that particular game, and I think they need to step things up if they want to challenge, if they want to push this to a game number 3.
Yes, they do, but how are you going to do that against a team that is as solid mechanically and just fundamentally as Nova Esports? Because, well, they will be on the red side now, so at least OMG will get that first champion priority pick, but will that actually be enough here to stop the roll of Nova Esports? Because it just seems like no matter what composition Nova is running, they find a way to make it work.
Yeah, it's so hard to find a weakness of Nova Esports right now, at least. I guess one of which is that if OMG is going to be able to pick up the Varus for themselves, maybe pick up the Gragas or the Nautilus too, and then just design a composition that is well suited for that draft, is a way for them to take down Nova Esports. But again, it all boils down to chance. If Nova Esports is going to be letting that champion open.
Yep. I mean, they're very comfortable just giving Aatrox away to OMG. They did it last game. They might do it again this time because they're not afraid at all. They really are not.
Okay. Pick up the Varus.
They leave it open. Pick up the Varus. Do it. OMG, do please. It. That is one of the ways that they need.
No, not.
It's a beat. It is a beat.
Are you really gonna fall into that trap for the second time, just like what happened to Nova Esports against Thunder Talk? Please don't tell me that's going to happen in this game, man. Please don't tell me, because if you lock that in, and they do, that means Gragas and Varus is gonna be picked up by Nova Esports. Oh.
Is it going to be? No!
Nova,
no, this doesn't. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, calm down. Because
Wukong and Varus
Malphite has
okay,
not.
I'm going for Gragas and Varus.
Not okay. So Malphite does not have the best record here in the WRLA. He's basically a walking ultimate, and other than that, he really has no utility other than being a beefcake. So again, yeah, Nova Esports is angling for another Yasuo composition. Some scary champions being picked up here on OMG's side in the Gwen and the Aatrox, but if they did bat out the Yasuo, they don't respect Nian enough to, say, oh, you're not gonna go for a Yasuo game number 2. Karma now. Varus is open one-on-one. What are you doing?
I mean, I think they want to buff the Aatrox and the Gwen up again in this particular game. They're going for movement speed. They're going for the counter with the Transcendent Embrace and have a bit more AP to shred down the members here of Nova Esports. But again, Nian, 5-0.
They're
going
doing
for
it.
6-0.
They're doing it. Looking to get another win under his belt. Preserve that 100% win rate. Nian's Yasuo. Oh, why would OMG not respect it after Nian just showed that he can demolish them from minute 1?
I'm gonna be protecting the OMG right now. The Yone, the Kazakhs, and the Fiora are just champions you have to deny. Early into the game, Yitze just so good with those. Long as well, just unstoppable with the Kazakhs as well. And Yone, of course, for Nian, it's just an absolute monster. And for Long as well, 7-0 on it. So they have to take it away. But that opens up another another opportunity here for Nova Esports. This is why they're just so good. They have a lot of champions that they just master. Neon on the Yasuo.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, him being the only one who can actually use this champion in this kind of performance. 6-0, I mean 5-0, going for 6-0. Sorry, I got excited.
I got so excited there. And we still are, because it's looking like almost the same thing.
Wait, is the virus still gonna go towards Nova Esports at the very end, even after everything else not banned away? Okay, let's go! All AD means Rammus! Okay, let's spice things up. Let's spice things up here. OMG says, aha! You fell in our trap. I'm gonna be picking up the spike, man.
Yes! Yes! This is one of the ways to actually negate this kind of composition. You got Renekton, you got Yasuo, you got Wukong as well. Now Nova, they're forced to not pick Varus. They're forced to
I don't know why I
pivot to the
I
Zoe.
did that voice though.
I'm the spike man. I like it.
Pick up the spikes, man. So I got excited in this game. And I think this is one way to approach it. So the only weakness of the Rammus now of Indian is the Zoe, right? But they have a lot of ways to close the distance. As long as they can chase down this Zoe, this celestial portal jumping, really irritating mage in Wild Rift, then that should be okay here for OMG, right?
Yeah, it could be.
Going for the okay.
Yeah, okay.
Go.
Okay.
If you get
that's all I'm gonna say. Okay.
If you get the soccer skin thing of the Rammus, he says go. Go.
Go.
Go. Okay.
Absolutely, I absolutely love Rammus, but do you know, in other languages, Rammus actually apparently says quite a lot of things. He has a lot of voice lines compared to the English one, which is okay. Okay, go.
100 different ways to say okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting fact or trivia. But well, do you know that in the PC version of this, you can actually at one point you can actually reach 1,800 armor and give back like 200 damage every auto attack.
Scare the football Rammus! I love it!
Get the goal!
And I love that his walk animation is him just rolling on the ground.
Yeah, it's so cute, right? So cute.
It's so cute. It's amazing. I love the effort that Riot puts into these skins, man.
And I mean, even in the default skin of Rammus, he rolls around whenever he is like going too fast or something. So it's just so fun to see. Just like how they put Teemo in Wild Rift. Teemo here is cute, not a demon in the PC version.
He's cute, yes. Yep. And at this point, you know, OMG, they really need to be super on point with preventing Neon from scaling up, from actually dominating his matchup. And it's good that they put SMK actually in the jungle, because, in the mid lane, Aatrox. I am mixing up my entire vocabulary because I'm just so distracted by this Rammus pick and this Yasuo pick. But so far, Yami looking to maybe get something onto SMK here with the help of Neon. But you can see already the focus that Nova is putting on getting Neon ahead. Remake as well on the Zoe will be a huge threat later on in the game, so that can be something they fall back on. But yeah, he was the one who did the most damage in the last game as a Ziggs. That's not very, we kind of expect that from a Ziggs pick, but it's really the Yasuo who had the most impact, and that's why Neon got the MVP.
Most highlight, I would say. Neon is just so fancy with this Yasuo pick. So now it all boils down to how OMG is going to be moving around in this early game, trying to shut down this Yasuo of Neon. And also scale up, since they do have two scaling champions, the Gwen and the Aatrox, plus the Rammus as well, does scale up pretty well into the late game to deny all those physical damage dealing of Nova Esports. Monster though,
that's why Zoe's
taking a bit of damage there from Remake, has to fall back and go back to the base as well.
Yeah, and honestly, Remake is kind of gonna be the guy that they rely on to shut that Rammus down and keep him from, rolling into the rest of the team here with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, with the Paddle Star threats as well, and really negating his effectiveness as a jungler in the mid to late game team fights. But I mean, if Nian is able to pop off again, or just even get a single last breath, at level 5 and maybe level 6, it could be the end for Inian. But Inian is 100% win rate on this Rammus too. After this game, either Inian or Nian are going to have a mark on that perfect score. Look at this, Dominus already popped by Yitze. He goes in.
Yep, damage taken here by White Cat, trying to stay alive, trying to throw in the needles, but it's not going to be enough. Nova Esports picks up first blood for Yami.
Yeah, great first blood setup there by Nova Esports, completely unaware, caught in the top lane. So they thought that, they had to put a lot of focus onto Nian in the mid lane. However, the first blood attempt did come through the top lane. That's great for the Renekton, because that does give him a lot of leeway in this laning phase to just exist up there in the top lane as a huge threat of pressure, especially when it comes to minute 5, which will be coming up in about a minute 20. Now Yami going to be the target here. He gets knocked up too, but keep in mind he does have his... Okay, Yan trying to go in, swing and a miss there. Monster taking a lot of damage. Remake flashing in for the kill. The shield will negate it for a while, and he goes into stasis. Monster gets the heal and the outplay under the tower.
Put a badge on that, man, because that was a big outplay by Monster. Able to fully maneuver around the tower and able to pick up that healing as well.
Yeah, and let's take a look at that again. Man, Monster, he was so low, but the shield came in clutch, and Remake just overcommitted there. He did get the stasis, and that allowed Monster to get the time to get the heal into the Justice Punch. So much went right there for Monster. Just a little bit of greed there for Remake.
Yeah, that was that was too greedy. Yeah, and that play is just so good coming in from Monster. Now Inian or Nian though gonna be falling back for the meantime, able to just give respect here to SMK, especially when the World Ender is up. Inian isn't really online just yet, but not gonna be engaging into the follow-up. Of course, without the World Ender, you're just gonna be falling down.
Yeah, and the Life Ender, more like, for Nian. They are gonna trade objectives here, Rift Herald for Drake, but because that kill did go the way of Nova Esports, that will start the Yasuo scaling journey that has been so deadly for OMG. Remake as well, getting that one tower plate will be really pushing Nova forward in terms of starting to snowball the game. This Drake take is a little bit slow, but that does give Nova Esports a lot of time in other lanes to try to get damage onto the tower. You can see the Yasuo just pushing in the bot lane and this mid lane as well, taking a lot of fire from the members of Nova Esports.
2,000 gold lead, Nova Esports slowly building this economic growth for their side. Whitecat still having a bit of a hard time here into the top lane, especially with that one casualty a while ago that Yami and Yitze initiated onto him. So he has to play things safe. He has to try and scale up for the meantime. Searing Crown already picked up here by Inian is a good sign. Again, he is going to be dealing a lot of damage towards the members here of Nova Esports, especially the return damage. RH now going to be spawned into the bottom lane. No contest just yet, unless they want to actually taunt Soaring Slam as well. Get invested, last breath.
He's alive!
Not really gonna be helping him unless he gets a kill onto the Rammus. Able to get that 1-for-1. SMK still diving under the tower. Not able to get that one last strike as long as the outplay instead.
Oh my god, what an attempt at a dive there from OMG. However, Nova were ready with a trigger, and I'm surprised with how long Nian actually lasted under that tower. He was 1 health for what? Pretty much 6 seconds, and that allowed him to just survive long enough to take care of Inian, and Long was there as well. Look at how he responded. The last breath onto both of them too. Inian was just stuck under there for the longest time, tanking tower, and then Long, what a beautiful outplay this was. As soon as he saw the third hit come down on the tower, he immediately aggressed back onto SMK. So 2 kills for 1. Nova will take that any day, even with Neon dying.
Good outplay as well by Neon, fully maximizing the reset of his shield to negate a lot of damage there. And now he goes back in with the last breath. SMK gonna be popping the mortal ender as well, just to have that additional movement speed. But Neon gonna be backing away as well, able to at least just be happy with the trade that he has gotten in that fight. Nothing to be worried about here for OMG as well. As long as this Aatrox scales up, should be fine. Unless...
Yeah, Yami though, he's looking for something. If he just explosive cast, Neon should be able to follow up very easily. There's the hero's entrance to keep him safe.
But that is a long cooldown here for a monster. And again, Nova Esports can just initiate another fight in another lane. This time around, they're going back towards the bottom lane, mid lane as well, going for the 1-3-1 push, while Long is just looking for opportunities across the map. We'll be spotting out Inyan. We'll be happy just getting that vision.
Yeah, but so far, look at how much pressure Nova is applying across the map. They are just going to take this tower for free. The pressure is mounting here. The snowball is rolling down the hill. Remake. That was a little bit of a risky sleepy trouble bubble. Wasn't punished, even though there were 3 members of OMG ready to pounce on him. But look at this lead as well. 4.3 thousand and 8 minutes. Now Inyan going to go in.
Oh, and Neon is gonna be in trouble. Able to flash away.
He's alive.
Burning to death. Is he gonna
keep living?
Able to stay alive? He does. No. Wow, Neon, you are just undeniably good on this Yasuo. 1 HP, not a problem.
What? He can't keep getting away with this. OMG have to commit a little bit harder to shut him down, because if he keeps living with 1 HP,
so good.
Yeah, he's just going to get away with so many things, not give anything to OMG, and now Nova, they're the first ones on this second Rift Herald.
Oh man, now it's starting to be more challenging here for OMG. Again, this is still a scaling composition, but Nova Esports is accelerating this game towards their favor.
Accelerating, they have their foot on the gas, and even if Neon may not be the driver, they're actually driving in tandem. They got Neon on the steering wheel, and Yami on the gas pedal, Remake on the brakes. They're working more as a team now to get these picks and to really get their map pressure going, which they have done successfully. They just need to crack this outer mid turret to really give them a lot of freedom across the map. But in 15 seconds, the Drake is going to spawn, and once again, Nova are the ones who have a positive positioning towards that area coming into the fight, because you can see the Yasuo down there in the bot lane. But OMG, they are in their jungle, warding it up and daring Nova Esports to make the first move.
Indian investing a lot on the DPS. Searing Crown, also the Sunfire Cape has been completed already. No Thornmail yet for this Ramos to break around, so not really fully utilizing the DPS that he can actually return towards the members of Nova Esports. Is a pressure alleviated here by this team right now. Soaring Stamp a little bit too late. Flash away as well. So OMG looks to flee, but now they are pincered down here in this bottom side. White God, it's just too late into the fight, and now they're going to be engaging. Remake dealing a lot of damage here as Long goes for the Cyclone. Backline access as well by the Renekton, able to one at a time take the members of OMG down. Yitsudo going to be flashing away. Last breath by Neon. One more strike before he actually falls down. Long going to be initiating for the rest of the team. Able to take 3 in exchange for just Neon.
Even if Neon falls, the rest of Nova are there to pick up the pieces, and that 2-man last breath allowed Nova so much time to just get their damage going. And White Cat Monster, the last 2 standing here, they really weren't able to, affect that team fight all too much. And it's just such a clean game from Nova Esports, extending their lead once again. 7.5 thousand. Look at that. It is basically the trajectory of a snowball here. Our gold graph. Yeah. So much better macro, so much better micro here from Nova Esports being shown.
It's still not time for OMG. Again, they picked up a 3 champion scaling lineup with the Gwen, with the Aatrox, with the Ramos. So they have to slow down this game. They cannot contest just yet. It's simply not the time. And every time they do, they're just gonna get wrecked here by Nova Esports.
Yeah, because Nova, they're so ready to pull the trigger any single time that that they have the ability to. That they don't even need like the perfect engage because they have Long with Cyclone, because they have Yami with the explosive cast. They can just throw these abilities out willy-nilly and threaten that last breath engage. And you know, OMG just have to respect the fact that they're not the ones who are going to be engaging these team fights, and Whitecat may be in a little bit of danger. He has his sixth sense telling him that this may not be a safe spot for him to be in. So yeah, Nova Esports showing the love of God towards them, but there it is.
Inyan gonna be helping it out, but not really entirely so, because Gwen is still gonna be falling down. Here's Endless gonna be invested as well just to help Inyan out. It's already too late. Now the engage, flash into the Justice Punch, into the Shield Zron as well, as the Roaring Slam gonna be initiated. SMK dealing a lot of damage here onto Nova Esports. Stasis to buy some time. Yam is still gonna be falling down unless he's gonna be body slamming away. No, never mind. Inyan is gonna be the next target here, trying to dash away. Good knock up, but it's not gonna be enough. Inyan, this is the time for the OMG to finally capitalize onto the moment. 3 people picked up. Baron gonna be initiated now as Yitze is pushing bot lane.
Yeah, 3 for 1, but Yitze was able to get some more control out of that. He was able to get into the bot lane, take that tier 2 out, and Remake just with Sleepy Trouble Bowl and Paddle Star prevents the Baron from being taken.
Oh, man.
OMG, even though they lost that fight, even though they won that fight, they kind of lost. Oh! It's assassinated! Remake with a Paddle Star from downtown!
He popped like a bubble there. Popped like a bubble.
Yes!
So 1 Paddle Star into a Sleepy Trouble Ball at the very end, and an auto attack as well to just shake things up. And then that Karma just blew up. Now Nova Esports, they were still able to tie things around, because Yitze was able to push in bottom lane. Even though they lost 3 people, they were able to pick up 2. And the push in the bottom lane denied the Baron as well. And as long as they scale up, it should be fine.
Should be fine, but look at that damage from the Zoe. The combo as well, the buffering of the skills from Remake, absolutely beautiful. Just picking off one-on-one, trying to back. Maybe he was looking at the shop, didn't have the reaction time to actually, you know, shield himself up. So Remake is just gonna pick up a free kill, make it a 2 for 3, all things considered. And because Yitze was pushing down in the bot lane, they got more gold out of that. SMK now versus Yitze and 1v1. One-on-one's gonna come in.
Will Ender not gonna be used by SMK for the meantime. At least he is gonna be saving that for the next team fight. But in the end, chasing down Yami is going very fast. No Thornmail just yet. Just the Amaranth Twin Guard picked up alongside with the Sunfire Cape and the Searing Crown should maximize his durability.
Yeah, and okay. A little bit late on that engage from Rammus. He wasn't able to roll right into there, but
oh no.
Okay, maybe another pick onto Monster here.
He's gonna be able to back away, but that tower is gonna get taken down. Nova Esports still getting something out of nothing here in this particular game and have leverage enough to take this dragon without any contest.
Yeah,
go in.
All right, they might go in. He gets there.
For the front line. Soaring Slam gonna be used. Can actually get the steal on Center Blaze. And the steal as well by the Aatrox. Really good here coming in from SMK. And now they're forcing them back. Wukong as well gonna get taken down as Whitecat is going with a 1v1 against Yitze. And OMG slowly but surely turning this game around. But is it actually enough right now? As Whitecat is gonna get obliterated, able to still kite away before he gets taken down. Yitze gonna be traded out. Never mind, flashes out. 1-1 chasing him down. Can they actually get the kill? Took a lot of time, and now the rest of Nova Esports are collapsing onto them. Good taunt as well onto Yami. Able to buy enough time with the Stasis though. But Nova Esports says no. You have to go back. You have to escape your own way. Cast gonna be used by Yami just to stay alive. Remake is here with the Paddle Star. SMK took a lot of damage there, but still able to survive as Yami gonna be falling down at the very end. That is a lot of time though. Still able to body slam away. Will he even die? It's a question.
He will.
Yes, finally.
He has
eventually.
to.
But it took like a minute to do so.
Yeah, and with them actually winning that fight, OMG have kind of found out some of the weaknesses here of Nova, but they may have to back away really quickly because Nian is on the warpath now. But he has been seen by Inian. It's going to be a 4 versus 1.
Tom's going to be used there onto Inian. That should be the kill onto the Yasuo, but still, the Ram is going to get taken down. Good trade here on Nova Esports, especially with the Battle Star here of Remake. And SMK going to be alone. Good stasis as well by the Wukong. Here comes the Needles by Whitecat. Can actually do a 2 versus 1 here. Really good utilizing on the miss, but never mind. Remake goes right into his face just to throw the Battle Star and obliterated him.
The 4-man last breath! Long coming in clutch with the Cyclone, and Nian at the brink of dying pressed his ultimate button and just gave so much time to Nova to just wreck the fight. And now look, they are going to be invading into the base itself. They're onto the Nexus. The death timers are too long. A 4-man last breath will give Nova Esports this 2-0 victory.
We kind of expected this 2-0 happening, but this one was more exciting than game number 1 because OMG showed a bit of a potential in this particular game, especially with the Ramos of Indian. But again, it is still inevitable, especially with the clutch plays coming in from the rest of Nova Esports members. That last Cyclone enabled that reset in the shield of Neon through the last breath and able to still deal enough damage to wreak havoc and take Indian down. Without the Ramos, there's no one to actually deal so much damage on the side of OMG, and everyone just gets cleaned up, especially with Remake on the Zoe. Just really creative. You have the mist for the Gwen, but if you go inside that area and throw in the Battle Star, you can just slam it on Whitecat's face.
Lord, that was the biggest individual play we've seen all week, I want to say, because at that point, right, it was going to be OMG winning that fight. They should have won that fight. They got a good catch onto Neon, but then Long, he put everything on the line. He flashed to get in there to get the Cyclone onto all 4 people, and that OMG was just too grouped up. You don't group up against a Yasuo composition. The Cyclone whipped them all up in the air. Perfect targets for the last breath. And even though Neon didn't do a lot of damage, especially compared to Remake, he did less than Long and just barely more than Yitze. He was the one that enabled the team to do the damage that they need and get the setups that they need to actually win the game. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if Nina was the MVP, because this Yasuo is the most fearsome individual champion pocket pick that we have seen in this entire league.
All I can say is 6-0, baby. 6-0 for Neon on the Yasuo now. He's just so good on this champion. And the rest of the team just enables him so much as well to just have fun and just wreak havoc in this entire game. So many clutch plays as well. He was able to escape death multiple times in this game, despite being ganked, despite being focused, despite being taunted by Inyan a lot of times, still able to do something and deal so much damage into a fight before he gets taken down. Cast a last breath one more time to just set things up for Nova Esports.
That was honestly, it was slow chokehold, yes, but there were points where OMG could have gotten it back. They were looking strong, trying to get the lead back from Nova Esports, but they just made one crucial mistake at the very end.
Yeah, because they gotten the dragon already, right?
Yeah, they got the dragon. They could have just backed away. They didn't have to, catch Neon at all. They could have said, oh, hey, you're over there. We're just going to back away over here. We're going to move to the tower so that you cannot engage onto this and then extended the game a little bit more. But no, they committed onto trying to get the catch. And Remake was there as well to stall for long enough until Long just came in and saved the entire fight for them. Well played all around for Nova Esports.
And this is why we just love Nova Esports, right? They're very creative, very strong, very stable as well, and they make the games fun too with the compositions that they make. And in this case, they just went for another Yasuo, similar to game number 1. And just defeated OMG despite having, the Ramos and the Gwen and even the Aatrox. That is a lot of scaling champions that almost actually was able to turn this game around. Had it been, more discipline being showed by OMG, I think they could have turned the game around eventually, because Yami was chased for like a minute or so. Remake getting the MVP is still very understandable. He was very stable here for the rest of Nova Esports and just dealing enough damage when it is needed the most, especially because a lot of armor was present on the side of OMG and he dealt the ones needed for the team to just win the fights.
Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Ladies and gentlemen, if you aren't a Nova Esports fan by now, you should be after that game. If you aren't a Neon fan, you definitely need to be after that game, because that, even though it was Remake who got the MVP, technically, I would still say that Neon had the most impact both in the game and mentally for Nova Esports.
So now we are down to our last series, INV Esports versus Buriram Esports. Congratulations to Nova Esports. I'm very excited for our last series.
Yes, because our last series, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be another APAC versus APAC match. It's going to be INV Esports versus Buriram United. One of these teams is going to make their way up in the playoffs bracket, but we'll see if INV is able to get their second win of the league. I'm G's, and coming at you with me is Guillaume. We'll be back for the third match of the day.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald, or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRL-CN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APEC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO3 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th, with 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. Who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information such as team names, match duration, kills, towers, but also displays the gold difference through the red and blue rings. What is a great game without the competition for map resources? When a team takes down the elemental dragons and gets the buffs, the stunning special effects not only make the acquisition of resources more ceremonious, but the elemental dragon's specific color-coded buff energy blocks will also be intuitively embedded in the corresponding red and blue sides. Whether a team speeds up the match tempo by getting Rift Herald, expanding their lead by killing Baron Nashor, or stealing the Elder Drake for the final victory, the countdown timer special effects and the resource-specific color coding will help summoners watching the game to quickly understand what is going on in the game and capture the critical information. Additionally, we will display the whole in-game map on the top right corner. When the elemental dragons, Rift Herald or Baron Nashor is about to spawn, the corresponding resources exclusive countdown will appear in the top left corner of the map in real time, providing clearer information on team tactics and map resources. The new UI will introduce 4 panel modes: the landing phase mode, pre-team flight mode, team fight mode, and post-team fight mode, a combination of 4 refined panel modes to ensure that the most important real-time data in the game is presented more intuitively and comprehensively than ever before. In the landing phase mode, in addition to the real-time images of the players, champion selections, summoner spells, and champion experience, we will also supplement real-time gold, KDA, and items during the landing phase. Meanwhile, team stats history will also be displayed based on the progress of the game, allowing summoners watching the game to stay informed of the comprehensive information in real time. In pre-team fight mode, we refine and integrate the information on the gold difference between the matchup to help summoners keep track of the players' items builds in real time through the items column. This makes the state of both teams clearer before the team fight. In the highly anticipated team fight mode, we visualize the damage dealt comparison. The real-time dynamic display of champions' avatars can be more intuitively express the damage dealt of each player during the team fight. The closer to the red-blue intersection, the damage is higher. We maximize the screen space for exciting team fights and gameplays. After the fierce team fight, we integrate the damage comparison of each champion to help summoners quickly understand the damage difference between the champions in each matchup during the team fight. Depending on the different game situations, there are more diverse UI combinations waiting for summoners to unlock. Our comprehensive, intuitive, and comfortable UI design aims to provide summoners with a better, more informative, and higher quality viewing experience. The exciting first season of Wild Rift League Asia is waiting for you. Summoners, we'll see you in the Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of two conferences, WRL CN and WRL APEC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APEC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. I'll meet you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at the last match of the day here at the Wild Rift League Asia 2023 regular season. I'm G10 coming at you. With me is Giyang, and we just saw a Yasuo absolutely tear the rift up in Nova Esports versus OMG, giving Nova Esports a 2-0. But now we're going to move on to the APAC conference, where it's Buriram United Esports versus Invade Esports up to bat.
Yep, Invade Esports so far isn't really having the best of performance lately, coming off a 6-game lose streak after losing to KTY, JDG, Trace Esports, Weibo Gaming, Nova Esports, and then OMG last Wednesday. But they have been, showing really good growth with cat type stability, and definitely can do better with better synergy as well. I think one of their best conditions is through Rich, getting a good enabling for setups, just like how they did against OMG. It's just that, OMG is really good as well, and I think this time around they just have to be ready for aggressive playstyles, in which BRU are just so capable in doing so.
Yeah, and BRU, one of the few APAC teams to actually have, more than 2 wins. It's them, KD, Roaster, Y, and Mouse Esports who have more than 2 wins at the moment. They've won mostly against APAC teams, but they also have picked up a win against Rare Atom, which is at the bottom of the totem pole of the Chinese conference. But Invade Esports, they have quite a bit of experience going up against most of these other Chinese teams that are really good, but they did get felled by OMG, who, as we saw, got absolutely bodied by Nova Esports. Buriram as well, they haven't been doing the best against Chinese teams, but at least they were able to get one over Rare Atom.
It's still going to be a tough one here for, I think, if we compare Invade Esports and Buriram Esports, BRU should have leverage, right? And if we look at the stats as well, it's very telling. Dragon, Herald, First Tower as well. Even the win rate on both blue sides and red side is on BRU's side. So it's really a big gap that Invade Esports has to really try to close right now. This is a chance, and we have been seeing a lot of chances here for our teams at the very least. Hopefully, they can do so.
晚上好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛的比赛现场，我是曼曼。那么今天的最后一场比赛也是2支来自我们 APEC 赛区曼谷的兄弟队伍为我们带来，究竟是 INV 战队能够鼓足士气赢得胜利，还是在 APEC 赛区当中非常强势的无里南 BRU 战队继续他们的3连胜？让我们拭目以待。下面让我们欢迎无里南 BRU 以及曼谷 INV。 Today's final match will be brought to us by 2 teams from APEC Thailand. It remains to be seen whether Team INV Bangkok will be able to master up morale and emerge victorious, or whether Team Buriram BRU, who has been very strong in the APEC period, will continue their 3-game winning streak. Now, here we go. Now, let's welcome Team Buriram and Team INV Bangkok.
Playing against your team makes us look forward to it because you're about to lose to us.
Who are you? Invade? I think you guys just talk too much for your level.
Whoa! You talk too much for your level. Shut up, because we're gonna close those mouths for you. Is what Buriram basically said.
Oh man, our trash talk session has been on fire lately. I'm loving it. I guess the Chinese teams have been going good on the trash talk session as well, but we just don't understand. But
I
in
wish we could.
opportunities like this, I just adore it.
I mean, I love that they're, trash talk it in English, and so that everybody understands what's going on, so that everybody has a handle on the aggression, on the kind of the snide comments here from both teams. But looking at our head-to-head, Rich and What the Jess, of course, being a very, very high impact support, usually on that Gragas. He does love being that point of the spear for Buriram United.
Yeah, and definitely his synergy with Valdez is going to be key here for Buriram United Esports to take on Invade Esports. And Rich has a big responsibility in helping out Cat Type and Bluffx as well to get that early lead, because it's just so difficult to shut down Noel, because he loves those champions that just has stability in the lane. Corky, Garen, the Jace as well, Thipper all oftentimes gets enabled by Valdez along the way. So Rich has a big responsibility again to just stop that from happening. And looks like the fight for side is already on our way. We have been seeing a lot of Fioras lately, but we also are going to be seeing Thipper with the cannon. Nice.
Finally, a cannon coming in. It's not going to be in the main match just yet, but in the fight for side, I think is a very viable option, especially if you can time the maelstrom, or the slicing maelstrom that is, to go off after the riposte has been used there and before the Fiora can actually get all the procs of the Grand Challenge. So once again, a Fiora in a ranged matchup is not the easiest time here, and we have seen Fioras in these matches really not do all too well unless they're really aggressive in the first 3 levels.
Oh man, I'm just happy to see the cannon coming our way, because, well, we oftentimes see the AP build, sometimes the ADC build as well, but it's not a lot that we do see the cannon being just really focused here in the fight for side. And I do love the switchings and the sudden new champions that we are seeing being picked up in the fight for side. We have seen a lot of Fioras already, and just, bored with it a bit. We did see as well 1-on-1 with the Fiora against Neon, but the Gragas did win. So maybe Thipper wants to Neon Cat Type in this one and just put him down. Just put a leash on this cat.
Yes, put the cat in the litter box and let him do his business there, because Thipper is how do I put this? He's very proficient in this matchup as well. I mean, being a player who plays in the Baron lane, you're really used to seeing Fioras, Renekton's, all those kind of melee champions, but usually you have to play your own melee champion into it, because that's how you provide value to your team in the mid to late game, by picking an equally strong and maybe tanky champion. But in just a pure 1v1 fashion, you can go back to the old ways, the ancient texts with the ranged matchup. And Kennen is historically one of the better ranged top laners that we have seen in at least the League of Legends PC version. In Wild Rift, he hasn't had as much success, but still is going to be a very tough cookie to crack.
Oh man, I'm excited for this. Again, Invade Esports has a bigger responsibility to at least win this fight for side, because if they're going to be giving it to Buriram United Esports, right, it's kind of inevitable. Advantage is still an advantage, and I think BRU is going to be opting to go on blue side given the leverage that they do have. And I think it's only Cerberus Esports so far on the APAC side that is so confident on red side, and they did it in their previous matchup a while ago against Fennel in our first series. And Invade Esports, I think, it's not really having the same situation right now against BRU.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a brand new type of situation for Invade Esports. They are down very, very low in the standings here, where they have actually had some great performances in the SEA region. It's just that when it comes to the wider Asian League with the Chinese conference here, they caught a little bit lacking. And if BRU can expose some more of those weaknesses, then it does shore up their chances of getting into the playoffs with the rest of them. But look at Thipper just doing so much damage to the Electrocute as well, proccing and taking Cat type down to almost 1 bar of health.
Oh man, Cat type taking so much damage here from Thipper too. Really good job here by Thipper, at least poking him down a lot of times and just trying to win the laning phase. Emotes coming our way as well, as Thipper is just very comfortable here in the 1 versus 1. And again, this is BRU. You cannot discount them at times. I mean, our APAC teams does struggle against our Chinese teams because they're just on a different dimension. They're just out of this world. But against their co-APAC teams, we all know how good they can just be.
Yes, they can be extremely good, but that is the question. That's the crux of it, right? They can be. It doesn't mean that they will be. So a lot of it is dependent on execution. But so far, right now, Thipper is executing a very quick lane push onto Cat type, really kind of dominating that lane. Man, the Electrocute proxy just doing so much damage. There's the Ignite as well going on to Cat type. I almost said Invade because that is the name of the team, but he's down to basically 1 bar of health. The minions might actually take him down if he's not careful enough. So Thipper could have capitalized on that, applied some more pressure or threatened the kill if he didn't want to go for the heal there. Unfortunately, he did do that. Cat type has to back away, and this tower is going to take a little bit of damage from these minions unless they're stopped. Yeah, they're just going to stop there, and the wave will start bouncing back towards Thipper.
So this is an AP cannon that we are going to be seeing with the Electrocute, unless, Electrocute, but he does have the long sword. So as he goes back to the base, I think he's still deciding whether to go AP or AD. Okay, given the Morellonomicon and because the mass, it is going to be AP being built up. Loss of utility items to maximize its damage and healing negation here against Cat type. So Cat type, I think, will be needing to buy some MR here in this case, but I think he is going for Trinity Force?
Triforce against the cannon. I get the theory, right? I get the theory. Triforce gives you so many stats, gives you that on-hit proc for your lunge, for quite a bit of your abilities, the riposte as well, just the buff that you get with your W. So that is a good option. It gives you some health as well, and it's just a lot of damage and a lot of stats. But I don't think it's the right pick in this situation in particular. I think you need to go for something more sustain oriented because Thipper is going to look to poke Cat type down for pretty much a long time, and he doesn't really want to put himself in a lot of danger if he can help it.
I actually thought he would build something like a Spectral Scowl, maybe a Wit's End, maybe Hex Drinker as well to try and sustain himself as much as possible against a cannon, because again you can deal a lot of damage with your vitals proccing onto Thipper anyway, especially when you do proc up that Grand Challenge. So as long as you survive the initial burst, I think Cat type should be fine. But I think he wants to have his own burst damage as well. Given the Trinity Force, he can just close the distance with the launch as much as possible and then just chip down the HP of Thipper just like this.
Oh yeah, and chipping it down. There it is. The Maelstrom slicing through, but not going to get the stun onto Cat type because he activated at the same time as the riposte went off. So now Thipper has to go back. Unfortunately, he is losing this matchup. Cat type just knows exactly when to aggress on a cannon and when to hold back. And you can also see that Triforce is really doing a lot of work because he is going for these quick trades instead of these extended fights. But Thipper is still very able and willing to just run into Cat type's face, try to get those static procs on him.
Oh man, Thipper. Okay, we see now the bow being picked up there by Cat type. So I think that is at least some progress in terms of damage, attack speed. I'm not so sure if he did pick up the Trinity Force already, but Thipper still has to leverage on this one. Okay, going for the Wits End next. That is good progress here for Cat type. Doesn't have the Merc Threads just yet to negate the stun coming in from Thipper. Riftmaker should provide some healing for Thipper as well.
Yeah, just a little bit, but he is going to get engaged on there. The Ignite will be dropped, but that really wasn't a serious attempt there by Cat Type, just trying to get a quick trade onto Thipper and trying to bait his runaway move so that Cat Type can get a little bit more lane dominance here, a little bit more controlled, and try to push down this tower a little bit more, because he knows that in an extended fight, it may be Thipper who has the upper hand unless he can negate some of that damage. The Wits End, though, going to do a lot to do exactly that, negate some of the damage, as long as he can get in there and start stacking it up.
Okay. That should be enough, at least to buy enough time for him to survive the damage coming in from Thipper. Maybe the Spectral Cow or Spirit Visage would suffice as well, because the Wits End does provide some healing when you attack the champions. And with the magic resistance, he should be able to survive some of the burst here of Thipper as well. If you proc the Vitals, then that's gonna help out Cat Type. Everything is now going on his way. He has to pay a lot of respect towards Thipper. Again, one slicing Maelstrom can just shred everything here for Cat Type.
Yeah, because Cat Type is incredibly careful to start, bringing Thipper down here in just quick trades, not really going for an extended duel, where while he is the grand duelist, it's still Thipper who in a long fight can get the slicing Maelstrom off, and there he goes with the slicing Maelstrom, and that's the perfect time for Cat Type to engage, to try to chase down, but he's gonna go under tower. The grand challenge will be procced, and he will get away scot-free. He actually gets away, gets the health font healing, but the minions will stop him from going back, so now he has to surrender to the tower. It actually counts as a kill towards Thipper, so that will just be one more kill for each side.
Yeah, that was odd. I thought he would be staying, or at least clear out the way before, he tries to execute himself into the tower as well. But again, at least it's still a kill that he has picked up. Now, Thipper actually oddly building mixed AP and AD. Blade of the Ruin King gonna be picked up here along the way. I guess he is gonna be able to at least create some distance when he's trying to kite Cat Type with the passive.
I mean, he is trying to kite Cat Type now. There's a health font, and the repose being used now. That's so much damage just from the Triforce proccing, and all the other items that Cat Type has. But Thipper, with the kill that he got, because of the tower, is at least able to trade it out a little bit and have the same combat effectiveness as Cat Type here, even without the slicing Maelstrom. So, if Thipper is very careful here, if he baits out the repose, he can still get this win. But Cat Type is going to go very aggressive now. And there it is, a slicing Maelstrom for the stun. And he does get it. Cat Type, the burst is a little bit too much. A grand challenge going off and giving him the win. That's going to be it here for the fight for side. And it's Invade Esports who get side priority.
Yeah, Thipper got a little too greedy there. Thought he could actually survive with a slicing Maelstrom after getting stun onto Cat Type, but that repulse was just genius. And able to bring back the stun onto Thipper and then just follows up with the kill. Fully utilizing that grand challenge damage as well onto the Vitals, and that will give Invade Esports the side selection priority that we stated a while ago that is necessary for them to at least get some sort of leverage against BRU. Maybe secure blue side, or yeah, they should secure blue side. And really that would provide them, the opportunity to ban away some of the champions here of BRU, especially the Yone from Baldus.
Yeah, and a lot of opportunities here for Invade to make the right decision to give themselves an advantage on the blue side, because Valdus is going to be kind of a key player to watch out for here. You do not want to give him that Yone if you can help it, so either they first pick it for themselves, so that Merly can have a little bit of a chance to get that same kind of performance and take that away from Valdus. So and as well, Yone is one of those champions who, if you make a mistake in a late game team fight, even if they are behind, even if the team with the Yone is behind, all you need is one amazing Fate Sealed, and well, it's called Fate Seal for a reason. It can definitely seal the fates of a winning team and send them into the loser's side.
Oh yeah, I think BRU is just ready for this particular match. They're ready either to go on blue side, either to go on red side. They have a specific plan in mind already, a strategy laid out in place against Invade Esports. And we talked about the matchups a while ago. We talked about Rich versus What a Jess. We talked about the synergy of What a Jess with Valdez to enable the rest of the team. And that is something that I'm worried about here for Invade Esports, because we have known them to be quite aggressive at times. They had their improvement against OMG, picking a couple of kills early into the game, translating it into objective. But when the team fights actually occur, that's when it's problematic for Invade Esports. They don't necessarily have the cleanest of execution in terms of team fights, and I think that's where BRU can just exploit them. Kali gonna be banned away. BRU, they are gonna be the ones forced to take away the Camille and the Aatrox. So Invade Esports, they have a chance to take away the Yone away from Valdez. Good job on taking this Shen though. That is something that Valdez has been performing really well over the past few days, and I don't think Invade Esports has a plan though to take this thing up, because Merly is more of an enabler here on the side of Invade Esports with Wukong, with being just frontline at times. So that's some limitations as well that we have been seeing for Invade Esports. Maybe the Vi would actually be good here for Invade Esports, or since BRU is leaving the Yone open for now, maybe Merly can first pick it.
Yeah, but is it going to be that angle for Merly? Because even if they leave the Yone open, Valdez might not necessarily pick it, right? And they do have a chance here to kind of get ahead on the Gragas pick, because you don't want that going to What the Jess.
Varus.
So Varus as well is a thing, but as I said, Gragas, a little higher priority here for many of the APAC and Chinese conference teams. Like everybody here in the WRLA has, if the Nautilus has been banned out, kind of default to Gragas. So that's a very important pick to get in the first round.
I don't know, because you can't just pick up the Varus and then the Alistar. So that's something that I've been seeing, that we have been seeing as well, being a response by the other teams that do get the Gragas early in their first pick. The other team oftentimes picks up the Varus and the Alistar instead. BRU has a chance to get both of them in a sense, or have the Galio, at least have that really good follow-up towards their front lines as well. And Shield of the Run and the Justice Sponge, all those CC can just completely zone out Invade Esports, deny the isolation play coming in from this Gragas.
Yeah, because honestly, okay, if BluffX gets on this Zed, that could be an angle for Invade to actually make their way into a positive light in the mid game. But at the same time, Merlin and the Kazakhs kind of fulfills the same role of that assassin kind of champion. So they will be picking that up. They'll be picking up these Ziggs as well. Some very safe choices here for Raven and Rich. Surprised to see, not something like the Zoe not coming out. But yeah, well, you leave the Yone open. Valdez is gonna take it. He's going to be on that undead samurai on the jungle.
Ziggs, this is good. Lots of damage. Good synergy with the Kazakhs. If they pick up the Ribbon as well, this is a fascinating composition that Invade Esports is having right now. But again, Yone for Valdez is one of the keys here for BRU to just cement a notorious win against anyone that they come across. And they have a lot of tools as well to follow up the Fate Seal. They have the Heroes Entrance, they have the Chain of Corruption. Everyone has CC on the side of Buriram United Esports, and they're also denying some of the champions that can actually cancel the engages, like the Garen Silence, and the Invade Esports responding with a Wukong ban as well, because again, BRU does have first pick priority this time around. In the second pick phase, they don't want to give that Wukong away.
Yeah, they do not want the big monkey to come spinning into the rift here for Buriram United in the hands of Noel, probably. So, batting that out, kind of means that they want to ban out another, maybe a top laner this time for Thipper, so that they can get an easy, maybe counter pick situation going. Fiora has been banned out. Riven will be banned out as well. Renekton is open though.
So they take away the Riven. Maybe Invade Esports wants to get the Renekton, but again, it's open for BRU. They are going to be taking it. Even if the Riven was open, they're going to be taking the Renekton anyway. So that was an odd ban coming in from Invade Esports. So the whole synergy of the Ziggs, Kha'Zix, Riven combo has been interrupted. What happened?
Yep. It's gone. Renekton gonna be coming out here though for Thipper against a cat type. Take note, cat type is picking Jax into the Renekton. So he has to be either really confident in his ability to stay safe in that top lane, or just really wants that late game scaling option. Matchup be damned.
Go for scaling.
Zeri's gonna come out for Noel. Let's go. Gonna be playing it into that Corki of Bluff X, and wow, this is just gonna be a very exciting time now, because when we see Zeri, it's always a banger of a game.
Electrify this game right now as Noel picks up the Zeri, and it does make a lot of sense because they see Invade Esports suddenly banking on late game with a Corki, with a Jax. And since they don't have the Riven to close the distance, actually nobody can actually close the distance aside from the Gragas and maybe the Jax and the Kha'Zix, but not really a whole lot of suppression is open here or available for Invade Esports to use against BRU. So Zeri can just free hit along the way. Even if you have the counter strike, if you won't be able to actually jump into or jump onto Noel, then that's very problematic. And even if you try, BRU has a lot of crowd control. Every single champion has crowd control except for Noel. So we can just see him later on pop off and try to kite away the members of Invade Esports. This is a really effective composition that BRU has drafted so far. Balanced on AD and relatively good AP as well, because Zeri can just deal some AP damage, especially with his zap. So Invade Esports, they need to be prepped up for this. They need to enable Merly into the game. We talked about Rich versus What just a while ago. This is the time for Rich to actually make it work for Invade Esports.
It really is, and if Rich cannot perform here, then it's going to be, I think, curtains here for Invade, because he has a lot of responsibility on his hands, matching the pressure that What the Jess will just innately have with the Galio being able to appear from anywhere and respond to pretty much a lot of things that Invade can attempt here with his hero's entrance when it comes when level 5 comes around. But yeah, Thipper very predictably getting the upper hand early on in the top lane, because it is a Renekton into the Jax, and he got that level 2 power spike first. So now cat type has to back away, has to give this lane over to Thipper.
Fortunately, there was a honey fruit that he can just pick off and heal himself back to at least half health or 40% health. But again, the matchup is just so good right now for BRU, able to deal some damage here onto Bluff X, forced to use the honey fruit as well. And in the top lane, this is something that we have expected already as well. Renekton against the Jax does win at times, unless you can predict when the Renekton is going to be using the Ruthless Predator. It's so hard now for Invade Esports, especially for cat type. We haven't really seen him pop off as he intended to do before. So now having to face off BRU and now having to see Renekton and the Galio, it might be challenging.
Actually, he is taking quite a bit of damage. What the Jess has to take the safer route there to get into the lane, but now Noel actually doing a really good job dominating this lane against Bluff X in the early phases. Golden Feet as well, kind of dunking on Raven at the moment, but it is a Ziggs. He can just see us from very far away. Golden Feet though, yeah, I love that. This actual charge messed up his piercing arrow timing, but even early on in the game, we can already see 2 minutes in a 500 or 400, 300 gold lead coming in for the side of Buriram United. They are just very invested in actually getting these picks and actually getting this pick onto Raven too. They have already taken him down. That's the first blood for BRU. A beautiful dive at level 5.
And see, Valdez is just so clean with the Yone. That is why we expected during the banning phase that this champion should be taken away. Or INV Esports get it for Merly. But since we do see it being picked up by Valdez, even if there's a Kha'Zix that is normally a response towards a Yone pick, when Valdez just gets the Yone, he just makes so many good plays. Top side, Cat-type might be in trouble.
Oh, because Cat-type has got fate sealed, and his fate will become sealed as Rich tries to run away. Now he's going to run into what the Jess gets taunted. And yeah, Noel is easily helping that Fipper, securing that kill. Already 3-0 for Buriram. A really quick start to the game, 3 minutes in. And that means there's a lot going to go on in the Dragon later on.
It's a disaster already here for the INV Esports. Cat-type getting caught. Valdez with a good prediction with a fate sealed, cutting him down to half as they get the second kill there on Rich. Oh, it's just a disaster now for INV Esports. And it's just 3 minutes into the game.
Yup, and they might be going for more here. I mean, Valdez with his Yone is just such a force of nature. Even though he doesn't build Force of Nature, it is an incredibly difficult situation for INV Esports to crack, because Merly just has not had the same kind of proactivity. He has been kind of farming a little bit more than his lane opponent, or well, his jungle opponent here, and not really tracking him, because, well, why would you? It's only 3 minutes into the game. You kind of expect them to lay low for a little bit, but no, Buriram, they all want to go forward. They want to get as big a lead as possible, as early as possible, specifically before the big objective spawn. And Fipper again in the top lane, absolutely shrekking on Cat-type. There's a Dominus, he just barely misses out on the kill. Oh, he threatens with a flash. The Ignite actually gonna take him down, but he will pay for it at least with his life. A trade there by Merly, but the flash Ignite for the swag kill. It's more important to gap the Jax than to gap the Kha'Zix here.
Well, we saw the reaction of Tipper as well. Wasn't really happy with what happened, because he did not anticipate Merly being there onto the top side. So that is a bit of a mistake coming in from him. Not able to use the Ignite in time. I think it was cooldown before he actually went back a while ago, so he had to use the flash just to secure that kill on to Cat-type. And now, INV Esports, having leverage into the top side, River will be trying to secure this R8, but Golden Fee, almost. I mean, he is attempting to at least get that steal, while Valdez picks up the bottom side objective. And Cat-type this time around might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, because he honestly is not strong enough to win a 2 versus 1 tower dive here, if that is the way that Valdez wants to go. But it does look like he's just going to be stealing some jungle camps, backing away. Merly, though, looking to maybe paint a target on Golden Feet's back. Throwing the Rift Herald down, throwing the Gauntlet down in the middle lane, getting that little bit of gold that he just so desperately wants, and setting up the tower to be taken by that Sins. But the flat thought into the Just Sponge, into the Chains of Corruption. Golden Feet and what the Jest just absolutely bodying the Ziggs. Raven's not allowed to play the game, but there you go, the body slam flash. Golden Feet paying for it with his life. It's an 80 for 80 trade, and now what the Justice Punch, what can he do here? Fate sealed now, but Merly is going to be the more priority target, unfortunately. Valdez was not able to secure those kills, so INV Esports actually come out on top of that 2-for-1 exchange.
Love that answer coming in from INV Esports. The body slam into the flash, into the cast for the isolation play for Merly to just get those 2 kills is perfect as a response by INV Esports. Cat-type is having, you know, a good time in the bottom lane, but I think he should be able to
he's
back
having a good
away.
time.
Well, doesn't really deal any damage, and just happy to clear out the waves as he does some damage there. Replay gonna be coming up as we see a big investment by Golden Feet. Flash, double flash, just to secure 1 kill, leads to an opportunity for Rich to set up a good initiation for Merly to just clean things up. Now 2 kills, that's the 3rd kill for Merly after his shutdown towards Tipper in the top lane a while ago.
Yeah, this Kha'Zix is looking pretty formidable, but so is Valdez on that Yone. I would argue he's still a little bit scarier than the Bug at the moment, even though Merly is going to start dealing a lot of damage. Now, somebody who isn't as threatening at all is Cat Type. This Jax has been shut down, you know, time and time again. Buriram just know exactly how to deal with him, and, you know, he is feeling a little bit unsafe here in the top lane, even with Thipper just right there, because he knows Valdez may be waiting in the wings. Bluff X needs a package to get away from Noel. Understandable. Zeri at this point is just naturally going to be stronger than a Corki, just item-wise. But now Noel knows that Merly is going to be here, knows to back away. So Buriram not going to give any more advantages onto Invade Esports. And there's the Fate Sealed. Misses onto Merly. He needs to get away from there. Turns invisible, jumps away. That's all she wrote there.
Good dodge by Merly. It shouldn't give any shutdown gold towards Valdez. The key for victory here of Invade Esports is through Merly this time around, after the kill he has gotten across the board, across the game, and able to close the distance as well in the gold gap that they have. But BluffX might be in danger.
Yeah, because he almost actually bit the dust there. There is just a little bit too little time there for Valdez, but now Rich may be the one here who's targeted. Yes, an auto attack will seal the deal. Golden Feet dodging out on the bouncing grenade will get out of there scot-free. Now what the Jess is going to chase onto Raven, gets a Justice Punch. Valdez should be getting this kill. No, he won't, because Raven uses Satchel Charge to disengage, and he lives, but just barely. Raven just hurting, but still alive.
BRU losing some of their chance to get those kills onto Invade Esports. This opportunity again for Invade Esports to just scale up into this game. Merly as well able to farm up effectively as the game goes by. It's the chance that Invade Esports is wanting to have in this particular game. Well, gonna be stealing it off. Okay, never mind. I thought he was able to steal out the Struggle Crab. Nothing to be worried about here for Merly. Again, he will be dealing most of the damage here. The only person to actually have kills on the side of Invade Esports. Still not enough to alleviate the pressure that BRU is having here on the top side. River, they're gonna be too late and give this RH away, but still has opportunity on the bottom side, because that is a tower taken there by Cat Type. Also, they can set up vision in the bottom side River for the next dragon.
Yeah, because in the next dragon is going to be pretty important. It is an Infernal Drake. It does accelerate the damage, and just the scaling for whichever team is able to pick it up. Buriram definitely will have their eyes on that more than the other objective spawning up, because it has been taken apparently. But 10 more seconds until the Infernal Drake, and it's Buriram who have found themselves in the river first. Golden Feet using his piercing arrows to kind of scout out the area, try to take Merly and say, hey, we're over here already. You have to respect the threat that we possess, because Valdez wasn't there. But what the Jest now is going to maybe run into Rich. The dragon has been started, but Valdez is still off on the wings. A little bit hesitant here. What the Just wants to find the most perfect engage here, but so far look at Invade. They are just so carefully dancing around this Baron. They have to respect the BRU coming in from either side. The Rift Herald also going to be barreling down the mid lane next, as it falls to White Cat to Cat Type to actually deal with that, but he is taking a lot of damage, and this could be the fight here in the bot lane as Rich gets engaged on. He goes in, body slams onto Noel, but Noel is able to get away. The tower will be taken by Shelly, but the disengage from Buriram will keep them all alive. Just give them one tower and still fight over this dragon. Valdez still very ready to commit here, as Invade Esports have to kind of back away and give a little bit more respect, with Merly busy there in the with the Krugs. So far, they are just taking a long time baiting this dragon back and forth, so long that Noel is able to get fully heal and get back into the fight. The delays here, the non-commitment from either side. One team should just go for it, and it does look like it's going to be Buriram. Valdez already with a catch onto Rich, perhaps is what the Just goes in, gets the thought, the Fate Sealed as well onto two, and the health bars are melting. The Glaucus goes down, Raven's next, and Bluff X has to run away. Merly is going to get slammed out. He goes into stasis, but it's not going to help him out. He goes down to the well. Bluff X now Look at Nipper just tanking it for him as Noel tries to take BluffX's life, but he won't be able to. Colder Feet and What the Jets are the ones on the Dragon now. What a huge win for Buriram United.
Patience game by Buriram United Esports because their lead was slowly being dissipated as the time goes by, but with the RH they pushed bottom lane, had good leverage into the bottom side camps there of Invader Esports, and just one timing, one engage coming in from Rich, one engage coming from What the Jets, full force on the side of BRU, especially with that Fate sealed by Valdez onto 3 into the follow-up. Nothing that Merly can do. He was there just hiding, but after his invisibility expired, no one was actually there to help him out, and that was just a double kill by Noel. And now BRU able to get another lead into this game, another objective as well, looking for more. Invade Esports, this is now a tight game that they're experiencing as of the moment. 2 Dragon Stacks for BRU is just so hard to deal with now.
It is. It is incredibly difficult for Invade to start the comeback. And I don't know, it's at this point, even if the gold lead is kind of small at 13 minutes with only about 3,000 gold in the lead, Buriram is still looking like the one that's more scary when it comes to these teamfights, when it comes to these engages, because they hard commit when they can, and the damage just gets so overwhelming when they're just trying to deal with the front line. And of course, with the Yone's Fate sealed, Valdez can just turn a team fight around, even if they are on the losing side, as long as he gets the right targets there. And when he does get the big engage with, working with What the Jets, it just becomes a bloodbath. And look at that, they have gotten 5 more kills. Noel, though, going to need some assistance here in the top lane to keep it from falling. And What the Jets just got to use the Hero's Entrance to get into that.
Merly, more shield, has to fall back. What the Jets is just clearing out the vision here onto the top side. Serving really well as the frontline player here on the side of BRU. And as long as he's standing, everyone can just rely on What the Jets. We talked about the support a while ago. We talked about Rich having a big responsibility to enable the members here of Invade Esports. He did enable Merly sitting at the top right now in the gold chart, but not enough to enable the rest of Invade Esports. And now opportunity arises again for BRU to pressure down topside River as the bottom side is being pushed here by Cat Type.
And Cat Type honestly needs to just kind of chill out of it. Yes, he is split pushing, he's doing the Jax thing, but he needs to be a little bit more present in these team fights too. While he may not be the strongest, he's still a body to defend Raven and Merly. And while he's waiting for himself to scale up, Merly's gonna go on to Noel, and that is a lot of damage. He is isolated, but he's still the one who's turning around Merly at 1 HP. So is Noel. Mega Inferno Bomb not gonna catch him out. And an ambitious dive coming in, but no kills here for Invade Esports.
Yeah, Noel starting to pop off. Not even 2v1 can be enough to dive him under the tower. Good dodge as well on the Mega Inferno Bomb to negate most of that executing damage coming in from Raven. And now again, opportunity arises. BRU pushing down top lane, taking that last outer turret away from Invade Esports as they deny the push from Cat Type. But still, Invade Esports not really having their inner turrets taken out is still okay for them, because as long as the game goes by, this should be the time for Cat Type and BluffX as well to scale up so that they can deal as much damage as Noel deals right now in this current game, because he possesses 3 items. BluffX does have 3 items, but the Jax is not yet really online right now. Not having the Hull Breaker means that he cannot bash on against Tipper in the side cell or in the side lane pushes, because this Renekton has had the good early game already for BRU. So
true,
Jax needs to just be patient now for Cat Type.
But how much more time does Cat Type actually have in this game to scale up and get to his late game fantasy here? Because the later he takes to actually go online, the more opportunities BRU will have to start to gap Invade Esports. And with Dragon up in 30, Cat Type has to either show up now or show up later in the top lane, but BluffX is the one gonna get aggressed on by all the members here of BRU. He is just slowly trying to fly away. He won't be able to, and that is another kill. A very good pick coming in from BRU. No response from the side of Invade Esports. They will at least get a tower for their troubles, but that is not much compared to the team fighting. Why did Colden Feet just Chains of Corruption there? That may be a huge mistake. A Sniper's the one who gets engaged on theirs, the Explosive Cask as well, but it's still Buriram United who are at the forefront of this fight because they have the man advantage. What the Justice doesn't care about all of their damage. So with the Dragon spawned up, Invade have to be incredibly careful with this team fight, and they are starting to do quite a bit to the health bars of Buriram United. But Buriram United, they do have Thipper pushing down in the mid lane. What? Cat type is going to be there from the back. He's looking for a flank, perhaps.
The reason why Golden Feet used the Chain of Corruption a while ago is to target Rich, but he was able to flash away. But now, 1v1, Thipper, Cat type.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because it's not the 1v1. It's two Merleys down. The Gragas as well bites the dust. Raven Cat type cannot contest this. The Dragon falls down. They're going to go straight for the Baron now. Buriram United accelerating the pace once again.
Oh man, third Dragon secured here by BRU. They're wanting for more, they're craving for more. Death Rush, stolen bound, not going to be catching Cat type for the meantime. But again, vision established here by BluffX. This opportunity for Invade Esports to alleviate the pressure. And again, for the bomb though, going to be used. So now they don't have the burst damage anymore as BRU continues to pressure them.
And Cat type has to be the hero here, has to be the next, but he's been caught by the Chains of Corruption. What the Jest as well with the taunt, and he's gonna get jumped on. Fate sealed, and the Ziggs goes down as well. Thipper, just a huge crocodile in the midst of everything. BluffX just gonna fall to a single auto attack with the Dominus as well. And Buriram United have wiped out Invade Esports. Merle just now spawns, a Baron is theirs, and this game is solidly in Buriram's hands.
This should be over. I mean, 3 Dragon stacks, a Baron, just one
it's over.
1v1 push should be enough to enable them to just take out all the turrets. But again, the placements on the abilities, the layering of the CCs, the follow-ups as well was just so clean coming in from BRU. There's nothing that BluffX can do. Even if he has 3-4 items, it cannot deal damage onto Thipper because he was isolated as well. Well, okay. Damage.
Okay, a little dicey there, but with 10 seconds left on the Elder Drake, Invade cannot afford to get distracted. They have to look for a fight before it happens, and Cat type has to flash away. That is a face heal onto 2, and the health bars are melting. Cat type's down, but Valdez versus 2, Merle and BluffX, he's able to flash away. Another kill goes the way of Buriram United, and that's 3 already. Merle trying to run away, but the chase from the well is a little bit strong here, as already Thipper's inside the base somehow. He's going to take down another inhib turret. He's going to take down the Ziggs as well. And just Merle gonna get run down here. Everything has gone wrong for Invade Esports. He doesn't die, but the Nexus does, as Buriram secure the first game here in the series.
Oh man. BRU with a one-sided beatdown. I mean, it took some time for them to close out that game, but it's all inevitable as the game progresses. There's nothing that Invade Esports can do at that point when we saw them completing the 3 Dragon stacks, get the Baron as well, and Valdez just popping off with his Yone pick. Invade Esports had some opportunity. They got 3 kills from early, but we didn't see that transitioning into any other objectives. As most, we just saw him farming up, trying to gank some lanes, but it didn't really he didn't really have that same synergy of Valdez and what the Jess to layer out the contestants, at least towards the members of BRU, and having to lose so much objectives like dragons is just opportunity again being denied for Invade Esports, because we saw them already having really good fights coming in the early game, but having to not translate it into proper fights in the mid to late game is just not good. You have the late game scaling, you have the Jax, you have the Corki, but you have to fully utilize those champions. Go for the 1-3-1 perhaps, and try to shut down Noel, try to shut down Valdez, go for invades, because you have the draft to actually do so. But that's not the case. That doesn't happen in this game, and BRU just made the necessary punish for that lack of proactivity.
Yeah, because honestly, the scaling depends on cat type not getting absolutely gapped and taken advantage of, and unfortunately Merly was not really there to help him out a lot of the time, while Valdez was kind of just getting free kills there, honestly, with the help of the Renekton too. So Vipper was a huge part in winning this game because he just prevented the Jax from going insane, from becoming that late game monster that we know him to be, and that's why you pick a Renekton. And mind you, cat type picked Jax into that Renekton, so he should have been prepared. Invade should have had a game plan to protect him if that was their late game insurance, but unfortunately Buriram was just a little bit too aggressive in the early game. I mean, first 3 minutes, 3 kills already. What do you do after that as Invade Esports? You just try to hold on as much as you can, but then they weren't able to get the cleanest team fights.
Yeah, we saw more better positionings on the side of BRU, especially on objective takings. Most of the time they do get the initial pick off towards Bluffex, towards Raven as well. Valdez being just, again, the key player here on the side of BRU. Whenever he gets his hands on the Yone, we can just expect fascinating plays coming in from this amazing player, and the ban is just necessary. Invade Esports has to take his champion away, or maybe steal it out. Try it out here for Merly, because he's also good in using the Yone. That's why it was a little bit odd when we didn't really see him taking that Yone for himself.
Yeah, and with that being said, the Yone MVP here, they have to give so much respect now to Valdez because of his performance on that champion. And if any of you have been, watching Buriram United, you will know that that is one of the scariest champions for Valdez to get on. So maybe a first round ban here coming up for the second game, which will be coming up after this short break. I'm G10 coming at you with the Giyang, and we'll be right back for game number 2.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia is about to begin. With a brand new tournament format and teams, what changes can we expect? Let's take a closer look. WRL consists of 2 conferences, WRL CN and WRL APAC. 12 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from the WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to view our ultimate glory. All matches will be played in the BO3 format in the regular stage. The 20 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will also be held separately for each conference, adopting a BO7 double elimination format. Only the top 2 teams from each conference's playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Of course, a new tournament brings unique challenges. The Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 WRL A1 Finals will be a 3-day extravaganza. On the first day of the finals, the 4 qualifying teams will play a single round robin in BO1 format. The top-ranked team will advance directly to the grand finals, while the remaining 3 teams will battle it out in a single elimination bracket on the second day to secure a spot in the grand finals on the third day. The 2 teams that make it to the grand finals will face off in the BO7 showdown to claim the championship. Additionally, in both the WRL A1 regular stage and finals, teams will participate in the Fight for Side FFS match before the official games commence. The FFS match will be played in a 1v1 solo mode. Each team will send 1 player to compete. They will ban 2 champions each from the official weekly rotating champions pool, and then select 1 champion each for 1v1 competition. The winning team of the FFS match will earn the right to choose their side first. Wild Rift League Asia Season 1 regular stage will officially kick off on April 8th. With 20 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action, who will climb to the summit and seize the crown? Let's wait and see.
Dear Summoners, welcome to the Wild Rift League Asia 1! With the new season comes a fresh upgrade to our Spectator UI, designed to provide everyone with a better viewing experience. First thing is about the original UI information at the top bar. We make it into a functioning ring design in the upper left corner. The ring not only includes basic information, such as team names, match duration, kill.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at what is possibly the end of the match, the end of the day here for Wild Rift League Asia 2023, Week 8, day number 3. This is Invade Esports on the cusp of having their playoffs chances shattered by Buriram United because they just did not respect Valdez Yone in the last game. But this time, will they be able to turn the tables, or will we end the game with a quick 2-0?
After that game 1 performance, I think that is very much possible. I think coming towards the series as well, we have expected BRU to have a landslide victory against Invade Esports, right? But I wanted to see if Invade Esports can resist it, just like how they did against OMG, at least at some part of that game, because they had an early game advantage against OMG. But in this game against BRU, we didn't really see that same kind of aggression. We just saw some answers, some counters. Yeah, Murdy got some kills in top lane to shut down Thipper, some kills to shut down Golden Feet and What the Jess, but after that, nothing. So I'm gonna be concerned for them in this game number 2. Hopefully they do have another plan in mind against BRU, because now BRU is gonna be back on blue side, have the chance to ban the champions of Invade Esports, and Invade Esports won't have the same chance to ban Valdez champions.
Yeah, Invade Esports are they are kind of pigeonholed into banning a specific couple of champions and then just deciding which one they really want to target ban here. So of course those champions are going to be Camille, Aatrox, and possibly the Yone, because Valdez was honestly terrifying on Yasuo's brother, and kind of apt that we saw Yone right after a Yasuo match that we did see with Nova Esports. So, you know, maybe the Samurai Bros are gonna make a comeback here in WRLA for good, as you know, the patch should be dropping sometime during this league as well, the new one that these players are expected to play on. Now, though, lots of bans, kind of standard. Buriram kind of covering their bases, not letting Merle get on that Kha'Zix, taking the Varus away from Raven, and of course BluffX, they don't want him on any kind of assassin.
So that means Invade Esports should ban away they can ban away Yone, right? But that will leave the Shen open here for Buriram for Esports, if ever. That's why we're seeing so many happy faces on their side. It's basically checked now against Invade Esports. That is the Yone position now, again for Valdez. Will they lock it up? Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they will. They will 100% take the free Yone. Because why wouldn't you? If they don't ban out your champion, if they think you're going to go for the Shen, go for the thing that absolutely buried them in the last game. And Valdez, very ready to go in here and actually make a huge impact for Buriram. What the Jess as well should be going on his trademark Gragas with the Nautilus pick going up, and
no, we're not gonna be seeing that. Sure.
Not a Vex either, I don't think.
No, Vex there is a chance, but it's not really as effective as maybe picking up the Ziggs and then the Riven and their third pick. Because this is a risky move, but I mean, if you want to experiment with some possible lineups to burst out this Yone, then that is a chance. But if you want to be stable, if you want to have stability in your lineup, then go for the Ziggs. BRU has other plans in mind. They pick up the Ashe.
Yeah, because damn, that Ashe is something that honestly has been terrorizing the C region for a bit in the Wild Rift scene, and Golden Feet picking up now is a really good sign for BRU's confidence, because they know that they can pick a dragon laner that can pretty much support from anywhere. He can have global presence with that enchanted crystal arrow and really will not lose to his Ziggs in the laning phase, though he does have to work a tiny bit harder to CS with the volley and auto attacks. But all that being said, in the later fights, even in the mid-game fights, Golden Feet can be the one to set up these huge plays with just landing a good enchanted crystal arrow into Fate's Yield, into the body slam and explosive cast combo, just seal the fates of one, maybe two people here of Invade Esports. But on the other side, Renekton going to be coming out for cat type. This time he wants to be on the winning end of the Baron lane fight, while Merle looking to have a huge impact with those huge fists of Vi.
Also, the Ashe is normally played just like a Senna, so it's gonna be helping out Tipper later on into the top lane. Riven gonna be a good pick here to at least have that executing damage. Also, good gap close ability to follow up the engages coming in from both Valdez and What the Jess. But again, the Vi can be a good option here for Invade Esports to have at least that leverage into the top lane. Try to enable cat type, try to gank Tipper as much as possible, maybe get a second kill onto Golden Feet later on with his Ashe, and just try to be as aggressive as they were during their match against OMG, because this is also a very similar lineup that they actually had, or at least the Vi coming in from Merle, enabling the team to get those kills early into the game. And now, BRU getting the Jace without a quirky response. It's actually interesting coming from Invade Esports. But again, the Zed can actually pick up something like a Hull Breaker, so side lane priority can still be enabled here for Invade Esports.
Yeah, and BluffX, of course, they did ban out his Akali. The Zed is slightly easier to deal with because honestly, not as many escape opportunities for the Zed than the Akali. So this should be a safer assassin for Buriram United to face. And honestly, I don't see a really good target for BluffX to get onto in the mid to late game phases, because he can, one wrong move can just blow him up. I do see in the future quite a bit of death mark into immediate flash away plays, just to kind of bait the members of Buriram to committing an ultimate to trying to disengage or something. So that may be the way here if BluffX doesn't really get things started in the early to mid game, because, well, he does have a huge, there's a lot of ways to disable the Zed on the side of Buriram, so huge problem gonna be faced here by BluffX.
I guess this shows that they are willing to commit so hard into the early game. Try to enable the Renekton, try to enable the Zed as well. Have a lot of kill pressure to at least chase down Baldus whenever he goes in or tries to go out. But BRU, again, this is a stable composition that shows proactivity as well. Good vision that can be established with the Ashe, and also the Enchanted Crystal Arrow when it reaches level 5 is key for BRU to just get those skills early into the game. And looks like Kraken's Slayer is going to be picked up here by the Ashe, so going for on hit a little bit is interesting to actually see. Is this going to be a standard Ashe build?
It could be, but it could also be, instead of What the Jess roaming up there, it could be Golden Feet. No, it's just going to be the standard. I think it should be the standard Ashe build and the standard plays here. BluffX getting a little bit spicy there with Tipper. Rich did get the auto attack and the stun onto the Riven. But, well, that's a pretty good set statistics for Tipper, getting 958 gold per minute in the last game as a Renekton. That's because he got a huge start on the Jax. Exhaust going on to Raven, but it is still Golden Feet who comes out on the backside of that trade, because I guess he took a bouncing grenade too many.
And this time around, well, BRU needs to be playing it out safe, at least in the early parts of the game. Again, Nautilus and Renekton really deadly into the top lane or into the bottom lane, which Noel has to be very, very safe. Good adaptation though by BRU, putting Jace into the top lane instead of the Riven, because with the range advantage, at least he is going to be able to kite away members here of Invade Esports. Also clear out the minions with just one shock blast. Now, they're setting up here in the bottom side, or top side river. Good engage coming from Tipper. Immediately, the Nautilus falls down. Merely a little bit late into the fight. Flash as well. It's not so good. It's going to be in trouble now. Vald is just slicing him through. 2 kills early into the game.
And once again, Buriram are putting their foot on the gas pedal. No brakes on this gravy train for Invade Esports, because, I mean, if Buriram are anything like us, they want to end this quickly and easily. And I mean, if you are Invade, you kind of have to watch out for that. They should have learned from the last game that Buriram love that early aggression. They love to get a small lead even before 3 minutes have elapsed. So let's see if they can make something happen here with Merly at the season assist.
Tipper gonna be falling down. That was no reaction time anymore for BRU. Doesn't have the cast for what the Jess, and that is at least a good answer by Invade Esports.
A good answer in a bad situation, because they are still behind just slightly. Although I will say that it was a little bit ambitious for Tipper to stay there and just be in that situation for a while, knowing that the Vi would most likely hit level 5.
Ooh, good face seal. Raven gonna be falling down for sure as Valdez picks up that kill. Again, answer for answer.
Yep. It is going to be so many so many opportunities here for Buriram. And like I said, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, as soon as that Ash hits level 5, is going to be a deadly force. Let's see. Golden Feet, he was backing, he had his eye on the mini-map, went for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, set that play up for Valdez, got the perfect fate sealed combo, and he was just safe to dive and get away scot-free. Already 3 kills in Buriram United, looking to accelerate this game up past Invade Esports.
And Invade Esports has no response yet, but they are setting out Merly into the top lane. But the Jess might actually be in trouble as the recall comes through for Tipper there, or for Noel. Fortunately, he didn't check the brush, so he was able to at least back away safely. Now opportunity is denied for Invade Esports. Tipper, Death Mark gonna be used there by BluffX, but able to still sustain himself. I don't know why BluffX didn't go for the combo, at least to try and chip his HP down.
Yeah, a little bit of an execution error there by BluffX, but Enchanted Crystal Arrow gonna be looking for a target here. Cat type just narrowly dodging it out.
At least he's able to dodge that arrow. Again, every time that arrow is on cooldown, Invade Esports can breathe.
Yeah, and breathe they will. Tiny bit of breathing room is needed here, because honestly, Golden Feet is just gonna keep doing this again and again whenever that arrow is off cooldown, and there is a team member of Buriram fighting near a member of Invade Esports. He's just gonna let that arrow loose, and as long as he's in a safe position, he should be completely fine to control it. Yeah, now the objectives are going to be spotting in, and Buriram is not in a great spot to contest either of them. Vald is just now getting back from base with what the Jess will spot out Merly here, trying to take the Rift Herald.
Body slam. Enchanted Crystal Arrow gonna be connecting onto the Nautilus.
Merly's low.
Chunked down to very low. Shock Blast missing. And again, Valdez gonna get obliterated as a good damage comes in from Invade Esports. Raven as well gonna be in trouble. Tipper is trying to deal some damage onto him. Wind Slash is gonna be taking him down. But Invade Esports being more calm and collected. Look at the damage coming in from the Zed of BluffX. Able to shove them away, but can they still commit? The answer is yes. Tipper though going back in as Cat Type falls down. 1-for-1 trade again. And Invade Esports get the upper hand. BluffX though goes back with a shadow. Not able to get that kill onto Noel.
Almost, but not quite. Yet getting taken out. Just surviving with a sliver of health. Now Valdez, he did make a pretty crucial mistake there. However, as a Yone, he still is, I think, in a better position to turn team fights around. Enchanted Crystal Arrow gonna be going up towards the top lane. Will it swing? Will it miss? No, it won't. It hits BluffX.
That is a lot of stun, but oh, okay, almost there. Good job by Noel having, used the barrier preemptively, anticipating damage coming in from the Zed.
Yeah, but now looking for maybe a dive here on the Fipper as Valdez comes in. Fate Seal
follow up as well by Thipper, able to take that crocodile down. Now Merly's gonna be in trouble. 3 people running down to chase him out, but able to still back away with a Vault Breaker now though. Bottom side River, good control by BRU, starting this Dragon off. I don't think Merly can actually contest this, but they will be at least lingering down. Good vision established here by BRU. They just have to give this objective away.
Yeah, no contest there from Invade Esports. Unfortunately, because of the man disadvantage, they couldn't really commit to something there without their full force. Because BRU, they're just so bloodthirsty, and these APAC games have been bloodbaths, one after the other. And actually, all through today was just a bloodbath after bloodbath after bloodbath, even with OMG and Nova Esports there. So honestly, how do you stop this roll if you're Invade Esports? How do you prevent Golden Feet from just letting that arrow loose whenever it's off cooldown? He's even got Manamune to start really just spamming his spells here. Now Noel going to be the one split pushing here. That's completely fine because he does need to be a little bit of a distraction there. However, notably, Buriram have not yet taken a tower. Because the first Herald was taken by Invade Esports, but they can still look for more picks here. Merly trying to be a little bit more proactive and seeking out opportunities to Vault Breaker into cease and desist, but looks like top lane is going to be the target here.
Noel's all alone, does have the Hull Breaker to sustain himself. Guy gonna be taken, trying to flash away into the hammer form as now arrow coming in. That's a lot of damage Rich is taking for the 1-for-1 trade, and BRU still gets one. Invade Esports took so much time just to kill him. Now Fate Sealed onto Merly, not gonna be connecting, but still able to flash away. Cat type as well gonna be surviving. And not a whole lot of damage being thrown out here by BRU.
Tipper.
But again, into the mid lane, Raven gonna be in trouble as Tipper closes the distance, flash away. But Tipper will just flash in to get that kill.
Yeah, and now Thipper, that is what happens when you leave the Ziggs alone with a Riven in the mid lane. He just committed hard for that and barely lost any health for it, honestly, at all. So now, I don't think Bluff X is utilizing this Zed to the fullest that he can. Sure, he's 1-1-1, but he could be so much more. He can be doing so much more, looking for isolated members, looking for picks. I mean, he could have just stayed there in that bot lane inside a bush and tried to attempt a kill onto Noel, even though it is risky. You have to take risks when you're playing an assassin like this that needs to get those kills to actually be effective, because feast or famine champions, they either feast or they famine, and right now it is really hunger time for Bluff X.
One adaptation that he can actually do is pick up a Hull Breaker so that he can enable his side lane pushing to help Invade Esports to apply some pressure here on the macro perspective. Now Arrow going to be connecting here onto Rich Fate Sealed as well, onto the back line. Immediately Raven is threatened. It is going to be falling down as the rest of BRU just collapses here on the members of Invade Esports front line. Obliterated with a wind slash there by Thipper as well. Second kill acquired. BluffX can't do anything as BRU wreaks havoc in that fight.
They wreak havoc, and they are going to reap the rewards here with the Rift Herald going to be going down, and the skill score is already reaching insane proportions, 14-5 in favor of Buriram United. And look at how much lane control and map control they've already established through just winning that 1-5. They got a turret down in the mid lane, and they've gotten so much in the jungle. They've completely counter-jungled Merly here. So let's take a look at how that actually started out, because it was engaged again by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the full commit into 2 members, getting Fate Sealed, and Raven just tapped into death by Valdez. The rest of Invade, they weren't able to get a good engage because Thipper was there to just stun them up and prevent them from really being super effective. And just Buriram really playing a compact team fight game. Now Bluff X may be attempting here with Rich.
Good use of the stasis to buy enough time. I think the arrow is going to be coming down towards the bottom lane, but not really entirely, as the Wells holding out on his own pretty well. Able to get that 1 versus 2 victory here. There's nothing that Rich can actually do. Megan for the bomb though. A nice touch there coming from Raven to at least get that 1-for-1. But that is a lot of resources invested just to kill a Jay split pushing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, because the split push is... it's not that huge of a threat for Invade. if they do respond to it, they have to recognize that BRU, they have counter responses to their response. They need to know that whenever they try to engage on the Jasu split pushing, bam, enchanted crystal arrow, and now they're gonna try to go for a play here maybe, but no, Merle is a little bit too scared to even engage in a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Golden Feet having the Edge of Night as well is so safe into the backline as long as it doesn't get hit by any spells of INV Esports. BluffX and even Merle cannot engage onto him. And that's now, again, opportunity for BRU to just work around, set vision into the bottom side river, set up a team fight, and just wait for that enchanted crystal arrow from Golden Feet.
Yeah, because that is how Buriram does want to play this. They want to engage with enchanted crystal arrow, and you know, he does send it to wherever is near. They have actually kind of quick.
Fate sealed. Valdez going back again. Look at that assist. You're going too deep, buddy. Megan for the bomb is going to be doing some damage there to shut down this Yone. But Tipper already onto the back line, flashing in onto Rich as well. Take him down as BluffX trying to flee, but he won't be able to do so as Golden Feet fires away all those volleys into his face. Cat type just split pushing into the mid lane, but not entirely doing a lot of pressure here towards BRU because they lost the fight. RH as well in the bottom lane to take another tower. And INV Esports just lose another objective here.
Another objective, another fight. They're absolutely losing their minds here, and Raven can't even defend that bottom lane tier 2 from going down. The Drake as well gonna be going the way of Buriram. And let's take a look at this, because that was a very ambitious cease and desist from Merle. And look, he gets hit, but then he doesn't even get fate sealed. It's Raven who was the target there. I guess he just did it on reaction, and he took a long trip downtown. At least he was able to get 1 kill before he went, but that was not the kill that the rest of the team wanted, and Invade got wiped out after that. BluffX not doing the best Zed work here, unfortunately. So it is falling apart for Invade Esports. This assassin pick really not doing dividends for them, and the Baron just gonna get started here by 2 people. What the Jess and Valdez just bravely sneaking it, knowing that the rest of Invade do not have vision here.
They are more than capable to do so because they are just so far ahead. 8,000 gold lead now by BRU at 14 minutes into the game. Are going to be connecting here onto the Nautilus to buy enough time for BRU to alleviate the pressure there onto Noel. But now bottom lane, Merle and Cat-Type gonna be engaging here onto Stipper. Good stasis to buy some time. Again, just waiting for the Dominus to actually expire. Good work on the Blade of Broken Wings as well. Still gonna get taken down, supposedly. Stasis to get with that outplay, but Raven gonna get caught there with a face shield as BluffX survives, but not entirely. It does so at the very end, but still Noel gonna be trying to deal some damage here onto Rich. They have taken a tower as well into the top lane. INV Esports slowly but surely losing everything there. Noel gonna be flashing out. Arrow connecting onto Merle. What the Jess, just buying some time for the rest of BRU's members to collapse here onto the members of INV Esports. They can't do anything anymore. Crocodile goes in. That's the cease and desist, but Golden Feet still free hitting for days now. And there's nothing that INV Esports can do. BluffX goes in, gets a 1-for-1 trade, but again, this Ashe is just on fire. No one's going on to him. He just free hits and no one tries to stop him.
Yeah, because Golden Feet is he is a little scary right now. Ashe is the original kite master here in League of Legends with the slow auto attacks. And honestly, 5-0 and 7, who can stop them? The picks have not been working out for INV Esports. Their Zed is 3-5 and 3. The Vi 4-4 and 3, at least able to get some things done here. But compared to Valdez, another enchanted crystal arrow will land here. Pick.
Into the Fate Sealed after that cast. Easy takedown onto Rich. Oh man, BRU just going so clean in this game right now. Almost at 10,000 gold. It will eventually reach 10,000 after this third goes down. Merle, you should not go in. You cannot go in. You're just gonna be taken down pretty early after that Vault Breaker. And Valdez just confidently going in against 2 people. That's more gonna be used onto him, but not really gonna be doing a lot of damage. That gets out again here onto the Vi. What can you do except fall back, flash out, and try to escape?
Yeah, and with all of that hoo-la-la happening in the top lane, the mid lane inhib turret did fall down. BRU very good at balancing both their fighting and their objective taking. So with Invade Esports basically corralled into their base, they have to find a solution to make Buriram United make a mistake. So that relies on really catching Golden Feet, but Rich here may be the next kill.
Yeah, he's the one caught. Oh my god, Val is going in, catching the opportunity there on the Ray, but still Season just stops him down. Good use there by Merly on his ult, but again, the damage just coming through from the rest of BRU. Chop blast as well into the face of that Zed. Merly trying to pick up the slap, but what can you do? Hammer form for that 1-for-1 trade as the rest of BRU just cleans things up for Invade Esports. Cat type hiding under a brush is interesting. And there's nothing that he can actually do right now.
Yeah, and he's trying his best. A Hail Mary play there from Cat Type. He tries to flash out, won't be able to live, and this is going to be Buriram United securing their spot as the number 2 seed in the APAC conference standings for now, because they have gotten another win under their belt, putting them solidly over NOW's Esports.
Incredible performance coming in from BRU. It is expected already. And they showed potential, they showed promise here in this game number 2 as well. A clean sweep, 2-0 against Invade Esports, and we didn't really see that much resistance coming in from Invade Esports. You have to take away the Yone from Valdez.
There was some resistance, sure, but it just wasn't good resistance. Yes, Yone is too good in the hands of Valdez. You can't... You have to either ban it out or pick it away from him, man. It's honestly a signature champion at this point, just like Nian on that Yasuo.
Oh yeah, so like samurais right now are it's like the theme of today's matches. 17 minutes and 55 seconds, a lot of damage that Valdez dealt in this entire game. Noel as well, just showing stability. That's why in this particular series, we always say that Noel is like the balancer of this this composition of this team, because he always picks champions like Jace, Garen, Corki to go for the long run in this particular game. Go for the side lane, just adjust accordingly towards the taste here of BRU, in which everyone just goes for aggression. And he just went with, okay, I'm just gonna be stabilizing my lane, go for the side lane pushes, try to get a couple of towers and draw attention towards me so that you can just go for those kills with numbers advantage. And they did flawlessly.
Yeah, and flawless it was. Look at Golden Feet, 7-0 and 10 on that Ashe. He was entirely pretty much unstoppable with his enchanted crystal arrows, always landing that, and always the one to actually engage with the ECAs at every single opportunity that he had. Every time it was on cooldown, looking for that opportunity, just like a true archer and just like a real archer's front line. You know, the samurais, the warriors in the front. Valdez was ready to follow up most of the time that an ECA did hit. Exactly, go for the big arrow play and then slice him up with the katana.
And BRU gonna be showing more of their prowess, and also just having a better standing right now in this tournament as they secure yet another win and deny as well Invade Esports in their attempt to catch up towards the top 4 in the APAC standing. It's just a demonstration of how big of a disparity there is for BRU against Invade Esports as well. You have to put a lot of respect towards Valdez picks. You have to put a lot of respect towards the Yone pick. If you don't, if you cannot really push through with the Kazakhs in threatening the Yone pick, then you have to take it away. It's as simple as that. And it was also, you know, inevitable for them to either get the Shen or the Yone, because in the banning phase they already had a check there. And Golden Feet actually in this particular game had a fantastic performance with the Ashe as well. Everyone was just waiting for his arrows. He was free hitting for days as well because no one can reach him.
Exactly. And he even had the balls to flash into the face of a Zed. He in that final team fight, with the Jace backing him up, he just flashed into Bluff X's face and started, shooting him with arrows in his own face in melee range, and it worked. Golden Feet was nigh untouchable because of his build, because of the way that Buriram was kind of clustered around him, and the way that his enchanted crystal arrows always seem to hit their mark, and that is why the Ashe is a terrifying champion to see in the hands of an APAC team.
BRU starting to be terrifying as well for the rest of the APAC squad. This is the result of our matches. Fennel having to experience a reverse sweep once again from Cerberus Esports, as Nova Esports secured a dominating 2-0 against OMG with their Yasuo prowess of Neon, and then Valus as well going with the Yone performance against Invade Esports for BRU to secure this 2-0. So now here are the standings still. KBG remaining on top, of course. Nova Esports having their first win again for their Sems after their loss against Thundertalk that stopped their 7-game win streak. As OMG still struggling right now in the 11th spot, just a little down below FPX, is not really having the best of performance here in the CN conference.
Out of an understatement there when they have 9 losses, and the cutoff to get into the playoffs right now is 7 wins. And Woohoo Gaming are quite a bit under that. They have to win 2 more matches to even try to contest Thundertalk for that playoff spot. So far, our top 8 for the Chinese conference are very, very solid. As you said, KBG, top 1, 12 wins in a row, but Nova really trying to make them, give them a run for their money. But now, the standings in the APAC conference haven't really shifted at all. They just have been kind of solidified here. I mean, sure, Cerberus Esports will get their 2nd win, but they still are 1 loss behind Enigma Galaxy, so they still are not in a contest, and they're not going to contest that playoff spot. So it's still KT Roaster Y, Buriram, Naos, and then Enigma Galaxy with in that playoffs cutoff. And I'm sure that it's kind of safe to say that KT Roaster Y is pretty much safe to get into the playoffs. They should be preparing for that flight to China already, but it could still change here for even Buriram, Naos, and Enigma Galaxy. But tomorrow we will have a very stacked day as well. FPX versus Jingdong Gaming in the first match, an APAC match coming up after that with Naos Esports versus KT Roaster Y, and finally EDG and Weibo Gaming.
Oh, I'm excited for game number 2 because we have Naos Esports versus KT Roaster Y. Naos Esports gonna be contesting KT Roaster Y in this time around to try to reach the top here in our APAC conference standings. Will there be a Zaupi dance buff in this particular series? Let's see, because this team is just showing so much promise as well. They do struggle quite a lot as well against the really strong teams, but I think they are slowly developing and improving towards their final form.
Yeah, and I do kind of want to pick the brains of Buriram after that win, so we will have the interview coming up just about now. Let's get into it.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是曼曼。首先也是让我们恭喜 BRU 战队拿下了今天最后一场比赛的胜利。那么也是让我们的 Vodas 跟大家打个招呼。Hi Vodas, can you just give a short introduction to all the audiences up here?
I'm Vodas.
Okay, so hi. 第一个问题呢，也是想要问到你啊，就是你第一局的这个永恩非常非常的亮眼，你的大呢至少能大到2到3个人，并且你的时机掌握的是刚刚好。请问你是怎么做到的 ？So the first question is, in the first game, your Yon played quite a lot of brilliant operations. The ultimate can hurt at least 2 or 3 people every time. So how can you find the timing so exactly?
อยู่ในเกมแรกเล่นได้ดีมากเลยใช้อันตีในจังหวะที่ได้ศัตรูมากกว่า 2-3 ตัวตลอดเลยทำยังไงจึงหามุมที่คิดว่าอันตีจะได้ดีขนาดนั้นได้เชื่อใจเพื่อนครับแบบให้เพื่อนเปิดให้แล้วเราค่อยตามแบบเป็นตัวตาม So when I said that he trust his teammates So he let his teammate initiate the fight first, then he just play with his ulti later.
好的，他也是说到非常需要队友的配合，一定要队友先出手的时候，他才会出手。那么第二个问题呢，也是想要问到上周的最佳阵容 BRU 也是入选了3位选手，你也是第一次入选了周 MVP， 你现在的感受如何 ？Last week's best lineup, BRU was selected to 3 players, and you were selected for the weekly MVP for the first time. So how do you feel?
อาทิตย์ที่แล้ววีนได้ถูกเลือกเป็น MVP ด้วยรู้สึกไงบ้าง
รู้สึกดีใจครับที่ตัวเองเล่นออกมาได้ดีจนได้รับเลือก
He said that he really proud himself that he play well, so he be selected for the MVP role.
好的，他也是
happy about it.
好的，他也是说到非常非常的开心，他觉得他能够打得好，然后被大家选为 MVP， 他以后也会继续努力的。那么第3个问题是，今天是你们的第3连胜，状态非常好。接下来呢，你们还会有5场比赛，你有没有信心拿到5场比赛的全胜 ？You guys have won 3 straight today, and you were in very good shape, and you have 5 games left. Are you confident of winning them all?
เหลือแข่งต่อไปอีก5 ตาคิดว่าจะมั่นใจไหมว่าจะชนะทุกแมตช์เลยใน5 แมตช์ที่เหลือนี้
มั่นใจครับถ้าเรายังคงฟอร์มได้
Okay, so Wadas say that he confident that if he can is BRU still hold all the performance right now, I think he can beat every team right now.
好的，他也说到自己非常的有自信，能够战胜接下来面临的5位选手、5位战队。那么最后一个问题也是要问到，相比 APEC 赛区的其他队伍，你觉得你们队有哪些优势或者说是劣势 ？So what do you think of your strength or weakness compared to other teams in APEC division?
บีมคิดว่าทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยจุดอ่อนกับจุดด้อยของทีมเป็นไงบ้างตอนนี้ถ้าเทียบกับทีมอื่นใน APEC
ผมว่าจุดแข็งของทีมผมมีมากกว่าจุดอ่อนทีมตอนนี้ครับ
So let's just answer that his team right now have more strength than weakness.
OK， 他也是说到自己觉得没有太多的优势或者劣势啊。那么我们也是恭喜到无力男 BRU 获得了今天最后一场比赛的胜利，也祝你们在接下来的比赛当中能够如你所愿拿下5连胜。So thank you for intervention. So 那么接下来让我们把画面交给解说席。
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Val is really pleased with their win, and I like how how a host pronounced Yone. I guess in China they have a different name, and in English it just makes sense as Yon. So Ayon talaga.
Ayon. Well, it's up to the one reading the name, and I think that's how they pronounce it. Here we say it Yone. And it does sound well as well with the champions that we have here on Wild Rift. But again, BRU having the momentum now, I'm looking forward to seeing more of their good strengths being demonstrated with the rest of their games, because they have a couple more games, same as in Esports. Hopefully they do pick up the slack and try to reach towards the top 4 once again. And in this day, it is going to be concluded. Thank you so much, of course, to Riot Games, PNG Games, and Coca-Cola as they make this tournament possible.
Absolutely, and a big thank you to our loyal viewers, you guys, fans of the Wild Rift League Asia, fans of the teams, and hopefully fans of me and Yang, watching and enjoying the stream. We'll be right back tomorrow with another day full of action in the Wild Rift League Asia. But for now, we're going to be signing off. I'm G Tank Badacha. With me is Giyang, and we'll see you next time.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.